Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Reborn into one piece as Corazon and conquered the world with Doflamingo. Let the tale begin. Chapter 31. Whatever, just take care of your body. Don't drag the fight on for too long. If I feel we're being encircled by Marines later, I'll pull you back into the ship and leave immediately. Is that understood? Rayleigh's tone turned stern as he issued a warning to his friend, fully aware of Roger's tendencies. Fine, I get it. I haven't had a decent fight in the past couple of months. Garp sure knows when to come knocking, ha ha, Roger replied, his tone light as he quickly jumped in the direction of the island where Garp had left earlier. As Garp and Roger moved towards the largest island chosen as their battleground, I found myself facing the young Douglas Bullet, my opponent. The island we selected for the fight was close to where the ships were anchored. Although the island was of medium size, it would suffice for our clash. Kid, give up now before we start. I tend to go all out against all my opponents, so if you value your life, heed my words. Bullet warned, tossing aside the coat he was wearing and standing with his bare upper body facing me. In response, I mirrored his actions, removing the marine shirt I was wearing. A collective gasp rippled through the spectators who had decided to witness our fight, while most others chose to focus on Roger and Garp's battle. I was aware of the reason for their gasps, it was the mark on my back. However, I paid no mind to their reactions. I simply wanted to flex. Fighting Garp had never given me a feeling of superiority, as he always knocked me down when I felt arrogant about my strength. But now, I had a chance to show off, and I intended to make the most of it to carve out a name for myself. Ready or not, pirate, here I come, I whispered, then immediately used Soru and flickered in front of Bullet. He didn't expect me to go on the offensive from the start, and though he momentarily faltered, he quickly crossed his arms. Just before I made contact with my fist, he instinctively coated his arms with Haki. Boom! My fist, clad in Haki, connected with his crossed arms, sending a shockwave that caught many spectators by surprise, including Bullet himself. Despite blocking my attack, Bullet flew through the air and crashed into the forest behind him, toppling quite a few trees in the process. Fiyu, what a monster! The kid has grown even stronger since the last time we met. Scoppergubbon, who had surprisingly chosen to observe my fight, whistled loudly as I sent Bullet flying through the air. Bullet, having crashed, stood up, pushing aside a fallen tree. He dusted himself off and eyed me with a glint in his eyes. Being new to Roger's crew, he didn't know about me. Initially, he thought I was just bluffing, but now he realized I am not mere talk. Kid, you are good. You already have such dense Haki at such a young age. No wonder Roger praises your talent. Come, then, let's see how much of a genius you are. Bullet rushed forward, coating his arm with Haki. He had yet to use his devil fruit powers, believing it beneath him to do so against a kid at least half a dozen years younger than him. As Bullet rushed forward with momentum and punched, I simply tilted my head to dodge, countering with a ferocious jab, Busashokakoka, aiming for Bullet's chest. However, he dodged with surprising agility, his movements were fluid like water. Undeterred, I followed up with a swift hook, aiming for his head, but he blocked it effortlessly, his arms coated in a shimmering Haki of his own. Rapid strike! I shouted, unleashing a barrage of Haki-clad punches, each one aimed with precision. Bullet countered with a series of punches of his own, his attacks coming fast and furious. We traded blows, the sound of impact echoing through the air like thunder. With a burst of energy, I launched myself into the air, flipping over Bullet's head and landing behind him with a graceful thud. I appeared behind Bullet despite his observation Haki was on. Rankyaku! I cried out, my foot connecting with Bullet's back with enough force to send him stumbling forward. Seizing the opportunity, I followed up with a powerful uppercut, aiming for his chin. Meteor punch! I exclaimed as my fist connected, the impact sending Bullet flying through the air. He crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, but to my surprise, within seconds he sprang back to his feet with a fierce growl and spat. Is that all you've got? Bullet taunted, his eyes burning with determination and anger. I expected more from someone whom Roger himself praised. Despite him acting cool, I knew that my last attack had done quite some damage, evident from the bloodstains on the side of his mouth. To be honest, I was just getting warmed up. From the initial exchange, it was evident to me that Bullet was not the monster that I had hoped for. In the future, if anyone told me Bullet had fought the Dark King to a tie, then I would punch those people. The current me was superior to Douglas Bullet in every way. Even his armament Haki was still in the initial stages of imbuement, which could be called a medium-level technique. I didn't know when he started training Haki, but I was sure he was never going to catch up to me in the future. Meanwhile, on the central island, a clash of entirely different magnitudes was unfolding. Unlike the gradual build-up in my fight, this battle erupted at full throttle from the very start. The clash between Garp and Roger's Haoshiku was unleashing continuous shockwaves, creating an aftershock that reverberated through the island. The pressure emitted by their Conqueror's Haki created a barrier, making it difficult for most spectators to remain standing. With a mighty swing, Roger unleashed his signature technique, Divine Departure. His cutlass, imbued with ferocious armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, sliced through the air with such force that it seemed to affect the very surroundings. However, Garp, never one to be outmatched, countered with equal ferocity. He coated his fist in a pitch-black layer of Haki, infusing it with his own Conqueror's Haki. With a thunderous roar, he launched his attack to intercept Roger's incoming strike. Meteor Punch. The clash of their techniques created an explosion of power, the impact echoing across the island. The ground shook beneath their feet as the sheer force of their blows collided. It was a battle between two titans, each refusing to yield an inch. "You're one stubborn marine, Garp," Roger chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow as he eyed his opponent warily. "Most marines would have given up the idea of catching me by now." Garp's gaze narrowed, his expression hardening as he locked eyes with his longtime adversary. "Stubbornness runs in the family, Roger," he retorted, his voice tinged with a hint of challenge. "But unlike you, I have a duty to uphold." Roger's grin remained undeterred by Garp's stern demeanor. "Ah, duty," he mused, his tone dripping with mockery. "Always getting in the way of a good time, aren't you, Garp?" Garp's grip tightened, his fists clenching, the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him. "It's not about fun, Roger," he shot back, his voice firm and unwavering. "It's about justice. Someone has to keep the peace in this chaotic world." Roger's laughter echoed across the battlefield, a stark contrast to Garp's steely resolve. "Justice, huh?" he replied, his tone laced with skepticism. "I always knew you were a stickler for the rules, Garp. But tell me, how's that working out for you?" Garp's jaw clenched, his patience wearing thin. "Better than being a lawless pirate," he countered, his words laced with contempt. "At least I can sleep at night knowing I'm doing what's right." Roger's expression softened, a flicker of something akin to respect in his eyes. "Fair enough, Garp," he conceded, his tone taking on a more serious note. "But just remember, sometimes doing what's right means challenging the status quo." As the clash between Garp and Roger continued, the intensity of their battle seemed to defy the laws of nature itself. Each blow they exchanged resonated like thunder, echoing across the island and sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Roger, his eyes gleaming with determination, launched another devastating strike. With a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of slashes with his cutlass, each one infused with his formidable armament Haki. The air crackled with energy as the blades sliced through the atmosphere, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. Garp met Roger's assault head-on, his fists moving with blinding speed as he countered each strike with his own formidable techniques. With a roar of effort, he unleashed his signature move, the Blue Hole, channeling the full force of his armament Haki into a single, devastating punch. The impact reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. But Roger, ever the resilient opponent, refused to yield. With a defiant grin, he unleashed a powerful counterattack of his own, his cutlass glowing with an otherworldly aura as he channeled his Conqueror's Haki into the blade. With a mighty swing, he unleashed Royal Execution, a technique renowned for its sheer destructive power. The clash of their attacks sent shockwaves reverberating across the island, shaking the very ground beneath them. Spectators watched in awe as the two titans clashed, their battle reaching a fever pitch as they unleashed their most powerful techniques. But even as the battle raged on, neither Garp nor Roger showed any signs of backing down. With each passing moment, their attacks grew fiercer, and their movements became more fluid and precise. It was a battle of wills as much as it was a battle of strength, with each combatant pushing themselves to their absolute limits in pursuit of victory. The sun beat down mercilessly on the battlefield, its harsh rays illuminating the intense clash between Garp and Roger as they locked horns in a battle of titans. Meanwhile, on the medium-sized island, I danced around Douglas Bullet with the agility of a panther, my movements fluid and precise. With every step, I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, heightening my senses and sharpening my focus. Bullet, on the other hand, was struggling to keep up, his massive frame laboring under the weight of my relentless assault. Despite his formidable strength, it was clear that he was outmatched in terms of speed and agility. As I darted around him, landing quick and calculated strikes, I could see the frustration building in Bullet's eyes. His breathing grew heavy, and sweat glistened on his brow as he attempted to anticipate my next move. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to gain the upper hand. Beside the battlefield, Scopper Gaban observed the exchange with keen interest, his expression unreadable. It was evident that he, too, had underestimated my abilities, but now he watched with growing respect as I outmaneuvered their newest recruit with ease. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, I murmured to myself, drawing inspiration from the legendary words of a boxing icon. The phrase seemed to encapsulate the essence of my fighting style perfectly, swift, agile, and deadly. With each passing moment, the gap between us widened, and my attacks wore down Bullet's defenses little by little. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to mount a significant counteroffensive, and it was only a matter of time before my relentless assault proved too much for him to bear. "Oi, Bullet, do you still think I'm not worth Garp's tutelage?" I couldn't resist taunting my opponent, who had been belittling me since the outset. Bullet's face contorted with anger at my words, his eyes almost glowing red with humiliation. I could practically hear his teeth grinding in frustration as he longed to tear me apart, but it was clear to both of us that I held the upper hand. "You little bastard. Is dodging all you know? If you've got the guts, try facing my attack head-on. Let's see if you can still talk after taking a single strike from me." Bullet's voice was laced with fury as he shouted, his pride preventing him from using his full abilities, including his devil fruit powers. Chapter 32. "Hey, Shanks, how did Ross get so strong? Do you think we can become as powerful as him in the future?" On the Roger pirate side, Buggy couldn't help but inquire of his friend, observing my battle with wide-eyed wonder. "Well, maybe it's possible. We just need to train like maniacs." "I think we should have listened to Rayleigh-san when he told us to practice," Shanks mused, his gaze fixed on our skirmish. "But do you remember that he used to spar with us whenever our groups clashed? Do you think he was holding back against us? Isn't he our age? How did he become so strong that he can even put Bullet-san at a disadvantage?" Buggy's curiosity was palpable as he marveled at my strength in the midst of battle. Of course he must have been. If not, how do you explain all this? Now, do you understand why you should stop being lazy? You know, I had always wondered why he would rush at Rayleigh-san or Gaban-san after he defeated us every time. Now it all makes sense. Maybe just maybe if you practice regularly, you'll have a chance against me in the future, ha ha ha, Shanks remarked jokingly, his tone light despite the seriousness of his words. "Shanks! You bastard! What's that supposed to mean? Even now, I'm stronger than you. Want me to prove it? Let's have a fight." Buggy's competitive spirit flared as he jumped around, eager to establish his supremacy among friends. Boom! But as their banter filled the air, the resounding shockwave from our clash of fists brought their attention back to the intense battle unfolding before them. "You think you can stand against me, you little cunt? You're just a kid playing with fire. Let me show you true power. With an evil smirk on his face, Bullet roared into the sky, his body surrounded by crackling blue lightning. The very air seemed to pulse with his overwhelming Haki. He believed he could overpower me with sheer force, but little did he know, I had been honing my own Conqueror's Haki under the pressure of a powerhouse like Garp. On the sidelines, little Shanks and Buggy watched in concern as Bullet unleashed his Haki. "Oh, Ross is in trouble now," Buggy whispered nervously to Shanks. Bullet-san's Hoshiku is no joke. But I remained unfazed, meeting Bullet's taunts with a confident smile. "You talk big, Bullet, but let's see if you can back it up." As Bullet's Hoshiku surged with all his might, the ground trembling beneath us, I held my ground, channeling my own inner strength. With a determined glint in my eye and a smirk, I released my own Conqueror's Haki, a dazzling display of black lightning tinged with gold. The intensity of my aura eclipsed Bullet's, causing him to falter and take a step back. Despite his efforts to match my power, I could sense the uncertainty in his eyes as my Haki firmly suppressed his own. The sudden shift caught Bullet off guard, his eyes widening in shock. How is this possible?" he stammered, disbelief evident in his voice. "Whoa, Shanks! Did you see that? Ross can use Conqueror's Haki too!" Buggy exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he watched the scene unfold. Meanwhile, Shanks' inner self was in turmoil. Did Ross just match Bullet-san's Hoshiku? Shanks whispered, his brow furrowed in confusion. I think so," Buggy replied, equally baffled. "But how? Ross is just a kid like us." Across the battlefield, right next to Shanks and Buggy, Scopper Gabon watched with a solemn expression, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a sense of gravity. The two Little Roger's apprentices had no idea that if not for Gabon's passive protection, they might have already been knocked out. "This kid, he's something else," he murmured to himself. "If he keeps growing at this rate, he'll become an unstoppable force in the future." The Marines sure lucked out this time around. On the central island, the clash reached new levels of intensity, with each strike sending shockwaves rippling through the air, a testament to the apex of strength in their world. Divine departure. Roger's cutlass ace sliced through the air, its edge coated in Haki. In response, Garp unleashed his signature move, Galaxy Impact, his fist crackling with power as it collided with Roger's weapon. Lightning-like ripples emanated from the clash, their Conqueror's Haki battling for dominance in a fierce struggle. The force of their collision sent both Garp and Roger hurtling through the air, their bodies crashing to the ground and skidding to a stop after several dozen meters. Despite the gravity of their battle, Roger couldn't resist a jest. "Garp, tell me the truth. What have you been feeding that kid? Are you grooming some sort of monster to take on the world nobles? I always knew you had a knack for causing trouble for those bastards, ha ha." Even in the midst of combat, Roger's jovial nature shone through as he marveled at the spectacle unfolding on the medium-sized island on the outer edge. He recognized the immense talent and potential displayed by Garp's protege, a testament to the Marines' unconventional methods of training. As Garp rose to his feet, a fierce determination burning in his eyes, he couldn't help but respond to Roger's jest with a hearty laugh of his own. "Ha ha ha. You always did have a way with words, Roger. But let me tell you, that kid you see down there isn't just any other recruit. He's the future of the Marines, the embodiment of everything I've worked for." With a stern expression, Garp continued, his voice booming across the battlefield. "I didn't feed him anything but the spirit of justice and the will to protect. He's a Marine through and through, and I'll be damned if I let anyone tarnish that." His words were punctuated by a resounding yell, his Haki flaring as he emphasized his point. "And you, Roger, should know better than to put weird ideas into my student's head. He's not some pawn for your pirate games. He's a beacon of hope, a symbol of righteousness in this world." "Garp, you sure are a jester," Roger jeered, his voice echoing with a mixture of amusement and challenge. "And Rayleigh says you don't know how to make a joke. That kid becoming a Marine and serving those world nobles? Do you think it has even a remote possibility? I'm sure even you don't believe your own words, Garp." That kid can hear and speak to this world just like me. He will never be subservient in this lifetime. Mark my words, Garp, that kid is someone who was born to change this world." With his words punctuated by the surge of his conqueror's haki, Roger rushed forward, his aura blazing with determination, as he prepared to clash with his arch-enemy once again. Meanwhile, somewhere in the New World, the prisoner fleet carrying Kaido and his captured crew lay anchored near an uninhabited island. Normally, they should have reached the red line by now after the prisoner transfer was completed, but for a certain reason, the marine fleet continued to lurk within the waters of the New World. Within the largest flagship, inside the most secure brig, the world's strongest creature was imprisoned. Kaido was bound tightly, even with his monstrous physique, leaving him with no chance of escape whatsoever. Despite mostly recovering from the injuries sustained in the fight with Garp, Kaido had never suffered such a humiliating defeat in his life since forming his own pirate group after the disbandment of Rock's pirates. He had always believed he could roam the seas unchallenged, but the recent clash with Garp had taught him an important lesson. Tugging on the sea stone chains for the 1,000th time since regaining consciousness, he strained against his confinement. "How long are you going to watch? If you have nothing to say, you should leave. I don't like bastards like you who sneak around," Kaido roared, glaring at a certain dark corner just outside the brig where he was held. Tack, tack, tack. Steady footsteps echoed on the metal floor as two tall figures emerged from the shadows, led by a man garbed in a white suit with a white mask covering his face. The other person following the lead agent was similarly attired. "Such a shame, Kaido. There are rumors that you are the strongest creature in the world, and look where all that boasting has brought you. Maybe if you had steadily grown for another decade or so, you could have had a chance to stand against that man. But no, you had to go and challenge Garp, even after knowing he was directly involved in bringing down Rock's Zebek. Or did you think you were already at their level?" The lead agent from CP0 couldn't help but mock Kaido in his current condition. Even the world government was wary when dealing with Garp, yet a mere pirate, just because he had consumed the treasured devil fruit, wanted to challenge an apex powerhouse. As Kaido continued to struggle against the sea stone restraints, his frustration grew, with veins bulging in his neck as he strained against the unyielding chains. "If I break free from these bonds, I'll rip you all apart," he threatened, his voice dripping with venom. The leader of CP0, unfazed by Kaido's threats, simply chuckled. "First, you'll have to be capable of breaking free, Kaido," he taunted. With a smirk, he introduced the sea stone restraints as a new upgrade variant specially designed to restrain monsters like Kaido. "No matter how much you struggle, your future is to spend your life and impel down until death," he added, his tone mocking. Kaido's expression twisted into one of displeasure, but he knew better than to act rashly. These CP0 agents wouldn't have approached him without an agenda. Making a mental note to remember this insult, he demanded to know what the CP0 agent wanted. Despite his estimate that they should have already reached Impel Down, he could sense they were still in the New World. The CP0 agent's smile widened as he praised Kaido for being able to detect their location despite being bound. He then went on to say that the world government was willing to nurture him. However, Kaido immediately refuted, declaring vehemently that he would never be the world government's lackey. "Bastard, do you think I would become the government's dog? Keep dreaming." Kaido bellowed in anger, the sea stone chains rattling under the sudden outburst. Before Kaido could get any angrier, the CP0 agent stopped him. "I'm not suggesting servitude, Kaido. We're looking for a sort of cooperation," he explained calmly. Kaido paused, contemplating the agent's words. What kind of game was the world government playing? As he mulled over the offer, the tension in the air thickened, each moment pregnant with uncertainty and potential consequences. As Kaido's eyes narrowed, his voice rumbled with skepticism. "Cooperation, you say? What could the world government possibly want from me?" The CP0 agent's smile remained inscrutable as he responded, "The world government recognizes your strength, or should I say your future potential, Kaido. We believe there are ways we can mutually benefit from a partnership." Kaido's lip curled in disdain. "Mutual benefit? You mean to say you want to use me as a weapon against your enemies?" The CP0 agent's expression remained unreadable. Think of it more as an alliance of interests. We have resources and influence that could be of use to you. Kaido's eyes flashed with defiance. I don't need the world government's resources. I can carve my own path in this world. The CP0 agent tilted his head slightly, his tone taking on a hint of persuasion. Consider this, Kaido. With our support, you could expand your influence beyond the New World. Imagine the power you could wield with the backing of the world government. Kaido's gaze hardened. I have no interest in ruling the world as your dog. I seek only to create a place where the strong can thrive, and with my own strength, I will one day rule the world. The CP0 agent's smile turned enigmatic. And we respect that, Kaido. But tell me, how are you planning to achieve that now that you are imprisoned and don't think you can escape this time around? So, consider this an opportunity to further your goals. With our cooperation, you could achieve heights you never dreamed possible. Chapter 33. Kaido fell silent, his mind racing with possibilities. Kaido knew he truly couldn't trust the world's government. This is merely a ploy to manipulate him for their own ends. As he weighed his options, the air crackled with tension, both parties acutely aware of the stakes at hand. So what are you proposing, and what will I gain from all this? Kaido's deep voice rumbled through the brig, his imposing figure towering over the CP0 agent before him. Despite being bound by sea stone restraints, his eyes burned with curiosity and a hint of defiance. I knew you were a smart man, Kaido, the CP0 agent responded with a smirk, adjusting his suit. Let me lay it out for you. First and foremost, we will orchestrate your escape from this vessel, along with your crew. It will appear as though you broke free with your own strength, ensuring your reputation remains intact. In addition, we will provide discreet support, resources from the shadows, and other privileges. As the agent spoke, Kaido listened intently, his mind racing with possibilities. The prospect of freedom and support from the world government was enticing, but he remained wary of their true intentions. In return, the agent continued, his tone becoming more serious, we require a simple task. We want you to seize control of Wano country and secure a steady supply of sea stones for us. Wano is currently in a state of internal conflict, making it ripe for the taking. With our assistance, you'll have the means to establish your dominance. Kaido's eyes gleamed with interest at the mention of Wano. He knew of the country's secrets and potential power, but he also understood the challenges that lay ahead. And if I refuse? Kaido's voice reverberated with a low growl, his muscles tensing beneath the sea stone restraints. The CP0 agent chuckled softly, with a hint of amusement in his voice. Ah, but why refuse such a generous offer, Kaido-sama? However, if you were to decline, let's just say your future prospects would be significantly less favorable. Kaido gritted his teeth, weighing his options carefully. The allure of Wano and the support of the world government were tempting, but he couldn't shake the feeling of being manipulated. The CP0 agent's smile remained cryptic. Let's just say the world government has its own interests in Wano. But rest assured, Kaido, our goals align for the time being. And what assurance do I have that you will uphold your end of the bargain? Kaido's voice was laced with skepticism as he stared down at the CP0 agent. The agent's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Kaido, you have my word, and as a good will we will even let the Lunarian youngster free alongside you. The world government always honors its agreements. Besides, it's in our best interest to see you succeed. Kaido pondered the agent's words carefully. Wano was a land shrouded in mystery, with secrets that even he had yet to uncover. If the world government was offering him control of such a coveted territory, there had to be a reason. Very well, Kaido finally conceded, his voice resolute. I accept your proposal. But remember, if you betray me, there will be consequences. The CP0 agent nodded, his smile never faltering. Of course, Kaido. You have my word that the world government will uphold its end of the bargain. As the negotiations concluded, Kaido couldn't shake the feeling that he was stepping into a web of intrigue and deception. But for now, the promise of power and control over Wano was too tempting to resist. With a nod of acknowledgement, Kaido fell silent, his mind whirling with thoughts of conquest and power. As the CP0 agent turned to leave, Kaido's resolve hardened. Whatever path he chose, he would carve out his destiny with his own hands, even if it meant allying with the world government for the time being. As the CP leader stepped out of the prison area, 2 more CP0 agents joined them, their faces concealed behind masks. "Sir, we have an update regarding the matter of the world pirates," one of the agents reported. The mission was a success. Burndy World has been captured, and the Cypher Pole team is currently awaiting a fleet to escort the prisoner back to Impel Down. "Haha, it seems like good news comes in packages," the CP0 leader chuckled. "Fine, then, inform the elders that Kaido has agreed to our deal. Prepare to sink a few marine ships to make Kaido's escape believable. Target those that don't belong to the world government faction. We can also pin this incident on the remaining marines. As for the flagship and other battleships, let's set course to where Burndy World is being held and escort him to Impel Down after we sort out Kaido's matter." The lead CP agent's commands were swiftly executed by his subordinates, who moved with purpose to carry out their orders. Meanwhile, at the Chain Islands, where Roger and Garp were immersed in an epic duel, it had been more than 7 hours since the clash started. Garp and Roger's battle had already sunk the largest island, and they were now clashing on a nearby one. However, on the other end, I was facing a battered and bruised Bullet. He was sweating buckets, and his entire body was covered with a metallic exoskeleton that he had created using the metal he had disassembled. Originally, 2 hours into the fight, Bullet was still reluctant to use his devil fruit powers. However, as the fight continued and it became increasingly one-sided, even after he went all out with the use of Conqueror's Haki, Bullet chose not to hold back anymore. With the addition of his devil fruit powers, he could now match me, and the fight had been raging on for close to 5 hours now. "Kid, are you underestimating me? I asked you to bring out your sword." Bullet growled furiously, his towering exoskeleton form now standing close to 8 meters tall. He had never felt so humiliated before, especially by someone he considered a mere kid. Realizing that I was a swordsman but had been relying solely on my fists throughout the fight only fueled his anger. "Haha, Bullet, do you have a death wish? My sword will simply cut you down. You're still not worthy of my sword. Maybe you should try fighting me after a few more years," I mocked, unable to resist taunting my opponent. I knew I had extracted everything Bullet had to offer, and now I was just using him as a good old whetstone. Despite being completely outmatched, I had to commend his resilience for refusing to give up. "Hey, Buggy, do you still think Bullet is comparable to Rayleigh-san in strength?" I shouted out, addressing the rumor Buggy had spread. However, Buggy was currently hiding within an empty barrel, unwilling to face me. "Red-nosed brat, look, your friend Ross is looking for you. It seems like he has a question he wants you to answer," Scopper Gubbon taunted Buggy, knowing he was hiding to avoid confrontation. "Gubbon-san, my name is Buggy, that monster is not my friend. Please don't spread false rumors. I already have enough trouble as it is. Do you want to add more weight to my shoulders?" Buggy stuttered from inside the barrel, trying to deflect the attention away from himself. "Buggy, hiding inside the barrel is of no use. Ross surely has observation Haki, and he must already know that you're hiding here," Shanks said as he approached and began shaking the barrel, trying to coax Buggy out. "Get away, Shanks! Why don't you go and play buddy with that monster? I would like to safely live for a few more years." "I don't want to attract his attention," Buggy pleaded, his voice trembling with fear. He had no desire to engage in the chaos of battle, preferring to live a quiet and leisurely life. Becoming a member of the Roger Pirates had been a stroke of luck for him, and he lacked the same drive and ambition as Shanks, who sought to follow in their captain's footsteps. "You little bastard. I am going to kill you today, even if it's the last thing I do." Bullet bellowed like a crazed madman, his bloodshot eyes reflecting his overwhelming rage. Despite already overextending his stamina, he piled on another layer of exoskeleton and charged toward me with reckless abandon. "Busashoku Koka!" Bullet coated his entire gigantic arm with armament Haki, intending to pummel me into the ground. Unlike him, although exhausted, I still had plenty of stamina left, and my Haki remained strong. He was pushing himself forward with sheer battle lust, his determination blinding him to the reality of his dwindling strength. I could have easily dodged the massive fist aiming at me, but I opted for a straightforward clash. My arms turned pitch black, shimmering in the sunlight, as I prepared to end this farce once and for all. Meteor Fist. My entire fist ignited like burning metal as it collided with Bullet's incoming attack. Boom! The clash sent the massive metallic construct of Bullet hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Snap! Amidst the chaos of battle, the clear and crisp sound of bones breaking echoed across the battlefield. Bullet crashed into a small hill on the island, unable to maintain his armament Haki any longer. Piece by piece, the exoskeleton around him crumbled, revealing the broken and defeated form of Douglas Bullet, the demon heir. His injuries were severe and visible to all who witnessed the aftermath of the battle. His right arm lay completely crushed beneath him, twisted at an unnatural angle. Bruises and lacerations covered his body, evidence of the intense physical trauma he had endured. He lay motionless amidst the rubble, defeated and broken, his once formidable presence reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Huff! 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 I stood panting, my gaze fixed on the spot where the infamous Bullet had crashed. This wasn't the first time he had fallen, it had happened more than a dozen times already. Each time, he rose again like a man possessed, only to be knocked down once more. So, I kept my guard up, waiting to see if he would rise again to continue the fight. But after a minute passed, there was no visible movement, not even a twitch. Even my observation Haki detected no signs of him stirring after the last devastating attack. Phi-wee. I took a deep breath, exhaling slowly as the realization sank in that victory was finally mine after close to 7 hours of non-stop battling. As the dust settled around the fallen Bullet, the spectators, both Roger pirates and Marines alike, watched in awe and disbelief. Among them, Shanks and Buggy, who emerged from his hiding spot, their eyes wide with amazement at the outcome of the battle. "Shanks, did you see that?" Buggy exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "Ross actually did it. He took down Bullet-san." Shanks nodded, his expression a mixture of pride and astonishment. "I never doubted him for a second. That's my future rival," he replied, a grin spreading across his face. "But to see him defeat Bullet-san like that, he truly is something else." On the side, the Marines, the Roger pirates, including Skopper, exchanged whispers of astonishment and admiration for the young fighter's prowess. "Did you see the way he fought?" one Marine whispered to another. "He's just a kid, but he took down that pirate from Roger's crew without breaking a sweat." "Kid, you sure are a monster," remarked Skopper, who had now arrived next to the fallen Bullet. "You can already apply the principles of the mission at such a tender age. Even I feel scared thinking about what you will grow up to be in the future." The weight of his words hung heavily in the air as I surveyed the aftermath of the battle. Victory had come after a hard battle, but it was a battle I was willing to fight to prove my strength and resilience in the face of formidable opponents like Bullet. Chapter 34. "Ha ha ha, Roger, it seems like your crew member lost. He couldn't even fight my apprentice, who is just a kid. Your quality of crewmate seems to be declining day by day." Garp couldn't help but mock Roger regarding Bullet's loss. Roger's face was grumpy, despite knowing that Bullet fought against a little monster. He would have liked it if it had at least ended up in a tie, but in the end, the kid had won with a handicap. The kid had yet to use his sword, he had just used his fists to take down Bullet. "Garp, you simply lucked out with the kid. Are you sure that you don't want him to join my crew?" "I promised to take good care of him." "I'm sure you are quite busy with your Marine duties," Roger countered. It was always him who made jest of others, and he didn't like to be on the receiving end, even against Garp. He was petty that way, so he once again brought up the topic of recruiting Ross to piss off Garp. "Roger! You bastard! Stay away from my student." I will kill you if you try something underhanded, Garp roared, his voice reverberating across the island as he resumed the battle, which had momentarily paused due to Bullet's defeat. Blue hole! Garp unleashed another devastating attack, his powerful fist enveloped in swirling currents of energy as he aimed directly at Roger, who responded with equal ferocity. The clash between the two legends intensified once more, each blow sending shockwaves rippling through the air and shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered overhead, a testament to the sheer power being unleashed in their duel. As Garp and Roger continued their epic confrontation, the spectators watched in awe and anticipation, fully aware that they were witnessing history in the making. The Roger pirates and Marine soldiers alike held their breath, their hearts pounding with excitement as they witnessed the clash of titans unfold before their eyes. I had already returned to Bogard's side, who was spectating the epic clash between the two legends from the safety of the Marine battleship. A few hundred meters away, Oro Jackson lay anchored, with the Roger pirates gathered aboard to witness the spectacle. Bullet had already been sent off to heal from his injuries sustained in our earlier battle. On Oro Jackson, Gabon sat next to Rayleigh, both observing the confrontation between Roger and Garp with intense focus. Despite the distance between us and the battling titans, Rayleigh seemed poised to intervene at a moment's notice if necessary. Gabon provided Rayleigh with a detailed summary of my fight, ensuring that he was kept informed about the developments. As Rayleigh listened attentively, his eyes widened in surprise, and he glanced briefly in my direction. Our eyes met, and a subtle smile crossed Rayleigh's face as he nodded in acknowledgement. In return, I nodded back, a silent understanding passing between us in that moment. The battle raged on relentlessly, with the moon casting its radiant glow upon the scene. What had begun in the early hours of the morning, as dawn painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, now continued under the serene light of the night. Amidst the tranquil sea, the clash of titans echoed like thunder, reverberating through the stillness of the night. Under the ethereal illumination of the moon, the confrontation between the two legendary figures unfolded like a mesmerizing dance of death. Each clash of their formidable powers left a lasting impact on the surroundings, forever altering the landscape in their wake. Despite the intensity of their battle, there was a strange beauty to their struggle, as if their conflict had transcended mere violence and transformed into a form of art. Remarkably, amidst the chaos of their clash, there was an unexpected harmony between the Marine ship and the infamous pirates anchored nearby. Despite their opposing allegiances, there was no hostility between the two sides. Instead, there existed a rare form of mutual respect, upheld by the unwavering determination of their respective leaders, who fought with a fierce desire to emerge victorious at any cost. A Marine captain on Garp's ship came running towards Rear Admiral Bogard, who was still immersed in the fight. "Rear Admiral Bogard, we have an emergency mission from HQ," the captain said, sweat dripping down his forehead. Intrigued, I quickly read the captain's thoughts, finding them amusing. Bogard noticed my reaction but ignored it, turning his attention to the Marine captain. "Haven't we already updated them regarding our clash with the Roger pirates? What could be more important than apprehending an overlord pirate crew from the New World? Spit it out, what are you not telling me?" Bogard's authority within Garp's ship was second only to Garp himself. Sometimes, he even refuted Garp's orders, earning immense fear and respect from everyone on the ship. "This. Bogard-san, we just received an update that Kaido has escaped. He sank 9 battleships and escaped from the prison fleet along with most of his crew. HQ wants us to pursue the enemy and capture them again if possible," the captain conveyed, sweating buckets under Bogard's gaze. As Bogard listened to the report, he unconsciously released his strength, crushing the steel railing he held onto. He now understood why I was laughing so hard. It was a rare sight to see Bogard visibly angry. He was usually as calm as a cucumber, maintaining a neutral expression in any situation. "Ross, shut up, this is not a laughing matter, despite how amusing it may be for you. And don't you dare say I told you so to either my face or to Garp-san later. Is that understood?" Bogard's frustration was evident. He knew I had a penchant for taunting them whenever my predictions came true, yet he couldn't scold me, as my warnings could have prevented the loss of 9 Marine battleships and the lives lost with them. I simply nodded, knowing that, despite my knowledge of such an event occurring, rubbing it in Bogart's face was not the right thing to do. I remained quiet, returning to the fight and letting Bogart deal with the issue. Tell HQ that we are occupied. We will currently be unable to assist them regarding the issue. Have them dispatch an admiral if they cannot wait. Let them know we had offered to escort the prisoner, but it was their decision to have us hand over the prisoner and pursue Roger. And now they want us to let go of Roger and pursue Kaido again. Ask them if they take us for fools. Ask them to go and shove that order up their own. Bogart's voice was full of frustration as he vented his anger. The Marine captain and a few other Marines around him dared not even breathe. The poor Marine captain was turning blue, holding his breath, unsure of what to do. If he relayed Bogart's message back to HQ, he was sure to face repercussions when he returned to Marineford from his superiors in the communication department. Bogart-san, let the poor guy go, will you? If he relays such a message, then I am sure they would transfer him to some remote corner of this world, burying him beneath paperwork. I intervened, sensing the tension in the air. I turned to the captain. Just let HQ know we will look into the matter immediately after we deal with the Roger pirates. Let them know that Garp-san is currently locked in combat with Roger, and if possible, ask them to dispatch reinforcements, preferably Zephyr-san or Sengoku-san, I instructed the captain, offering a solution to the situation. The captain, as if grabbing a lifeline, quickly ran into the ship to relay the message to HQ. Everyone within the ship knew I was Garp's apprentice, so despite my age, my words held great weight. As the fight entered its third day, the ferocity between Garp and Roger showed no signs of waning. Both fighters continued to clash neck to neck, their stamina and combat prowess seemingly endless. I marveled at their ability to maintain such a high level of intensity for 3 continuous days. Meanwhile, Bogart had noticeably calmed himself over this time, though the tension still lingered. Amidst the relentless battle, news from the outside world reached us. The first report detailed Kaido's daring escape. However, the narrative spun in the news leaned heavily on blaming the Marines for Kaido's freedom. It portrayed Kaido as an unstoppable force, almost glorifying his escape while condemning the Marines for their apparent negligence. The paper insinuated that a stronger Marine figure should have escorted Kaido alongside such a formidable pirate, questioning the judgment of the Marines. The second news item concerned the capture of Burndy World by the world government, a significant development that seemed to pale in comparison to the chaos unfolding between Garp and Roger. Yet, it added to the complexity of the situation, showcasing the intricate web of events unfolding in the world beyond our battlefield. As the clash between Garp and Roger reached its crescendo, the air crackled with anticipation. "You're pushing yourself too hard, Roger," Garp grunted, his voice strained with effort as he unleashed his mighty fist. Galaxy impact. Roger grinned, his eyes gleaming with determination. "And you're holding back, Garp," he retorted, meeting Garp's attack head-on with his own counterattack. Divine departure. The collision of their techniques sent shockwaves rippling through the air, shaking the very foundations of the island. Lightning danced across the sky, illuminating the fierce determination etched on both their faces. But then, a sudden jolt coursed through Roger's body, causing him to cough up blood. He stumbled for a moment, and in that split second, Garp's galaxy impact surged forward with renewed ferocity, slipping past Roger's defenses. Gritting his teeth, Roger managed to summon his armament Haki to defend against Garp's onslaught. But the force of Garp's punch was overwhelming, sending Roger hurtling towards the ground with bone-shattering force. With a thunderous impact, Roger was sent hurtling towards the ground, crashing into the mountain below. Rayleigh, who had been watching the battle with keen eyes, swiftly moved to Garp's side, his sword drawn in readiness to intervene, and stood between the two. But as the dust settled and the rubble cleared, Roger emerged from the wreckage, bloody but unbowed, his sword in hand. As Roger struggled to rise from the rubble, Rayleigh approached cautiously, concern etched in his features. "Are you all right, Roger?" he asked, his voice laced with a rare hint of worry. Roger chuckled weakly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "I've had worse," he replied, his gaze defiant despite the pain, and he shouted at Garp. But I'll be damned if I let you have all the fun, Garp. Rayleigh, ever watchful, turned around towards the marine hero, his sword drawn but his expression grave. Enough, Garp, he said firmly, his gaze flickering between the two titans. Rayleigh stood between them, his presence commanding attention. This fight is over, he declared firmly, his gaze unwavering. Garp nodded reluctantly, his fists unclenching as he took a step back. Fine, he conceded, casting one last glance at Roger. But don't think this is over, Roger. We'll settle this once you're back on your feet. It had been an hour since Rayleigh had put an end to the fight and escorted Roger back to the safety of Oro Jackson. Earlier, when I observed the worried expressions of the Roger pirates, it was clear they had never witnessed their captain in such a disadvantaged state. Despite Roger's desire to continue the fight, Rayleigh had forcefully taken him back to the ship. Even Garp had lost his urge to fight, sensing that something was wrong with his longtime rival. With Oro Jackson now out of sight, Garp was deep in thought, pondering over the events that had transpired. No one dared disturb him as he contemplated the unexpected turn of events. A week had passed since the intense clash with the Roger pirates, and Garp's mood remained somber. News of the Oro Jackson's departure from the New World waters towards the first half of the Grand Line reached him, indicating their likely destination to find Dr. Crocus near Reverse Mountain, where the Twin Cape Lighthouse stood. Chapter 35. Lost in his thoughts, Garp stared out at the horizon until my voice broke his reverie. Why didn't you continue the fight, Garp-san? I'm sure you could have pressed your advantage, I casually remarked from my position on the ship's rail. Garp's gaze returned to the sea, his expression unreadable. Rayleigh intervened. It wasn't wise to continue, and our forces were outmatched against the Roger pirates, he replied, keeping his true thoughts guarded. But that's not the real reason, is it, Garp-san? Roger is sick, and you know it. Yet you haven't relayed this message to headquarters, nor have you shared it with Bogard-san, I pressed, recognizing the deeper concerns beneath the surface. But our difference in combat strength was never an issue for you. I've seen you jump headfirst into battles, even when you were alone. There were so many times Bogard-san had to drag you back onto the ship after both you and Roger fell unconscious. I'm sure you could have handled the Dark King, I said with a smirk, needling Garp with my observations. Garp turned to me with a stern look, expecting an accusation. So what are you getting at, brat? Are you accusing me of letting Roger go? He asked, his tone edged with suspicion, ready to retaliate. Why would I do that, Garp-san? I just wonder why you spoke to Kong-san and had him increase Roger's bounty. I don't think he has done anything recently that warranted such an increase, I replied calmly, pulling out a new set of bounty posters issued at Garp's behest. It seemed that Garp was looking out for Roger in his own way, using the increased bounty as a deterrent against other pirates and giving Roger and his crew some breathing space, especially now that Garp knew Roger was sick. With a grunt, Garp took a copy of Roger's new bounty. The increase was significant, now standing at 2,886,900,000 belly, a full 500 million increase from his last bounty. In the current era, a pirate with a 2 billion belly bounty was considered an absolute overlord. Roger was now one of 3 pirates with more than 2 billion in bounty to their name, surpassing the other 2 competitors, the remnants of the Rocks pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, and Edward Newgate, aka Whitebeard. With this increase, Roger held the title of pirate with the highest bounty. Normally, such a bounty increase could only be approved by the world government, but somehow Garp had managed to secure it for Roger. So are we going to pursue the Roger pirates? And by the way, Garp-san, do you know Kaido's bounty has also increased? I couldn't help but curiously ask, eager for Garp's response. However, Garp had other ideas. Brat, it seems like I've been lenient with your training. You have so much time to blabber all this nonsense instead of practicing. Come, let me personally teach you, Garp said, turning towards where I was sitting. With a swift movement, he reached out and caught me by the collar of my shirt, lifting me up effortlessly. Despite my struggles, I couldn't escape Garp's firm grip. Resigned to my fate, I prepared myself for what followed, a grueling 2 weeks of hell, which Garp referred to as training. I endured it all until our marine ship returned to Marineford. In a remote port town nestled among the rugged seas of the New World, chaos reigned supreme as a ruthless pirate crew descended upon its unsuspecting inhabitants. The once peaceful streets now echoed with the sounds of terror and despair as the pirates unleashed their wrath upon the defenseless town. Amidst the chaos, a young woman with fear in her eyes huddled with her child in a dark alley, desperately trying to avoid the marauding pirates. "Shoo, my dear, stay quiet," she whispered to her children, her voice trembling with fear. "We must hide until the pirates pass." But her efforts were in vain as a group of pirates, their faces twisted with malice, stumbled upon them. Well, what do we have here?" One of the pirates sneered, his voice dripping with cruelty. "It looks like we've stumbled upon a little family reunion." The woman clutched her children tighter, her heart pounding in her chest as she braced herself for the worst. "Please, spare us," she begged, her voice barely above a whisper. "We have nothing of value, just let us go." But the pirate's laughter echoed off the walls of the alley as he advanced menacingly towards them. "Nothing of value, you say?" He scoffed, his eyes gleaming with greed. "I'll be the judge of that." As the pirate reached out to grab them, a sudden commotion erupted from the other end of the alley. A group of townsfolk, armed with whatever makeshift weapons they could find, emerged from the shadows, ready to defend their home. "Leave them alone, you filthy scum," one of the townsfolk shouted, brandishing a rusted sword. The pirate's expression darkened, his amusement turning to fury as he turned his attention to the would-be defenders. "Looks like we've got ourselves a little resistance, boys," he growled, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. "Let's show these fools what happens when they dare to defy us." With a blood-curdling roar, the pirates charged forward, their weapons raised high as they clashed with the brave townsfolk. Amidst the chaos, the young woman seized the opportunity to escape, clutching her children tightly as she fled into the night, the sounds of battle fading behind them. Just as she was about to escape the clutches of these pirates, an axe buried itself into the woman's back. 3 pirates stepped forward, mocking the woman, who had been planning to escape with the children. The young mother and her children found themselves cornered by the merciless pirates. Hope seemed to wane with each passing moment, but a glimmer of courage sparked within one of the children as she bravely brandished a stick, determined to protect their mother at all costs. Ignoring the child's brave defiance by kicking the child away, the pirates closed in on the terrified woman, their intentions dark and sinister. With cruel laughter and lecherous grins, they discussed her fate with callous disregard for her pleas. "She's a beauty, ain't she?" One pirate sneered, his gaze lingering on the woman with predatory hunger. "I reckon the captain would enjoy her company." His companion chuckled darkly, suggesting a more sinister fate. "Nah, she won't last long. Let's have fun and be done with it. A slit throat's quicker than a slow death." The mother's desperate pleas fell on deaf ears as the pirates advanced, their intentions clear. Desperation clawed at her heart as she urged her remaining child to flee, but the young one remained rooted to the spot, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clung to their mother. Suddenly, the alley was bathed in a spray of blood, shocking the pirate, who lay on top of the woman, into silence. 2 severed heads rolled at their feet, a gruesome testament to the arrival of an unexpected savior. A figure emerged from the shadows, towering over the scene with an imposing presence that seemed to command the very air around him. His name struck fear into the hearts of even the most hardened criminals, Whitebeard, the legendary pirate known as one of the most powerful men in the world. At around 40 years old, Whitebeard stood at an astonishing height, his massive frame dwarfing those around him. His broad shoulders seemed to carry the weight of countless battles, each scar on his withered skin a testament to his strength and resilience. Despite his appearance, there was an undeniable aura of vitality and power that radiated from him, as if he were a force of nature unto himself. Whitebeard's face was weathered and rugged, and his sharp and piercing eyes held the wisdom of a man who had seen it all, yet they also glinted with a fierce determination that refused to be extinguished. His attire reflected his status as a formidable pirate captain. He wore a long, flowing coat adorned with the Jolly Roger of his crew, the Whitebeard pirates, and his iconic pirate hat cast a shadow over his face, adding to his mystique. Across his broad chest, the scars of countless battles crisscrossed, each one a testament to his indomitable spirit. In his hands, Whitebeard wielded a fearsome weapon, a massive polearm adorned with intricate carvings and symbols of his authority. With each step, the ground seemed to tremble beneath his feet, a reminder of the raw power that he possessed. As he emerged from the darkness, his presence alone was enough to send shivers down the spines of the remaining pirates, who were now ravaging the town. In his arms, he cradled the child that had been kicked aside by the pirates earlier, his expression solemn as he gazed down at the innocent soul in his care. The child, wide-eyed and trembling, found solace in the safety of Whitebeard's embrace. Whitebeard! With a feeble attempt at defiance, the trembling pirate stuttered Whitebeard's name, but before he could muster any courage, justice was swift and unforgiving. Whitebeard's weapon cleaved through the darkness, delivering swift retribution and splitting the villainous pirate into two halves. Boom! Whitebeard planted his weapon on the ground, unleashing a seismic shockwave of Conqueror's Haki that radiated outward from him like a tsunami. The force was so immense that it stirred the very atmosphere, conjuring up ominous thunderstorm clouds overhead. Lightning crackled from Whitebeard's imposing figure as his Haki swept across the island town, rendering many of the rampaging pirates unconscious in its wake. The sudden eruption of Haoshiku brought the chaos to a temporary halt, leaving even the most hardened pirates stunned into silence. Those who remained standing trembled in fear, realizing they faced none other than Edward Newgate, the renowned overlord of the New World and the strongest man alive. Run for your lives, you bastards! It's Whitebeard! The enemy pirate captain, though defiant, knew better than to challenge such a formidable opponent and swiftly ordered a retreat. Whitebeard's fury was palpable as he bellowed commands, his voice carrying the weight of impending doom. Kill them! Kill them all! With a mighty swing of his arm, he focused his energy into a concentrated shockwave, forming a devastating sphere of power that he unleashed toward the anchored pirate fleet. In an instant, the massive ships splintered and shattered into pieces, consumed by the unstoppable force of Whitebeard's attack. And like a pride of hungry lions, the Whitebeard pirates descended upon the fleeing pirates, hunting them down mercilessly despite their desperate pleas for mercy. The skirmish was swift and decisive, as Whitebeard and his formidable crew systematically eradicated the pirate group from existence. However, despite the timely intervention and heroism displayed by the Whitebeard pirates, many among the townsfolk remained hesitant to approach them. The stigma associated with pirates lingered heavily, casting a shadow of fear over the grateful but wary populace. Despite this apprehension, two young children played fearlessly next to Whitebeard, who sat in a relaxed posture, indulging in a large vat of wine. Sitting next to Whitebeard was Odin, a formidable figure with a rugged yet noble appearance. His muscular frame exuded strength and determination, accentuated by his weathered features that bore the marks of countless battles and adventures. Odin, how about we stay on this island for some time? It would be good for your child, Whitebeard suggested, regarding Odin as a brother and respecting him for his strength and adventurous spirit. Odin's wife, Toki, had recently given birth to Momonosuke, so Whitebeard felt it would be better for Toki and the child to stay on land rather than in the open seas for the time being. Odin, already flushed with wine, nodded with gratitude towards his captain. He had recently been promoted to the 2nd Division commander, and he would always be grateful to Whitebeard for allowing him aboard his ship. Odin, are you not worried? It seems like that brat Kaido somehow escaped from Garp's clutches and has now nestled himself in Wano. Whitebeard couldn't help but express his concern, knowing well the ruthless nature of Kaido from their days under Rock's pirates. Chapter 36. It's alright, Whitebeard-san. I am sure Kaido wouldn't dare pull anything within Wano. Wano is a land of warriors, and if Kaido thinks he can control Wano by force, then he is a fool, Odin reassured, his confidence in the resilience of Wano evident. He didn't worry much about Kaido taking refuge in Wano, understanding that he didn't have the right to intervene as he was a pirate himself, having left Wano behind to fulfill his dreams. Well, in case you want to crush that brat, just let me know anytime. I will go to Wano and kick that brat and teach him not to mess with my brother. Whitebeard laughed heartily, offering Odin his assistance if needed regarding matters concerning Kaido. No, Whitebeard-san. Even if Kaido tries something in the future, I am more than capable of handling him. It wouldn't be in line with my samurai code if you fought my battle for me, Odin jovially declined Whitebeard's offer. He was a warrior at heart, committed to facing his own challenges without relying on others to solve his problems. While Whitebeard and Odin were discussing taking a short break on the island and matters relating to Wano, a commotion caught both of their attention. Whitebeard sent the little kids playing by his side back to their mother, who nodded gratefully and left the area. Noticing Marco, an subordinate under him and a member of the First Division he recently created, Whitebeard gestured for Marco to approach and explain the situation. Marco, what seems to be the commotion out there? Whitebeard gestured in a certain direction while taking a gulp of wine. Pops, it's an orphan kid. He says he wants to join our crew. Marco quickly briefed Whitebeard on the situation. An orphan kid was insisting on meeting Whitebeard directly to join their ship. Although many of the other division commanders had offered to take the kid under their wing, the child was adamant about meeting Whitebeard. Whitebeard had a soft spot for orphans. Most of the young ones in his crew were once orphans whom Whitebeard had taken under his wing and raised as his own sons. So, when Whitebeard heard that there was an orphan kid who wanted to join his crew, his curiosity was piqued. Come, Marco, let's go and see who the kid is. Maybe you'll have a new brother today. Whitebeard rose from his seat and walked in the direction where the orphan child was, followed by Odin. As Whitebeard and Odin approached the commotion, they were met with a scene that stirred something deep within them. Amidst the chaos stood a seemingly orphan child, his eyes filled with determination and longing. The child's gaze met Whitebeard's, and there was an unspoken plea in his eyes. With a gesture from Whitebeard, the crew parted, and a small figure emerged from the crowd, its tiny frame barely noticeable against the backdrop of towering buildings and bulky pirates. The child, with dirt-streaked cheeks and torn clothes, approached the legendary Whitebeard with a mixture of trepidation and desperation. With each step, the child's determination seemed to waver, but an inner resolve kept pushing him forward. Please, sir. Please let me join your crew. The child's voice was barely a whisper, choked with emotion as tears streamed down his cheeks. He fell to his knees, his hands clasped in a plea for acceptance. Whitebeard regarded the child with a mix of curiosity and wariness. He sensed something unusual about this seemingly ordinary orphan, something that tugged at the edges of his intuition. But beneath the gruff exterior of the feared pirate captain lay a heart of compassion, a soft spot for those in need. Why do you wish to join my crew, child? Whitebeard's voice rumbled like distant thunder, his piercing gaze fixed on the trembling figure before him. The child's eyes brimmed with tears as he struggled to find the words. I have nowhere else to go. My parents are gone, and I have no family left. Please, sir. I want to be strong like you. I want a family. Whitebeard's expression softened at the child's earnest plea, but still, he hesitated. There was an unspoken weight to this encounter, a sense of destiny unfolding before his eyes. And what is your name, child? Whitebeard's voice was gentle now, a stark contrast to his fearsome reputation. The child took a deep breath, steeling himself for the revelation. My name is Marshall D. Teach. Are you sure that's the ship we need to target? A man pointed out a ship that was sailing calmly under the night sky. A pirate ship was stealthily following a world government vessel, engaged in a risky endeavor. However, this mission wasn't undertaken without reason. A new underworld power in North Blue was offering a hefty reward of 20 million belly for every child rescued and delivered to the Donquxote family in North Blue. The Donquxote family had recently emerged as a dominant force in the North Blue, thanks to their revolutionary weaponry. Their influence was spreading across the seas, with their arms trade expanding into the Grand Line. Many kingdoms sought out their weapons, paying a premium for their quality. These pirates had been approached by a member of the Donquxote family to rescue children from a specific ship. This ship was transporting children destined to become child soldiers for the world government. While the task seemed reckless, the promise of a substantial reward outweighed the risks. The Donquxote family had provided precise details about the target vessel, raising questions about how a mafia family acquired information about a world government operation. Nonetheless, for these pirates, money spoke louder than questions of morality or legality in this unforgiving world. Yes, that's the one mentioned. But Captain, why don't we just capture some random kids and then send them to the Donquxote family? A crewmate questioned his captain regarding switching the children. After all, the Donquxote family had offered a staggering 20 million belly for each rescued child. As long as they captured a random 100 children and handed them over, they could earn a total of 2 billion belly, a fortune in the current era. Smack! The captain quickly smacked his subordinate hard across the head, causing him to sprawl on the deck. Are you a moron? Do you think the Donquxote family would have shared such specific details if they didn't know what the ship was carrying? For all we know, they are looking for a specific child among the bunch. And what if we couldn't deliver the right child from among the bunch? Then all our effort would go down the drain. The captain knew the risks that accompanied this near-suicidal mission. However, he and his crew needed money, and the Donquxote family's offer came at the right time. They were prepared for the next phase of their journey, the New World. They weren't planning to kill the world government agents aboard the ship, if possible, but rather to grab all the children and escape. Meanwhile, in North Blue, Doflamingo was eagerly awaiting an update regarding a certain matter they had assigned to another pirate crew. He was seated cross-legged, while Diamante sat opposite him, both staring at the transponder snail placed on the small table in front of them. Diamante had no idea why Doflamingo was paying so much attention to this particular matter. They had taken absolute care to ensure that their involvement was not disclosed. Doflamingo had even avoided using the underworld channels to contact the pirate crew assigned to this mission. Doffy, tell me, did Ross tell you something special about this particular world government transport? There are so many world government ships that transfer child soldiers to the Grand Line, so why target this one in particular? We had to shell out so much money to bribe the officers to get you the details you were looking for, Doffy. Diamante couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. Recently, Doflamingo had been bribing Marine and world government officials in charge of child soldiers within Paradise left and right, and almost after 3 months, Doflamingo declared that he wanted to rescue all the children on this one particular ship without disclosing their involvement. Tell me, Diamante, what's the rarest resource in this damned world? Doflamingo looked at Diamante and questioned him with a smile. Diamante was confused. How was he supposed to answer such a vague question without knowing Doflamingo's train of thought? So, he simply shook his head. Talent, Diamante, talent. In this world where might makes right, talent and potential are the rarest resources, and my brother has given us a chance to acquire one of the apex talents in this world, Doflamingo said with delight evident in his voice. As Doflamingo grew and learned about how this world works, he started realizing the true worth of the information that Rosinante shared with him. When Ross shared that they had a chance to get their hands on a child who would be hailed as the greatest genius in the past 8 centuries and who had yet to give his loyalty to the world government, Doflamingo immediately wanted to bring the kid under the Donquxote family. Doflamingo was already sure that his brother had some kind of prophetic ability and was able to peek into the future, or maybe get a glance at it. If not, there was no way Ross could give him such information. So, he wanted to guard his brother's secret even more now. He had already buried this secret deep in his heart and was resolved to take it to his grave if need be. Diamante was taken aback by the sudden revelation, a genius never before seen in the past 8 centuries. How did Doflamingo even come up with such a conclusion? But the way Doflamingo was handling the situation, Diamante could feel that what Doflamingo said might have some truth in it. He now felt more and more sure that following Doflamingo was the right choice. Originally a teen who couldn't survive the horrors of the New World, he retreated back to the safety of North Blue and became part of a criminal gang, but now he has a chance under Doflamingo. He could soon enough step into the New World and grow to be a powerhouse one day. But Doffy, I understand the need for all this secrecy, but haven't you left this task to a pirate group? What if they choose to betray us later and disclose that it was our family that targeted the world government ship? And such a genius, do you think that the world government will not pursue? Diamante couldn't help but ask in confusion because the pirates assigned to the task were a loophole. Ha ha ha, Diamante, do you think I would make such an amateur mistake? Those bastards think that I do not know they were the ones who attacked one of our weapon shipments in paradise. We will simply eradicate them after they hand over the children. As for the world government, they still do not know the true talent of this kid yet, so I am guessing they wouldn't really care much about a single shipment. And even if they want to target someone, they will only go in circles, Doflamingo said with a cruel smirk on his face. His expression really did not match his young demeanor. It was as if Doflamingo had been possessed by the devil itself. Just then, the transponder snail on the table started ringing. With Doflamingo's permission, Diamante picked up the call and had a brief conversation with the other side before disconnecting. Doffy, it seems like those pirates came through. They have the children, but the ship had close to 6 children. Are you sure that you want to take everyone in? All these children are under 3 years old. We will turn ourselves into a little orphanage at this rate, Doffy, Diamante couldn't help but ask. Despite being cruel to the bone, Doflamingo cared for his family and had a strange habit of caring for the abandoned ones who had the will to strive and survive in this cruel world, taking them under the Donquxote family's wing. Originally, the Donquxote family had only 6 members in total, but now it was one huge family, although the inner circle was the only one Doflamingo truly cared for. The inner circle already had more than a dozen people. Chapter 37. Well, it's fate that these children were on the same ship as the one we were looking for. In the future, we will need quite a few loyal hands to take care of our family, so let's raise these children. I am sure at least a few decent ones will come out of the remaining children. Have Giala take care of the children like our own family and groom them once they are here. And Diamante, once we get the children, I want you to dispose of every last pirate, but make sure to find out what happened to our shipment before you kill them off. Doflamingo crossed his fingers and passed his commands, then started making plans on how he should groom these children, who would very well become part of the inner circle. Understood, Doffy. Rest assured, I will take care of everything, Diamante assured, putting down the transponder snail and dispersing like a murder of crows. Doflamingo couldn't help but smirk at the way Diamante was showing off his Logia power of the soot fruit. As Doflamingo contemplated the situation with the children and the future of their family, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to his brother, Rosinante. Ros had been away from the family for almost 3 years now, embarking on his own journey for reasons that only he fully understood. Although they kept in touch through the transponder snail from time to time, Doflamingo couldn't help but sigh when thinking about how much his brother was doing for the family, even in his absence. With a sense of frustration and determination, Doflamingo clenched his fist. If only he had the strength, then his brother wouldn't have to struggle so much for their future. He felt a deep sense of responsibility as the elder brother, a desire to protect and support Ross in any way he could. It pained him to see his brother facing challenges alone, but it also fueled his resolve to become stronger himself. Standing up from his seat, Doflamingo made his way to the training grounds. He needed to push himself further in mastering Haki, honing his skills and abilities so that he wouldn't be an embarrassment when his brother returned in the future. With each step, he reaffirmed his commitment to his family and his determination to ensure their success and prosperity, no matter the obstacles they faced in the future. It had been almost 3 years since I joined the Marines to train under Garp, and those years had been incredibly rewarding for me. My experiences in the New World had accelerated my growth to an alarming level. Currently, I found myself enthusiastically punching a decommissioned battleship during training, fully immersed in the physical exertion. Accompanying me in this training session was Virgo, who had seamlessly integrated himself into the Marines since joining. Under Zephyr's tutelage, Virgo had shown steady growth and improvement. Despite our familial connection, we maintained the facade that I only knew him as Zephyr's adopted son. So that's where you guys were. You sure are diligent, Corazon casually remarked as he strolled into our training area. It was a restricted section of the shipyard, accessible only to Garp and a select few of his confidants. Despite the decommissioned status of the ships, they still held value for the Marines due to the sea stone lining underneath most of them, making it an essential resource ground. Corazon had been undergoing rigorous training under Zephyr at Garp's recommendation and had recently achieved the rank of Commodore, a remarkable feat accomplished in record time. I paused my punching routine to acknowledge the future Admiral's presence. Corazon-san, congratulations on your promotion. It seems you're the youngest Commodore in Marine history, I quipped, teasing him lightly. Look who's speaking, a 12-year-old commander, Corazon retorted with a smirk. I think you hold the record for the youngest Marine officer. Even Zephyr-san and your friend Virgo here joined the Marines at a more mature age, but here you are, already a high-ranking officer. Corazon's jest reminded me of my recent promotion by the Elders, following their request to nurture me within the Marines. Along with the promotion came a rare gift, a crystal Logia fruit from the Elders' collection. It was one of the most powerful Logia types, akin to the magma and glitter fruits. I couldn't decide whether to praise the Elders for their generosity or laugh at their unwitting contribution to empowering their future adversaries. Virgo, standing by my side, acknowledged Corazon's presence with a respectful bow, to which Corazon responded with a curt nod. I couldn't help but admire how well Virgo had assimilated into his role. He was grooming himself to be the epitome of a Marine, and many within Marineford had already taken notice of Zephyr's son, believing him to be a future powerhouse of the Marines, much like his father. Seriously, looking at you guys working so hard at such a young age makes me feel ashamed, Corazon remarked with a hint of jest. Despite occasional differences in opinions between us, Corazon and I shared a warm friendship. He appreciated my candidness, even if it sometimes challenged the Marine hierarchy. He understood that my intentions were rooted in truth, and he aimed to shape himself to challenge the status quo within the Marines. So, tell me, Corazon-san, what brought you here? I remember Garp-sensei mentioning a meeting for all high-ranking officers, commodores, and above. Has the meeting already concluded? I inquired. There hadn't been any major change in the past few months within New World since Roger's departure following his clash with Garp. However, just a day prior, Marine intelligence confirmed that the Roger pirates were en route to the New World again. An emergency meeting was called to intercept them before they could enter. Garp proposed a plan to trap Roger in the Sabaody archipelago before they could venture further into the New World. Corazon gestured for me to follow him, and I realized he wanted to discuss a sensitive topic away from Virgo's presence. Hastily gathering my things, I bid Virgo farewell and trailed after Corazon toward the headquarters. The new HQ was an absolute marvel. It had been fully remodeled into a formidable war fortress. After the devastating attack by the Bloodskull pirates, Kong spared no expense in fortifying the entire island of Marineford. Now, any pirate would think twice before even venturing close to the waters surrounding Marine HQ. So, tell me, Corazon-san, what is it that you couldn't share in the presence of Virgo? I'm sure he'll get wind of it from his father soon enough, I mentioned, acknowledging Virgo's special status within Marineford. Well, the meeting ended abruptly. Corazon began, his expression darkening at the mention of celestial dragons. Garp-san wanted to confront Roger before he entered the New World again, but orders from higher-ups came through, forbidding any engagement with the Roger pirates near Sabaody, especially now that a celestial dragon is planning to visit the island. Ah, so Garp-san and the fleet admiral had another argument? I interjected, eyebrows raised in surprise. Yes, exactly, Corazon confirmed. With the world nobles and Roger pirates converging on Sabaody, Kong-san doesn't want to take any chances. He wants both Sengoku-san and Garp-san taking point. But how did Garp-sensei agree to such a request? You wouldn't have come to me if he hadn't agreed, I pressed, curious about Garp's acquiescence to the mission despite his disdain for the world nobles. Oh, that was simple, Corazon replied. Kong-san threatened Garp-sensei with canceling his vacation for the next 3 years and freezing his snack budget indefinitely if he didn't agree to the mission. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Threatening Garp's snack benefits was indeed a surefire way to ensure his compliance. But then Garp-san came up with a compromise, Corazon continued. He suggested that we take over the mission of escorting the world nobles, and he would only intervene if the Roger pirates attacked. Otherwise, He'll remain at Marine Base in Grove 66 until the world nobles return to their abode. It was a typical Garp compromise, finding a way to fulfill his duty while still maintaining his principles. So, Garp-san made us the scapegoats, huh? I couldn't help but chuckle at the so-called compromise. Garp-san becomes really smart when it comes to dealing with world nobles, trying to find some sort of loophole to avoid interacting with them. So when are we to leave, Kuzan-san? I'm sure you're looking forward to your meeting with the world nobles. I couldn't help but tease Kuzan. Like Garp, Kuzan, who was the apprentice of Garp, had a similar dislike for world nobles, and having to play escort to them was more like an insult to him. Well, we need to leave in 3 days. The world nobles will be leaving for Sabati in a week from now. Kuzan shared the schedule for our upcoming escort mission. Since joining the Marines, this was my first time joining a mission related to world nobles. Because my direct superior, Garp, would always find some sort of reason to redirect such missions. The next day, early in the morning, I was at the elite training camp. I had a habit of using the facilities because they were top-notch, and one couldn't expect such luxury in training equipment while out on the sea. So, I was making full use of these resources while I was in Marineford. The clang of the weights echoed through the elite training camp as I pushed through yet another rep, the heavy barbell loaded with an unthinkable amount of weight. Beads of sweat dripped from my forehead, glistening like pearls under the harsh lights of the gym. Despite the early hour, a few other elite recruits had gathered around, their eyes wide with a mix of awe, shock, and perhaps a hint of fear. Virgo, usually composed and stoic, couldn't hide his astonishment as he watched me effortlessly lift the massive weight. His expression spoke volumes, a silent acknowledgement of the monstrous stamina and strength I possessed. With each repetition, I pushed myself further, my muscles burning with exertion but refusing to yield. As most of the elite recruits had vacated, the gym now had only a few individuals scattered around, each engrossed in their own training routines. Admiral Zephyr approached where I was pushing myself to carry out a few more reps, patiently waiting by the side as I pushed my limits. It took another 5 minutes before I finally set the bar back in a safe position, slowly sitting up amidst my drenched state. I was soaked head to toe, resembling someone who had just emerged from a swim rather than a weightlifting session. After taking a few deep breaths and steadying myself, I stood up to greet the Marine Admiral standing before me. Despite any disagreements I may have had with Zephyr's idealistic approach of treating all lives as equal and refraining from killing pirates, I couldn't deny my respect for the man's strength and unwavering principles. In the canon, he continued to uphold his beliefs even after the loss of his family, a testament to his unyielding resolve. I couldn't help but wonder if I would possess such steadfastness if faced with a similar tragedy. Zephyr-san, I acknowledged with a respectful bow, showing my admiration for his leadership and dedication to his ideals. Ross, you're destined to become a pillar of the Marines in the future. I wish I had discovered you before Garp did. He never ceases to boast about you, Zephyr remarked with genuine admiration. Initially, I was puzzled as to why Garp, who was staunchly against taking disciples, accepted you under his wing, especially considering he had just taken Kazan as his apprentice not long before. But now I understand why. I wouldn't mind giving up an arm to have an apprentice like you. Zephyr's praise was effusive, especially after witnessing the full extent of my talents. He couldn't help but commend me, having never seen anyone endure Garp's tutelage for so long at such a young age. Even Kazan, at times, would grumble about the harshness of Garp's training. According to Garp himself, I could handle anything he threw at me, adapting to the grueling regimen instead of complaining. Chapter 38. As Zephyr observed Ross, he couldn't help but recall Garp's words about the young Marine in front of him. Ross is a child of focus, commitment, and sheer will. It's something many people know very little about, echoed in his mind. The weight of those words settled on him, emphasizing the exceptional nature of Ross's character. To endure Garp's rigorous training regime at such a tender age required a level of determination and resilience that few possessed. It was a testament to Ross's extraordinary potential and his capacity to become a formidable asset to the Marines. Zephyr-san, you exaggerate, I deflected humbly, unwilling to accept too much praise. I still have quite a way to go, and I've heard rumors around Marineford of a certain young Marine recruit who might be able to match my talent. Isn't that right, Zephyr-san? Redirecting the conversation toward Virgo, I couldn't help but acknowledge the remarkable progress of Zephyr's adopted son. Since the attack on Marineford, Virgo has earned a special place in Zephyr's heart, his loyalty and bravery shining through. Despite not possessing the same monstrous talent as myself, Virgo's potential to become a Marine Admiral was undeniable. Learning that Virgo had consumed a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit only heightened expectations, with both Zephyr and Kong eagerly anticipating Virgo's growth into a future Marine powerhouse. Zephyr-san, I need your advice on resistance training, I requested, getting straight to the point, knowing Zephyr appreciated efficiency over ceremony. Zephyr raised his brow at the mention of resistance training, a specialized regimen tailored for devil fruit users. The drawback of consuming a devil fruit was well known. It rendered one powerless in the sea, turning them into a landlubber vulnerable to the sea's influence and the restraining power of sea stone. Ross, as far as I'm aware, you're not a devil fruit user. Why do you want to know about this advanced training method? Zephyr inquired, intrigued by my interest in the subject. Ah, Zephyr-san, I recently came across a rare Logia fruit, I began, offering a partial truth. I'm considering consuming it, but I want to weigh the disadvantages against the advantages. Garp-sensei mentioned resistance training, so I thought I should learn more about it before making a decision. While this was indeed part of my motivation, my true intent was to acquire the knowledge to protect my family. With more members of the Donquxote family's inner circle becoming devil fruit users, mitigating their vulnerability to sea stone became paramount. I still vividly remember the event in canon where Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, became a sitting duck after being shackled by sea stone cuffs. So I have already made up my mind. Until I find a devil fruit that truly suits me, I'm content with becoming an apex powerhouse, relying on my Haki and swordsmanship. By sharing my concerns and objectives, I hope to glean valuable insights from Zephyr-san to safeguard my family in the future. A Logia devil fruit, you say? Well, as long as one doesn't overly rely on devil fruits and simultaneously hones their Haki prowess, the addition of the devil fruit can be advantageous. But honestly, only a select few can truly master both of these powers to the extreme simultaneously, especially considering a Logia devil fruit. Its awakening will be a huge task in itself. However, I'm sure with your talent, you should be able to achieve what many others fail to do, reach the apex in both Haki and devil fruit abilities. Zephyr gave his honest opinion regarding whether I should opt for a devil fruit. He continued, and yes, I forgot that you also train in swordsmanship, right? Well, if you want my advice, then I would suggest first considering whether you can handle training in all these aspects to the extreme. Being mediocre in one of these aspects will be of no use to you in the future, especially when facing apex powerhouses. I'm sure you've heard the famous saying, one should fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. Similarly, unless you are confident you can hone all three skills to the extreme, don't pick a devil fruit. Zephyr's words were insightful, reminding me of the importance of mastery in each aspect of combat. It was a decision that required careful consideration, as each path carried its own challenges and rewards. I understand, Zephyr-san. So, can you please teach me about the resistance training so that I can make a decision after getting all the facts straight? I asked, bringing Zephyr back to the topic that I really wanted answers on. The man before me had a tendency to delve deep into his teachings, and while I appreciated his insights, I couldn't afford to spend too much time learning things I had already covered with Garp. Oh, yes, resistance training. Fine, I will help you with the training. I know that Garp has been assigned to the Sabbaty mission. How about you find me once you return to Marineford after you complete that mission? I will ask Garp to leave you under my care for a few months while I train you. Zephyr quickly made a decision to train me in the aspects that I was still lacking after I returned from the Sabbaty mission. 2 days later, as Garp's ship set sail for Sabbaty, I stood on the deck, watching as Marineford disappeared into the horizon. Corazon had joined us for this mission, standing by my side as we prepared for the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, Admiral Sengoku's ship departed for Marigios, where he would be escorting the world nobles 3 days later. The tension in Marineford was palpable as preparations were made for the high-stakes mission, especially now that the Roger pirates were rumored to be heading to Sabati around the same time. Say, Ross, do you think the Roger pirates will cause some sort of commotion? Kuzan's voice cut through the air, reflecting the unease that many felt at the thought of Roger and his notorious crew returning to the New World. Despite Roger's current status as one of the overlords of the New World, alongside Whitebeard and Shiki, the world government held a special interest in Roger and his crew. Their history, including their involvement in taking down the legendary Rocks pirates, made them a constant source of concern for the authorities. Kuzan-san, I don't think the Roger pirates will cause as much commotion as you think, I replied, contemplating the situation. If you ask me, this whole mission is a farce. Do you really believe the Roger pirates have no better work than causing trouble at Sabati, especially when they're eager to return to the New World? I knew for a fact that Roger, aware of his illness, dreamed of circumnavigating the world and was currently on the hunt for clues regarding the remaining poneglyphs. With such a monumental goal driving him, it seemed unlikely that he would divert his attention from his main objective to interfere with the world nobles' affairs at Sabati. Kuzan-san, you should be much more concerned about how you'll handle being around the world nobles. Your entire belief in your so-called justice will be challenged when you're in the presence of the celestial dragons, and you might find yourself having to grovel before them. Are you prepared for that? I knew Kazan disliked it when I brought up such topics. He was still not a man who believed in acquiescing to unjust authority. Ross, you speak as if you know what true justice means, Kazan replied, his curiosity evident. Despite knowing each other for more than 3 years, he still struggled to understand the depths of my character. There was something about me that made him feel as though I had experienced more than a typical 12-year-old. It's just a gentle reminder, Kuzan-san. I don't want to see you stripped of your rank just because you couldn't keep your cool. And as for your question, there's nothing called true justice in this world, it's merely an illusion. As long as you're the winner, what you say is considered justice. However, that's just my opinion. I spoke from a perspective shaped by experiences in a different world, where even in a purportedly democratic society, justice often seemed like a facade. You need to be aware that both Garp-sensei and Bogard-san are going to just settle down at Grove 66 and leave all the matters regarding the celestial dragons to us. I couldn't help but say jovially while I eyed Garp, who was pretending to be asleep and eavesdropping on our conversation. After a short trip from Marineford, our ship neared the destination, Sabati Archipelago, a group of islands located near the entrance to the New World in the One Piece world. It serves as a major hub for pirates, traders, and travelers. The archipelago is characterized by its unique bubble-like trees called banshee, which are crucial for coating ships to enable them to travel to Fishman Island. The islands are numbered in groves from 1 to 80, each with its own distinct features and functions. As the marine warship docked near Grove 66, Garp immediately ran off onto the base, probably to sleep, leaving all the duties to myself and Kazan. Grove 66 is known for its marine base and is where marine ships often dock. Sabati is truly a bustling island filled with markets, shops, and entertainment venues catering to the diverse population of pirates, traders, and marines. However, it can also be a dangerous place, with clashes between different factions and threats from powerful pirate crews. Just a few minutes after I landed on Grove 66, I opened an exquisite-looking box, with Kazan by my side eyeing me curiously. Ross, you might be the only one in the Marines who would openly showcase your pirate family's products. Such an ingenious marketing strategy, Kazan remarked, his gaze fixed on an exquisite-looking sniper rifle in my hand. The weapon looked quite powerful. Kazan-san, that's slander. My family has yet to involve themselves in piracy. We are honest merchants, we just trade with all parties, I declared without shame, though the word yet seemed to catch Kazan's attention. However, he didn't press further. As Ross said, the current Donquxote family, despite most of them having bounties on their heads, primarily engaged in underground deals and handled complaints with bribes. Only in North Blue did they wield a bit of strength at sea. Is this an upgrade from the previous models? Corazon couldn't help but ask. This wasn't the first time Ross had introduced such novel weapons, and his unique marketing approach had attracted various parties to approach the Donquxote family for deals. Even the Marine bases in North Blue had engaged in business dealings with the Donquxote family. Sigh, I am not even sure why Garp-san lets you do all these things, keeping in touch with pirates, testing illegal weapons. You should keep in mind, Ross, you are a Marine commander, Corazon berated me. He felt that my connection with my family was influencing me to be nonchalant about the Marines and what they stand for. Poor fellow, little did he know that I was responsible for my family's monstrous growth in just 3 years. Back in canon, the best Doffy achieved in 3 years might have been burning a few towns for having a crooked path. In canon, Doffy was a nobody at 15. But now, in this life, because of me, Doffy could already be considered a big shot in North Blue, especially with his new bounty recently updated at 64 million belly. The Donquxote family was now a giant in weapons manufacturing. Ross, I am curious, aren't you worried about your family's involvement in the underworld being exposed? I know that most deals in the underworld happen anonymously to keep each party's identity a secret, Corazon inquired, intrigued by this particular point. He was well aware that the underworld operated on a principle of absolute secrecy, and all connections were shrouded in mystery. Ironically, this was mostly to avoid catching the Marines' attention, as some agreements were sometimes common knowledge within the underworld. Furthermore, to ensure the anonymity of the participants, it was customary to use aliases. Chapter 39. So what, Corazon-san, do you think the world government is not aware of such actions? Or do you think the Marines are so noble that they don't involve themselves in shady deals? No, Corazon-san, according to me, the biggest profiteers out of the underworld dealings would be the world government itself. Otherwise, why do you think they allow such a huge network to flourish? And like I said earlier, my family are just businessmen, we deal with all parties, we don't discriminate. I simply stated the truth of the matter, as I knew much more about the underworld than Corazon did. Even if the world knew that my family was involved in shady deals, no one could do anything about it. As long as our actions do not directly affect the interests of the world government, we can grow unimpeded. Currently, we only lack strength, which is why I have been honing myself so that I can return to my family once I am confident enough to clash against any kind of adversary. I saw Corazon's face turn ugly when I exposed the sick truth about the world government and the Marines, and he did not like it one bit, but he simply gritted his teeth because he knew what I said to be true. Corazon-san, I am going to the lawless area to hunt some criminals. See you later, I said, picking up my things and quickly moving towards the lawless area. I made my way towards the selected destination, Grove 12. This area was infested with pirates and slavers, and there was even a huge warning sign against Marines here. Despite the sign, I simply strode into the lawless area, still garbed in my Marine officer's uniform, with just Sandai Katetsu and the case holding the new rifle. As I entered the grove, many of the pirates eyed me dangerously, and some had already started moving to intercept me, thinking that the young Marine was an easy pick. Just as I continued probing my surroundings with observation Haki, suddenly a group of over a dozen pirates blocked my way while brandishing weapons. Hee hee, look what we have here, boys. A lost lamb. It seems like the kid must have stolen the Marine officer's uniform, the man in the lead chuckled, reaching out to grab my Marine coat as he spoke. Say, little bastard, did you take this from your father? Would he pay to retrieve you back, or do you think it's better to sell you to the slaves? The man asked menacingly. However, my next action left the group bewildered. Instead of panicking or showing any sort of reaction, I simply pulled out a thick stack of bounties and started flipping through them. The man in the lead's face turned ugly as I casually went through the bounty posters. Suddenly, with anger brimming, he reached forward and grabbed at me. However, the next instant, what they expected did not happen. An arm flew into the air under everyone's astonished gazes. The pirates, who were experienced veterans of the New World, quickly moved away, realizing the situation after seeing how easily I cut off the pirate's arm. They chose caution because such a young elite wouldn't be without backup. Ah! The man whose arm I had just chopped off was now rolling on the ground in front of me in pain, while his companion stood frozen in fear. I continued to casually flip through the bounty posters, none of them having any idea of what exactly transpired. One moment their leader tried to threaten a young teen, and the next moment he was rolling on the ground with one arm less. Ah, there you are. TSK, TSK, a mere 30 million bounty on your head, and you still have the audacity to venture into the new world. I finally found the bounty poster that I was looking for. The man, now crying and crippled in front of me, was just a small-time pirate who thought he could survive the seas of the New World just because he made it through the first half of the Grand Line safely. How naive of him! People like these were a dime a dozen, and they wouldn't even last a week within the New World. While the situation unfolded, the surrounding pirates had varied reactions. Many of the veterans chose caution. Although they believed in their strength, they were not foolish enough to target a marine who might be specially groomed to become an elite. Targeting someone like that without proper backing and strength was like a one-way ticket to hell. Sigh, I simply got excited thinking that you were some kind of big shot after looking at your entry. I unsheathed Kitetsu again, this time I directly went for the kill. With a few clean strokes, my blade danced like silver lightning, and before they could react, the dozen pirates that had blocked my way now lay dead in front of me. After flicking my blade, I sheathed it while observing my surroundings again. I could detect varied emotions from the surrounding pirates, but there was one emotion and youth that caught my attention. A teen who appeared to be around 15 or 16 stood among them. As I observed the teen among the surrounding pirates, it became clear that he was no ordinary youth. His presence exuded an aura of confidence and skill beyond his years. Tall and lean, he stood with a graceful posture that hinted at years of disciplined training. Despite his youthful appearance, there was a maturity in his gaze that belied his age. His eyes, a piercing shade of ember, held a calm intensity that seemed to pierce through the chaos around him. Every movement he made was calculated and precise, displaying a level of control and mastery that was rare to see in someone so young. He was dressed in simple yet elegant attire, with a long black coat that billowed slightly in the breeze. At his side hung a formidable-looking sword. The infamous Yoru, which had yet to blacken, had a gleaming blade as a testament to the skill of its wielder. I could feel Kitetsu slightly tremble in my arms, as if having met a worthy challenger. Even among the seasoned pirates surrounding him, he stood out as a force to be reckoned with. There was an air of mystery about him, as if he held secrets and untold stories beneath the surface. Despite his stoic demeanor, there was a fire burning within him, a determination to carve out his own path in the world of pirates and warriors. In that moment, as our eyes met briefly before I turned away, I couldn't help but feel a sense of recognition. There was something about him that seemed familiar, as if I had crossed paths with him before in another life. But for now, he remained an enigmatic figure amidst the chaos of Sabati Island, a teenage Dracula Mihawk in the making. I did not probe further and severed the head of the pirate with the bounty before leaving to find a good spot to test my new weapon. Bang! Another pirate's head popped as I crossed out yet another pirate's bounty poster. With the superior range of my rifle, unless one had observation Haki, there was no way a pirate could detect the incoming deadly projectile. Currently perched atop a tower in Grove 13, I picked out pirates who had left too much bloodshed in their wake. Such scum were too extreme even for my standards, so why not earn some good karma while I was at it? Well, let's see, that's the easiest 100 million I've ever made, I thought to myself. The lawless area was a haven for pirates, so it did not have a shortage of targets for me to hunt. Even within the Marines, if we could eliminate a pirate, the bounty could be reclaimed. Unlike others who could claim the total bounty amount, Marines could only receive 30% of the listed bounty. I had already been out on the hunt for more than 4 hours now, and with my extreme observation Haki, it was easy to pick out targets who could be easily killed. I even carried seastone bullets to eliminate pirates known to possess devil fruits. These kinds were rare, and I was only able to encounter one devil fruit user, a Zoan type. However, the bullet I fired was coated with Haki and made of seastone. The pirate, overly reliant on his devil fruit, fell with a single shot through the skull, instantly killing him. As I was scouting for my next target, I felt a very discreet sweep of observation Haki pass through my location. If not for my high sensitivity, I would have easily missed it. Curious about the source of the probe, I searched for a few moments until I pinpointed its location. Instantly, I recognized the building from which the observation Haki had originated. A smile unknowingly formed on my face. The Haki user was quite skilled, as their ability to mask their presence after a quick probe was exceptional. I quickly packed my things and descended the tower. After a few minutes, I was standing in front of the infamous Shaki's rip-off bar. I casually entered the bar, noting its posh atmosphere contrasting with the rowdy area outside. Despite its upscale appearance, there weren't many customers, just two who were already sloshed enough. I was sure these two guys were going to suffer once they saw the bill. Using a light probe, I understood that they were planning to leave without paying because they only saw a single bartender lady behind the counter. I couldn't help but inwardly sigh and chuckle at their fate. Finally, I laid my eyes upon the former Empress of Amazon Lily and also the ex-captain of the Kuja pirates, a pirate who was personally chased by the marine hero until she quit piracy and started this bar. Not everyone can boast such an achievement. She was also known for being the hub of information exchange. Boy, haven't your elders taught you that staring at a lady for so long is considered rude? Shikuyaku, who was wearing a pink sleeveless top and a black jean while smoking a thin cigarette, casually questioned me, but I could detect a hint of curiosity hidden within her eyes. Miss, it is considered rude to probe someone using your observation Haki, especially while masking your own presence. Some might think that you're planning something nefarious against a child like me, I taunted back. Maybe she already knows about me and was just wanting to know more. Her brows raised in surprise when she realized that her discreet probe had been detected, and her curiosity only deepened. Haha, I like you already, kid. Garp sure did find a little monster. I am not sure how far you will grow in the future. Quite a few parties are interested in you. She exhaled the smoke away from me and snubbed the cigarette while pouring a glass of what seemed like orange juice and pushed it over to me while pouring a glass of scotch for herself and directed me to take a seat. It was my turn to be surprised by the news Shaki shared. I did not realize that there were parties interested in me. This was as good a time and place as any to collect information, so I casually sat at the offered place. Do I need to pay? I am not sure I can afford a drink at your place otherwise, I jested, knowing well that even if she wanted me to pay, I could afford it. Haha, child, I am sure you can afford it, but no, not this time. This one's on me as a token of apology for rudely probing you earlier. I was just curious about who would be so bold as to hunt pirates so openly in a lawless zone. At first, I thought it was some famous bounty hunter, but then I saw a little marine officer carrying a high-tech rifle and making almost impossible feats that even veteran marine snipers could fail to accomplish. I think the weapon you hold must be partially responsible for your inhuman marksmanship. May I? Shaki was not someone who stood on ceremony. Knowing that she had been found out, she did not hesitate to apologize, even if the person sitting in front of her was merely a child. Chapter 40. I passed the rifle at hand over to Shaki, who carefully took the rifle. By the way she handled the weapon after just a single demonstration from me, I realized she must have been quite a formidable pirate during her time. She carefully inspected every inch of the weapon, and it was a good thing because she was an information broker, and having her first-hand experience with the weapon would spread its fame far and wide more easily. She is quite the beauty. Would you like to give Big Sister the weapon as a meeting gift? Shaki couldn't help but take her eyes off the weapon. If it were anyone else, I might have straightaway refused, but Shaki was different. I wanted her to be a part of the Donquxote family because her strength was a given, but what I valued more was her connections and ability to gather information. Shaki was a rare type of talent, and if a single rifle could help build better rapport with such a formidable figure, then I am all in. With a simple nod, I agreed to her request. Also, out of the backpack I was carrying, I took out a few cartridges and a couple of boxes of ammo for the rifle. Shaki might be a gun enthusiast like myself. She carefully examined and admired the things I gifted in detail. Once she was happy, She carefully set aside the rifle as if it were some antique and returned her attention back to me. So, tell me, kid, why are you here? You're not the type to randomly walk into my bar despite knowing my identity. And despite me being confident in my charm, I wouldn't believe a little monster like you would simply gift such a rifle. I'm sure this model has yet to hit the market for sale, Shikuyaku commented while taking a sip from her drink. Ah, Shaki-san, you are as brilliant as I have heard. I have tried to keep my identity and prowess a secret as much as possible, but it seems like you know more about me than you are letting out. Well, let me cut to the chase, Shaki-san. I want you to join my family and become a part of it. I stated my intention without holding back because trying to play puzzles with such characters will always end up blowing up in your face. Ho ho ho, quite the bold proposal you are making, little one. Does Garp know that you are offering me a position in your Donquxote family despite being a marine yourself? Shaki couldn't help but ask. She knew about my brother Doffy and the infamous Donquxote family, which had grown to a tremendous degree in just 3 years all the way from North Blue. Currently, their influence even extends to the first half of the Grand Line. They were a weird bunch, much more organized and driven. The Donquxote family worked in such a way as if they were following a set of guidelines despite being involved in all crimes except for slavery. You could simply call them a group of villains with principles who might be after a grand goal. Shaki-san, you misunderstand. I am only learning under Garp-san. Even the officer position that I hold is simply a tether that some people laid out, thinking that it could bind me to the Marines. Trust me, in the near future, the whole world is going upside down. The tides will change, Shaki-san, and eventually, the people you care about will also be caught in that storm. You will need a strong family by your side to survive the said storm, and I am merely offering you a family who would stand by your side at all times, no matter how dangerous the adversary you face in the future might be, I offered, although I knew in the canon she made it out safely. But this was the real world, and anything can change. As Rayleigh's companion, in the near future, after Roger finds One Piece, she might be targeted by the world government. Even if not, I don't mind spouting a few lies if that can help make up her mind. Haha, kid, you sure are funny. After so many years of piracy, I finally settled down, leaving all that behind, and now you want me to join your family. I don't doubt your words, child, but no, I am happy with where I am, Shaki replied firmly. She wasn't going to rush into this decision because making such a choice involved too many factors, and she had come to like her current life and didn't want it disturbed. Fine, I understand, Shaki-san. But remember, my offer will always be open. If there ever comes a day in the near future when you need help, you can reach out to my brother, I said. I wasn't stupid enough to pressure Shaki into making a decision. If she chose to become part of the family, it would have to be of her own volition. So, I left a venue open in case she changed her mind later and pushed a transponder snail over to her. This will help you reach my family, and in case we need to make use of your services, Shaki-san, we will reach out to you through this. Of course, until you join us, we will pay the standard rates like proper businessmen, I added with a smirk on my face. Shaki was someone who could help us gather information, so even if she didn't join our family right away, it was advantageous to have a connection with such an information broker. Fine then, kid. I'll keep your offer in mind, Shaki said as she put away the transponder snail. My earlier words seemed to weigh on her, especially the mention of upcoming changes in the near future. Now that the important matter has been addressed, I am a bit curious about the parties that are interested in me. I couldn't help but ask because it's always better to be prepared, and an enemy in the dark is much more dangerous than one out in the open. Oh, curious, aren't you? There seems to be a bounty placed in the underworld for your capture, stating that you are an escaped slave owned by the world nobles. The bounty is quite attractive. The bounty order is to take you alive and return you back to the Holy Land, and you are currently worth 100 million in the black market, Shaki revealed, explaining why many parties were interested in finding me. Any idea who initiated the bounty order? And why is it that none of these so-called interested parties haven't found me yet? I am sure it's not a big deal for the underworld to get my picture, is it? I couldn't help but curiously ask because 100 million was quite a substantial amount, and quite a few parties should have tried to target me with that kind of money. Oh, you can thank Garp and your brother for that. Your brother and your family have been hunting down anyone within Paradise who has even remotely thought about your capture. Your brother is now in a full-blown conflict with the 5 families of the West. Just yesterday, that Logia user from your family, along with your brother and the rest of the Donquxote family, raised down an entire town in North Blue who were colluding with the mafia of the West. Your brother didn't even spare the Marines, who were supporting the 5 families. Only the innocents were spared. The whole town was burned to ashes. The world government has snubbed the news, but I am sure you can see a substantial increase in your brother's bounty soon. Haki explained. There's a young swordsman seeking you out. Just like you, he has been hailed as the greatest swordsmanship genius the world has seen in the last century, and the child is very eager for a challenge and to cross swords with you, Haki continued, her tone implying the gravity of the situation. I knew exactly who she was referring to because I had met the said team just today. Me, a genius? I simply wave around my sword, and you should know better that Garp is my teacher, I remarked, a glint in my eyes betraying a mix of amusement and confidence. Despite not putting in much effort, my name within the Marines had spread, especially because of Bogard, who liked to boast among the higher-ups that I was an absolute genius when it came to swords. Additionally, due to Garp's clashes with high-profile pirates, I had to fight against many pirate groups. My prowess in swordsmanship had also become known among the upper echelons of the New World pirates. It seemed like Mihawk had caught wind of these rumors. Even though the current Mihawk was not hailed as the strongest swordsman in the world, his name was well known as an emerging rookie, and Mihawk had a habit of challenging powerful swordsmen to hone his skills further. With a smirk on her face, Haki simply gestured to Sandai Kitetsu, now lying sheathed on the counter. Someone who could nurture a black blade at such a tender age claims that he simply waves around his sword. Do you think any decent warrior would believe your story? She chuckled while observing my goofy reaction. I was both frustrated and amazed because it had been only a couple of weeks since my Kitetsu had turned into a completely black blade, and Haki already had such information. Haha, Haki-san, you exaggerate. I was merely lucky. As for Mihawk, let him know that if he is interested, I can accept his challenge. But it needs to be done within the coming 2 days, and I do not want any audience. I like to keep my cards close to my chest. I don't want my enemies to know what my true level is. I hope Haki-san can do this little brother a favor, I remarked confidently. I knew for a fact that Haki had some sort of connection with Mihawk, otherwise, she wouldn't have brought up this topic. Oh, you are familiar with that kid, Mihawk? Are you guys acquainted, or did the grumpy kid jump out of the crowd trying to challenge you for a sword fight? Haki had a smile as she spoke about Mihawk, but I wasn't too concerned about their connection. Mihawk was someone I wanted to pull to my family's side. In the canon, his strength was undeniable, and he had always been a loner. I am currently not aware if Mihawk was already wanted by the Marines or if he had the moniker Marine Hunter. If I hadn't met him by coincidence earlier today, I would have totally forgotten about him. But it seemed like fate was giving me a chance, and Mihawk himself was wanting to challenge me. This was a good chance for me to try and recruit Mihawk. If I am successful, then he could fill the ace position within our family ranks. But to achieve that, I had to beat Mihawk head-on. Although Mihawk is currently a few years older than me, I am confident in my swordsmanship. What many did not know was that my greatest strength lay in my swordsmanship, and my talent with swords was even better than my talent with Haki, which was already monstrous enough to grab Garp's attention originally. Ah, kids these days. All you young ones can think about is fighting all day, Haki commented, as she didn't receive any response to her question. She pouted now that I was distracted by the upcoming bout with Mihawk. Fine, I will let the kid know. I know a secluded spot in Grove 20, which should serve as a good place to spar away from prying eyes, Haki offered. Hee, Haki-san, who said it was going to be just a spar? Let him know I will face him the day after tomorrow. I am sure he will need time to maintain his peak state. I fear my blade doesn't know when to hold back, and as a duel between swordsmen, life and death are a trivial matter. I'm sure Mihawk wouldn't want it any other way. Let him know not to hold back when we fight because I will be fighting with the intent to kill. Although my words were said jokingly, my eyes held a cruel glint in them. Chapter 41. If I really wanted to get someone like Mihawk on my side, then it had to be a relationship that's been forged through a life and death battle. Anything less would simply be an insult to both parties involved. However, for the first time since we met, Shaki's smile faded, and her face was etched with a little worry. But she knew I wasn't joking, and as the one who proposed this fight, she had to see it through to the end. Kid, aren't you afraid of losing your own life in the process? Shaki couldn't help but ask worriedly. Originally, she had thought that it would be a simple spar, but from my words, she clearly understood that I had meant every word I said. So what, Shaki-san? If I fall, it just means I am not strong enough. It's one thing not to fear death, another to sing under its sword. You truly don't fear death, do you? Shaki's voice quivered with a mix of awe and concern, her eyes reflecting the weight of my words as she grasped their true meaning. Fear death? No, Shaki-san. I don't fear it, I merely respect its power. I have a promise in this life, a dream that must be fulfilled. Until that day comes, even death itself cannot claim me, I declared firmly, my presence commanding the space around us. Shaki's expression softened slightly, recognizing the weight behind my words. And what promise is that, if I may ask? What dream drives you to face death with such unwavering determination? I met her gaze, my eyes flickering with a mixture of determination and a touch of sadness. I made a vow to protect my brother, my family, and my loved ones, and to make Doffy the king, and not just any king, the king who stands at the pinnacle of this whole world. Until that promise is fulfilled, I cannot rest. As I spoke, palpable pressure emanated from me, the manifestation of my Haki. It filled the space around us, causing the very air to crackle with energy. The two pirates within the bar were knocked off balance, and arcs of lightning danced sporadically, a visual representation of the intense emotions swirling within me. Shaki, a veteran of the seas, felt the weight of my resolve pressing down on her. But instead of recoiling, she stood her ground, a glint of excitement mingling with nostalgia in her eyes. You remind me of the fire that burns in every true pirate's heart, she remarked, a hint of admiration in her voice. The thrill of the unknown, the rush of the fight, the dance on the edge of danger, it's what we live for, isn't it? Shaki's words held a depth of understanding, a shared sentiment of those who had dared to carve their own paths in the tumultuous seas. Ah, my apologies, Shaki-san. It seems like I lost control for a bit, I admitted, reining in my Conqueror's Haki as I realized the extent of the pressure I had exerted. The aftermath was evident. The once pristine bar now bore the marks of destruction, looking as though it had weathered the ravages of time. Cracks spidered across the walls, and the building seemed on the verge of collapse. Despite the chaos, Shaki remained unfazed, finding intrigue in the situation rather than concern. Shaki's eyes sparkled with newfound respect and interest. No longer did she view me as a mere child, instead, she saw a person of depth and resolve. Unbeknownst to me, Shaki had begun to seriously consider my offer. What had initially piqued her curiosity had transformed into genuine contemplation, fueled by the determination she witnessed within me. You are quite the force to be reckoned with, Ross. Shaki remarked, her tone carrying a newfound gravity. I've seen my fair share of individuals in my time, but rarely have I encountered someone with your level of determination and power. You truly are a remarkable individual. A former celestial dragon with the will to challenge the whole world, you kid, are truly an enigma. Shaki downed her entire drink as a gesture of respect and admiration. I nodded appreciatively, acknowledging her words with a slight smile. It's been a pleasure meeting you, Shaki-san. Perhaps our paths will cross again. Shaki returned the smile, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Who knows, maybe they will. Just remember, kid, the seas are vast, and there's always something, or someone, waiting to challenge you. With that cryptic remark, Haki bid me farewell as I left the bar, the echoes of our conversation lingering in the air. As I stepped out into the bustling streets of Grove 13, I couldn't shake off the feeling that this chance encounter would mark a turning point in my journey. In the heart of Spider Miles, nestled in North Blue, stood the formidable stronghold of the Donquxote family. Amidst the grandeur of the main house, Doffy, a young teen whose recent exploits had garnered attention, sat in contemplation. His bounty, now at 63 million belly, reflected the chaos he had sown, with Diamante's bounty soaring past the 100 million mark at 105 million belly. However, the weightiest matter on Doffy's mind transcended mere bounties and accolades. Around him, only Diamante, Pica, and Treble, freshly returned from a successful mission, bore witness to the gravity of his decision. After 8 grueling months, Treble's discovery of the long-lost lightning logia fruit, which had been lost for centuries, added a new layer to their options. Before him lay 2 distinct devil fruits, each promising unimaginable power. The lightning logia, a symbol of raw elemental might, and the flame fruit, a potent force in its own right, represented Doffy's dilemma. Yet, he hadn't divulged the find to Ross, his younger brother. Ross had already decided that if the lightning logia surfaced, it would be Doffy's to consume. The flame fruit was a contingency, a plan in case fate didn't deliver the lightning's power into their hands. In silence, the air thick with unspoken tension, Doffy grappled with his ambitions. His desire for dominion over the world clashed with his deep-rooted bond with Ross. He acknowledged Ross's exceptional talent, a prowess that surpassed his own, and recognized that denying his brother the lightning logia would be denying him the ultimate chance to soar. While Doffy harbored aspirations of becoming a supreme force, he understood that having a peerless ally like Ross was paramount. With the lightning fruit, Ross could become an unstoppable force, capable of challenging even the world government. Doffy's trust in his brother was unshakable, and his belief in their joint destiny was resolute. With a smile tinged with resolve, Doffy reached for the flame fruit, symbolizing not just power but a profound commitment to his brother and their shared journey towards greatness. And thus, a pivotal chapter in the Donquxote family's saga unfolded, echoing the complex interplay of ambition, kinship, and destiny. Just as Doffy was about to consume the flame fruit, a wax arm shot out of Treble and stopped Doffy from taking a bite. "Doffy, you should rather eat the lightning fruit, it was meant to be yours," Treble commented while the wax still struck to Doffy's arm firmly. However, Doffy's veins popped out in anger. Doffy infused his arm with Haki, effortlessly breaking free from the wax. "Let this be the last time, Treble. Do not repeat this." Doffy's voice carried a warning, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I understand your concern, but let me ask you this," Doffy continued, directing his question at the 3 executives. "Between Ross and me, who do you think can unlock the true potential of the lightning logia? Who can harness its power to its fullest?" Although Doffy's executives held immense respect for Ross and acknowledged his superior talent, they also believed in the established hierarchy within the family. Despite recognizing Ross's abilities, they hesitated to admit openly that Doffy might be better suited for such a powerful devil fruit. Their silence spoke volumes, as they grappled with the delicate balance between acknowledging talent and upholding loyalty to their leader. "You may forget our true ambition, but Ross and I never will," Doffy asserted firmly, his gaze unwavering. "Perhaps my resolve in myself may falter in the future, but my trust in my little brother's resolve never will. Ross consuming the lightning fruit gives us better odds at achieving our goals. If I deny him this opportunity, he would rather forego consuming any devil fruit in the future. That's why he will not know about the lightning fruit for now. I forbid any of you from disclosing this to Ross. The lightning fruit will be kept as a gift for when he returns to the family. The fact that we have it must remain an absolute secret." Pica, trying to interject, started, "But, Doffy, don't you think?" Doffy raised a hand to silence him. "My decision is final. Besides, it's often easier to seek forgiveness than permission. I can handle my little brother." With determination, Doffy quickly devoured the flame fruit, albeit with a grimace. "Ugh, this is the nastiest thing I've ever tasted," he remarked, his expression contorted from the peculiar flavor. He couldn't help but chuckle, imagining Ross's reaction to the fruit's less than desirable taste, realizing that his little brother's insistence on the family consuming the entire fruit was perhaps part of a grand joke. A few seconds after consuming the flame fruit, Doffy felt profound changes coursing through his body. He raised his arm, watching as it transformed into flickering flames that danced around him. Immersed in his newfound power, Doffy started to increase the intensity of the flames, momentarily forgetting the confined space of the room. The flames grew stronger, and the temperature inside soared glaringly. Just as Treble wanted to intervene, a quick knock on the door caught everyone's attention. Doffy swiftly reined in the flames and put the lightning fruit within a small chest, setting it aside. Afterwards, Pika opened the door, and in walked Senor, who was dressed immaculately. "Young master, the 5 families of the West have sent an invitation for a meeting to discuss the recent skirmishes between our families. The location of the meeting is in North Blue itself, but the island falls under the control of the West Blue Mafia," Senor explained the situation after stepping into the room. However, the people in the room understood what this meant. Doffy started laughing like a maniac when he understood what the Mafia was playing at and turned to Senor, one of his most capable subordinates, who had already firmly secured a place within the inner circle of the family. "What do you think, Senor? What do you think their intentions are?" Doffy asked with a smirk on his face. "It's a trap, young master. We already have information that the 5 families have gotten their hands on some sea stone bullets after paying a hefty price," Senor conveyed, turning to Diamante, the Logia user who had gone unchallenged after consuming the Logia sip fruit. In the last battle with the 5 families, Diamante went completely unchallenged as he mowed down the opponents one after another. "Hee, Diamante, it seems like they are preparing to take you down during the meeting and catch us off guard," Doffy laughed while taunting Diamante. Although Diamante was sure he could survive a shot from a sea stone bullet, especially now that he could use Haki, the issue was his inability to resist the sea stone. Doffy had yet to receive details about resistance training, which Ross had promised to share once he learned them from Zephyr. If the bullet lodges within his body, Diamante would lose his ability to use the Logia power. "Doffy, we shouldn't have left them with just burning a single town. We should venture to the West Blue and start targeting them in their own backyard," Diamante declared, his face now darkened with the knowledge that they were planning to use sea stone to restrain him. Originally, the Donquxote family had no clash with the West Blue Mafia family. However, recently, a bounty of 100 million was placed on Ross's capture. Despite the Donquxote family's threats, the 5 families took on the bounty mission, sparking the conflict. Despite their long-standing background, the 5 Mafia families couldn't shake the Donquxote family's standing within North Blue. However, when it came to the quality of forces, the Donquxote family was superior, although the West Blue families had numbers on their side. The conflict, which started with Ross's bounty in the underworld, had now grown into a full-blown confrontation. Chapter 42. Dear readers, I am thrilled to invite you to join me on an exciting journey into the realms of storytelling and imagination. As an author, I pour my heart and soul into creating captivating tales that I hope will transport you to new worlds and ignite your imagination. If you've enjoyed my work and would like to support me in continuing to create engaging content, I invite you to join my Patreon community. By becoming a patron, you'll gain access to advanced chapters of my stories, allowing you to dive deeper into the adventures and mysteries that unfold with each page. Your support means the world to me and enables me to dedicate more time and resources to crafting the best possible stories for you to enjoy. As a patron, you'll also have the opportunity to connect with me directly, sharing your thoughts, feedback, and ideas as we embark on this creative journey together. So, if you're ready to unlock the secrets of new worlds and dive into adventures beyond your wildest dreams, I invite you to join me on Patreon. Together, we can explore the boundless possibilities of storytelling and create memories that will last a lifetime. Thank you for your support, and happy reading. Warm regards. Silent_Steel. Hashtag 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 hashtag. When it came to matters regarding its family members, the Donquxote family was ruthless. Their recent act of burning an entire town controlled by the West Blue Mafia to the ground sent shivers down the spines of those involved in the underground. Senor, send them the reply stating that I will be there for the meeting. It seems like it's time we brought the entire North Blue under our control. Now that we have already attracted the attention of the Marines, there is no need to hold back anymore. Let's make North Blue our exclusive background. And remember, let the innocents go as much as possible. However, if someone gets caught in the crossfire, don't sweat it, Doffy declared. Although he had mellowed down a bit due to Ross's influence, cruelty was etched into his very bones. If someone were to test his bottom line, then one would know how cruel a person Doffy truly could be. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft orange glow over the quaint town of O'Hara, a 3-year-old girl named Robin sat huddled in a corner of the small, dilapidated house she reluctantly called home. Hunger gnawed at her tiny stomach like a relentless beast, making her whimper softly in despair. Her mother had left her behind recently, a bitter farewell echoing in her young ears as her mother spoke of seeking the truth of the world. Left in the care of her uncle and his cruel wife, Robin's days had turned into a nightmare of neglect and abuse. The little girl's eyes, once bright and full of curiosity, were now dull with hunger and pain. She had learned quickly to shrink into the background, to make herself as inconspicuous as possible to avoid drawing her aunt's wrath. But hunger was a relentless enemy, and today it has grown unbearable. With trembling hands and aching limbs, Robin mustered the courage to step into the dimly lit kitchen. The meager scraps of food her aunt occasionally left behind were not enough to quell the emptiness in her stomach. Her eyes fell upon a small carton of milk perched precariously on a high shelf. It was a luxury she rarely had, but tonight she couldn't bear the hunger any longer. Using a wobbly stool, little Robin reached for the carton, her heart pounding in her chest. The stool, worn and unstable, betrayed her efforts, sending her crashing to the floor along with the milk. The liquid spilled out, creating a stark contrast against the faded tiles of the kitchen floor. The commotion caught her aunt's attention, a woman whose face bore the marks of bitterness and cruelty. With a scowl etched on her features, she stormed into the kitchen, her eyes narrowing at the spilled milk and the fallen child. "What have you done, you little wretch?" Her aunt's voice was a venomous hiss as she grabbed Robin by the arm, hauling her up with a rough tug. "I am sorry, Auntie, I just wanted." Robin's voice quivered with fear and hunger, but her aunt's rage knew no bounds. "You worthless brat. Always causing trouble." Her aunt's hand collided with Robin's fragile frame, the force of the blow sending her reeling. The room spun as pain blossomed across her small body. "I didn't mean to." Robin's words were cut short by another slap, this time harder than before. Tears welled up in her eyes, mingling with the spilled milk on the floor. The beating continued mercilessly, with each strike accompanied by harsh words and accusations. Robin tried to shield herself, to escape the onslaught of pain and hunger, but there was no respite. Finally, the world faded into darkness as Robin succumbed to the overwhelming pain and exhaustion. When she regained consciousness, Robin found herself discarded like a broken toy, her small form lying on the cold ground outside the house. The night air bit at her exposed skin, but the chill was nothing compared to the coldness in her heart. As she lay there, tears mingling with the dirt on her cheeks, Robin wondered if this was all life had to offer her. A life of hunger, pain, and loneliness. But somewhere deep within her tiny chest, a flicker of resilience remained. A spark of hope that one day, somehow, things would be different. Her tear-stained cheeks glistened under the moonlight as soft sobs escaped her lips, unheard by the world around her. It was then that a figure emerged from the shadows, a young woman with an air of kindness and wisdom about her. She carried a stack of books in her arms, her steps purposeful yet gentle as she approached Robin. Her name was Lily, a librarian who often stayed late at the O'Hara Library, immersed in the world of books and knowledge. Lily's keen eyes caught sight of Robin's trembling form, and without hesitation, she knelt down beside the child. "Hey there, little one." Lily's voice was soothing, a gentle melody amidst the silence of the night. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" Robin's watery eyes met Lily's compassionate gaze, and though she was hesitant at first, the warmth in Lily's demeanor encouraged her to speak. I am hungry, Robin admitted softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Without a moment's delay, Lily reached into her bag and pulled out a small package wrapped in cloth. Here, dear. I brought some food for myself, but I think you need it more than I do right now. She offered the meal to Robin with a kind smile. The aroma of warm food wafted through the air, and Robin's stomach rumbled eagerly. With a grateful nod, she accepted the offering and unwrapped the package. It was a simple meal, but to Robin, it felt like a feast fit for a queen. Tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes as she took the first bite, savoring the nourishment that filled her empty belly. As Robin ate hungrily, Lily sat beside her, offering quiet companionship and understanding. Once the meal was finished and Robin's hunger had been appeased, Lily spoke again. Would you like to come with me to the library? It's a warm place, and I have lots of books you might enjoy. Robin looked up at Lily with a mixture of curiosity and longing. The idea of a library filled with stories and adventures appealed to her young heart. With a shy nod, she agreed, clutching Lily's hand as they began to walk towards the library together. As they reached the library, Robin's eyes widened in awe at the sight of rows upon rows of books lining the shelves. Lily led her to a cozy corner with cushions and blankets, creating a makeshift nest for the young girl. Here we are, Robin. Make yourself comfortable, Lily encouraged, gesturing to the inviting space. Feel free to explore any book you like. I'll be right here if you need anything. Robin's heart felt lighter than it had in a long time. Surrounded by the warmth of the library and the kindness of Lily, she delved into the magical world of books, each page offering a new adventure and a temporary escape from her harsh reality. As the appointed time for my duel with Mihawk drew near, I dedicated every moment to honing my skills and reaching my peak state. Mihawk, hailed as one of the greatest emerging swordsmen of our generation, was not just a formidable opponent but a crucial step toward realizing my ambition. If I couldn't surpass Mihawk, how could I ever hope to confront the likes of the Five Elders and the mysterious ruler behind the empty throne, Emu? Throughout my preparation, Bogard, ever vigilant, watched my every move like a hawk. His keen eyes didn't miss a beat, and it became clear that I would have to bring him along. However, I made it clear to the Rear Admiral that he must promise not to cause any trouble once we entered the lawless zone. With his strength, he could easily dominate in such areas, and any commotion would only complicate matters. My thoughts also drifted to the Roger pirates and their enigmatic movements. There had been no recent news of their whereabouts, leading me to speculate that they might be planning to utilize the Calm Belt to navigate to the New World. Their actions within Paradise could serve as a diversion, drawing attention away from their true intentions. In the world's current state, there were few who knew the seas as intimately as the Roger pirates. Their historic achievement of reaching Lodestar Island, accomplished in the same year or rather, the original Donquxote Rosinante, was born, spoke volumes about their unparalleled expertise in maritime navigation. As dawn approached, I made my way toward Grove 20, followed closely by Bogard. The designated area, as described by Haki, was indeed isolated, with a serene shoreline bordering one side of the grove. It was a picturesque yet ominous setting for the impending clash. Upon arrival, I found Mihawk and Haki already waiting. Young Mihawk stood out with his attire, a red shirt adorned with floral patterns paired with black pants. He carried Yoru on his back, a symbol of his unparalleled swordsmanship. The small crucifix around his neck added a touch of enigma to his appearance, contrasting with his focused gaze that has never wavered from me since our arrival. Haki sat leisurely, smoking, as she observed our approach. Her demeanor shifted briefly when Bogard followed me into the clearing, causing a momentary stiffening of her posture before regaining her composure. It was a subtle reaction, perhaps recalling past encounters and the formidable reputation of Bogard as Garp's right-hand man. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of the duel about to unfold. Each step brought us closer to the clash of blades, a test of skill and determination that resonated within the secluded grove. I took a deep breath, steadying myself for the battle ahead. Mihawk, I called out, my voice echoing through the secluded grove. Let's settle this. I realized that Mihawk was not someone who spent too much time on words. Mihawk's gaze met mine, his eyes assessing, calculating. "Thank you for accepting my challenge," he replied calmly, unfazed by my challenge. Without further ado, Mihawk unsheathed Yoru with a swift motion, the blade gleaming under the morning sun. I mirrored his action, drawing out the Sandai Katetsu with a controlled yet determined expression. Mihawk's eyes widened in surprise when he laid his eyes on my black blade. "You're either brave or plain stupid to challenge me. I'm sure that you have learned of my moniker among the pirates of the New World," I remarked, my voice carrying an air of authority. "Yes, the infamous Sword Demon. I seek to test my limits, and who better to test them than against someone younger than me but already with a black blade?" Mihawk replied, his voice steady despite the nerves that tingled in his gut. The tension between us was palpable as we took our stances, swords at the ready. "Don't hold back," I said, a determined glint in my eyes. "I want to see what the greatest genius swordsman in the world in the last century is capable of." The first strike was a blur of motion as our blades clashed, creating a resounding clang that echoed through the grove. The impact sent shockwaves through our bodies, each of us testing the other's strength and skill right from the start. The force of the collision reverberated through my arms, but I steadied myself, channeling my focus into the duel. Mihawk's movements were fluid and precise, a testament to his years of training and experience. As we clashed swords, I could sense the strength and focus in each of his strikes. His armament Haki was formidable, evident in the way his attacks pushed against my own defenses with incredible force. Despite his skill, I maintained my composure, relying on my own armament Haki to reinforce my swordsmanship. Each parry and counter was infused with Haki, creating sparks of intense energy whenever our blades met. It was a dance of wills as much as it was a physical battle. Chapter 43. As we continued our exchange, I also kept a keen eye on Mihawk's movements, utilizing my observation Haki to anticipate his strikes and movements. His attacks were lightning fast, but with my heightened senses, I managed to dodge and weave through his onslaught, turning defense into offense whenever an opening presented itself. "You are good," Mihawk remarked after one particularly close encounter. "I was right to seek you out." I grinned, the adrenaline fueling my movements. "I'm just getting started." The clash of our swords continued, the air crackling with the energy of our Haki-infused strikes. Each collision sent shockwaves through the grove, disturbing the natural serenity of the surroundings. Leaves rustled, and birds took flight, their instincts sensing the intensity of our battle. With a swift rotation, Mihawk aimed a horizontal slash infused with armament Haki that I narrowly dodged. The sheer force of his attack sent a shockwave rippling through the air, but my own Haki-enhanced defense held firm, allowing me to counter with a flurry of strikes of my own. Our swords clashed again with more intensity, and the sound reverberated through the grove like thunder, setting birds into a panicked flight from nearby trees. The ground beneath our feet trembled ever so slightly, as if nature itself recognized the gravity of our confrontation. I maintained my focus, utilizing observation Haki to read Mihawk's intentions. With heightened perception, I anticipated his next move, sidestepping a sweeping strike aimed at my legs. In that brief moment of vulnerability, I countered with a swift thrust, my blade tinged with armament Haki, aiming for Mihawk's side. Mihawk, to his credit, managed to partially deflect my strike with his own Haki-infused blade, but the impact still sent vibrations through his arm, a testament to the strength behind my attack. The clash of our swords continued, each strike resonating with the clash of armament Haki. The intensity of our battle drew the attention of nearby wildlife, their instincts alerting them to the powerful forces at play. With a sudden burst of speed, Mihawk aimed a decisive blow, channeling his armament Haki into a devastating strike. I raised my own Haki-infused blade to meet his head-on, the clash sending a shockwave outward that rattled the trees and disturbed the very air around us. The force of our collision created a brief moment of stillness, the air charged with the remnants of our Haki clash. It was a standoff, each of us was locked in a battle of wills and strength. But then, in that split second, I saw an opening, an opportunity born from the interplay of observation Haki and my instinctive understanding of Mihawk's style. With a calculated maneuver, I feigned a retreat, luring Mihawk into overcommitting to his next strike. As Mihawk moved to capitalize on my supposed weakness, I countered with a lightning-fast strike aimed not at him directly but at a nearby tree. The impact was thunderous, with the tree splitting cleanly in half and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Mihawk, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected tactic, left himself open for a fraction of a second. It was all I needed. With a massive burst of energy channeled through my armament Haki, I executed a series of precise strikes that culminated in a single, focused blow. The clash of our swords echoed like resounding thunder, a symphony of steel infused with Haki. Mihawk, who did not have a firm footing due to the earlier misstep and was not able to muster enough Haki to counter my attack, was sent flying through the air. His body crashed into the tree behind him, the impact resonating through the grove. The dust settled, and I stood unfazed, my sword held at the ready. Mihawk emerged from the debris, his expression a mix of surprise and respect. Impressive, he acknowledged, a rare compliment from the genius swordsman. I nodded, a sense of accomplishment and relief washing over me. Thank you, Mihawk. You've pushed me to new heights. It had been years since I arrived in this world, and from the moment of my arrival, I had innately awakened my observation Haki. Throughout these years, I diligently trained my Haki, never slacking off. While there was a quantitative increase in my abilities, the qualitative change was minimal since I had already awakened most of the features of observation Haki, including thought sensing and intent sensing. However, there was one aspect that had eluded me all this time, future sight. But now, as I stood facing Mihawk, I could feel a shift within me. It was as if I had broken through a barrier that had kept me from fully mastering future sight. I could instinctively sense that something had changed within me, that my connection to the surrounding world had heightened to unprecedented levels. I could feel everything that was going to happen, glimpsing into the future with newfound clarity. Though it was not yet stable, I knew that I had made a significant breakthrough. As I felt this surge of power within me, I couldn't help but feel grateful to Mihawk. It was his formidable presence and skill that had pushed me to this point. With a smile, I tightened my grip on my sword. I was ready to put my newfound ability to the test. I was ready to extract everything that Mihawk was worth. Outside the battle, there were only two spectators, both of whom stood shell-shocked after witnessing the near-suicidal maneuver that Ross had executed. Contrary to their expectations, it was Mihawk who was sent flying by Ross's bold attack. Now standing in front of me, Mihawk bore a deep gash on his chest from the last attack. Despite his injury, he stood tall with Yoru in his hand, his eyes ablaze with renewed vigor. For the first time, a change was visible in his stoic expression. I could detect a hint of delight on his face, as if he had rediscovered a long-lost feeling. The clash between Mihawk and me intensified with each passing moment, our swords moving in a deadly dance fueled by raw determination and the mastery of our respective Haki. As we traded blows, the air crackled with the energy of our clash, and the ground beneath us trembled with each strike. Utilizing my newly upgraded observation Haki, I held an overwhelming advantage over Mihawk. Every move he made, every shift in his stance, was laid bare before me. It was as if I could see the future unfolding before my eyes, allowing me to anticipate his every move with uncanny precision. But Mihawk was not one to be underestimated. Despite the odds stacked against him, he fought with a ferocity that bordered on reckless abandon. His strikes came faster and with more force, each blow aimed to test the limits of my defenses and push me to my breaking point. I matched his intensity, throwing all caution to the wind as I met his attacks head-on. My armament Haki enveloped my blade, strengthening its edge and allowing me to parry Mihawk's blows with ease. Every clash of our swords sent shockwaves rippling through the air, creating a cacophony of sound that echoed through the grove. But even as I held the upper hand, I could sense Mihawk's growth. His skill and strength were increasing at an alarming rate, and his movements were becoming more fluid and precise with each passing moment. It was as if the very act of battling against me was sharpening his abilities, pushing him to new heights of power. The intensity of our duel reached a fever pitch, the clash of our swords reverberating through the grove like thunder. Each strike was a test of our resolve, a testament to our unwavering determination to emerge victorious. In the midst of the battle, it felt as though time itself stood still. There was no past, no future, only the present moment filled with the sound of clashing steel and the rush of adrenaline coursing through our veins. It was a primal dance of death, a struggle for supremacy between two warriors willing to lay their lives on the line for victory. And as the battle raged on, it became clear that neither of us would back down. We were two forces of nature colliding in a clash of titans, each striving to prove ourselves the superior swordsman. In the heat of battle, we forged ourselves anew under the blade of death, our spirits burning bright with the fire of determination and the drive to emerge victorious, no matter the cost. As the clash of death continued in Grove 20, Vice Admiral Tsuru was engaged in a meeting with Fleet Admiral Kong at Marineford. "Kong-san, I need your permission to form a special team to subdue the Donquxote family and bring them to justice," Tsuru explained earnestly. "I fear that if we allow them to continue growing at their current rate, they will become a significant threat within a decade. They already have a Logia user among them, and my sources confirm that they are proficient in Haki. They are a formidable group, Kong-san, and despite ostensibly following rules, they eliminate anyone who opposes them with ruthless efficiency." Kong listened carefully, his expression serious. It was unusual for such a matter to require the Fleet Admiral's direct involvement, but Tsuru's urgency and determination were apparent. "I understand your concerns, Tsuru," Kong responded thoughtfully. "The Donquxote family has been gaining traction, and it's clear that they pose a potential threat to stability in North Blue and beyond. You have my permission to assemble a special team to address this matter. But proceed with caution. We must ensure that our actions are justified and that we act within the bounds of the law." Tsuru nodded in gratitude, knowing that she had the Fleet Admiral's support. "Thank you, Kong-san. I will handle this matter with the utmost care and discretion. We cannot afford to underestimate the Donquxote family's capabilities." With their discussion concluded, Tsuru wanted to depart Marineford immediately, her mind already turning to the task ahead. She was determined to bring down the Donquxote family before they could become an even greater threat to the peace and stability of the world. But Kong's following question threw a wrench in her plans. Tsuru, have there been any reports regarding the status of the Roger pirates?" Kong inquired, his tone betraying a hint of concern. "Kong-san, I believe their movements in the first half of the Grand Line were merely a distraction," Tsuru replied, her voice steady and composed. "If my intuition serves me right, they may already be in the New World. Additionally, we've received intel regarding the movements of Golden Lion Shiki. It appears he's mobilizing his fleet, likely preparing for something significant." "Sigh, that's troublesome. Garp is going to tear my ear out with complaints," Kong grumbled. "If only he could accept the Admiral's position, I could rest easy. Curse his hatred for the world nobles. If only he could see the bigger picture. Tsuru, I want you to delay your plans concerning the Donquxote family for the time being. I need you here in Marineford," Kong instructed. Tsuru's expression remained neutral, though inwardly, she felt a pang of disappointment. She had been ready to depart for North Blue to confront the growing threat of the Donquxote family. "I understand, Kong-san. I will prioritize matters here in Marineford as you command," Tsuru replied with a hint of resignation. She couldn't shake the feeling in her gut that every day delayed in addressing the Donquxote family only allowed them to grow stronger. Their recent attack on the Marine base was a direct challenge to the authority of the Marines. However, there was a deeper unease gnawing at Tsuru's heart, a growing concern over the monster that Garp was grooming. She could sense the boy's lack of attachment to the Marines, his loyalty solely to Garp and those he cared for within the organization. His apparent connection to the Donquxote family only added to her apprehension. The Donquxote family was already poised to become a formidable force, but if the boy were to join their ranks in the future, they would become unstoppable. The mere thought sent shivers down Tsuru's spine, and she couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom looming over the horizon. Chapter 44. More than half a day had passed since the clash between the two aspiring titans began, and currently, the fight had already tilted in my favor. Despite the high-intensity battle, I still stood strong, albeit with deep breaths, and a few minor scratches adorned my body. My marine shirt was completely ruined and stained with blood, evidence of the fierce struggle. However, Mihawk's situation was far worse, much, much worse. His upper body was bare, and he was now using his blood-stained shirt as a makeshift bandage to stop more bleeding from the deep slash wound on his abdomen. He had tied it off tightly to stem further blood loss, and his left hand hung limply by his side. I could tell that his left hand was now broken. Despite all this, his spirit remained unbroken. He stood tall, facing me, clutching Yoru with his right hand, his eyes still carrying the same intensity, never faltering for a second. By his side, I could feel the worried glances from Shaki, but I was not going to disrespect the man who showed such resolve. Mihawk spat out a bit of blood to clear his air passage, his huffs indicating his efforts to take in more air and push his body further. Bogard contemplated stepping in to intervene and put an end to the fight, but a quick glare from both fighters made him realize his attempt would be futile. I admit it, you are better than me as we are now. I never would have believed that there was someone younger than me who could best me with a sword. But it seems like I let pride get to my head after I cut down a few worthless Marines, Mihawk said, surprising both me and Bogard. Throughout the battle, he had barely uttered more than a few words at a time. Well, honestly, even I dare not call myself strong. There are monsters in the New World who could crush me like a bug in under a minute, I replied, unable to contain a chuckle. Haha, you dare to compare yourself against those monsters who stand at the apex? You sure are ambitious. Have you forgotten you have yet to hit puberty? Mihawk's attempt at humor was cut short by a shot of pain from his slash wound, causing him to grimace and grit his teeth. Tell me, Mihawk, out in the wide sea, does my age really matter? Remember this well, my friend, man or child, strong or weak. None of those matter once you are out at sea. Never, for a second, believe that you are unbeatable. The moment you adopt such a mindset, you will stop growing, and sooner or later, you will fall, I declared, emphasizing the importance of humility and continuous growth. In this world, no matter how strong one becomes, true invincibility remains an illusion. Even ants can bring down an elephant with enough numbers. Strength is essential, but one must never become complacent on the path to becoming stronger, for those who do are destined to fall, no matter how high they stand at the apex. As my words resonated in the air, a profound silence enveloped the grove. Mihawk stood before me, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he contemplated the weight of my words. For the first time in his life, he felt a profound stirring within him, as if a dormant flame had been ignited in the depths of his soul. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through Mihawk's veins, and his spirit soared like a phoenix rising from the ashes. It was as if my words had struck a chord deep within him, awakening a newfound determination and resolve. In that moment, he transcended his limitations and tapped into a power he had never known before. A burst of Haki erupted from Mihawk, shattering the tranquility of the grove. Lightning crackled in the sky, and the ground trembled beneath our feet as the pressure of his aura tore through the air. Trees were uprooted and sent flying as if caught in a violent storm, their branches snapping like twigs under the immense force. I stood in awe of the spectacle unfolding before me, witnessing firsthand the sheer magnitude of Mihawk's power. It was as if the very fabric of reality was bending to his will, bending to the indomitable spirit that burned within him. Mihawk's eyes blazed with newfound intensity, a fierce determination etched into every line of his face. With Yoru clutched tightly in his hand, he exuded an aura of unparalleled strength and resolve, his presence commanding respect and admiration. I have been naive all my life. All these years, my goal had been set, to become the strongest swordsman in the world. But never once had I thought beyond it. It seems like my initial goal was simply subpar. Haki seeped out in waves from Mihawk as the center. Despite the mind-numbing pain, Mihawk started moving his now broken left arm, and with sheer will, he placed both hands on Yoru's hilt, holding it firmly despite the pain. He was using his Haki to compensate for the broken bone in his arm. I could observe all this clearly. Originally, I had worried that the commotion we were causing here would attract other parties because all of Sabaody would have known about our clash due to the commotion. But it seemed like a certain someone was keeping the other interested parties at bay, and I had already detected that person's presence following us since we left early this morning. Garp sure comes in handy while holding back the tide. I do not have proper control over this. I hope you are ready, Mihawk declared, now powered up with his newfound Haoshiku. Do you think you are the only one who can use it, Mihawk? Like I always say, the sea is truly vast. Never underestimate it. My Haoshiku oozed out with much more ferocity than Mihawk's nascent Conqueror's Haki. It was like a toddler trying to fight against an adult. The two Haki bursts clashed, with my Haki immediately gaining an advantage. But Mihawk did not step back, he just smiled with satisfaction. Haha, no wonder. You were holding back all this time. Come, my friend, let's see whose will last until the end. Mihawk blinked forward, mustering all his strength. Even Yoru was showing signs of initial blackening as Mihawk tapped into more of his Haoshiku with all the strength he could muster. As Sandai Katetsu cried out with sheer delight, eager to taste Mihawk's boiling blood, I too felt a surge of determination coursing through my veins. This was it, the final clash that would determine the outcome of our battle. With Sandai Katetsu in hand, I focused all my energy, infusing it with the strongest armament Haki I could muster. My Haoshiku was primed to the max, ready to unleash its full force. I chose not to rely on my future sight, wanting to live in the moment and face Mihawk head-on at his absolute best. As our swords clashed, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. The space around us warped, and the ground beneath our feet cracked and opened, unable to withstand the sheer power of our collision. The skies themselves seemed to split under the pressure, as red lightning clashed against golden-black lightning, illuminating the battlefield with an otherworldly glow. Pulse after pulse of shockwaves radiated from the center of our clash, shaking the very foundations of the grove. Each impact sent tremors rippling through the air, causing nearby trees to sway violently and small boulders to scatter in all directions. For what felt like an eternity, we fought with everything we had, neither of us willing to give an inch. And then, in a moment of pure determination and focus, I broke through Mihawk's defense with a decisive strike. Splash! Blood sprayed into the air as Sandai Katetsu tore through Mihawk's flesh, leaving a deep gash from his left shoulder to his right hip, exposing bone and sinew. If I hadn't pulled back in the last second, I might have cleaved Mihawk in two. As our bodies crossed each other due to the momentum of our clash, I sensed Yoru's slipping from Mihawk's hand. But in the next moment, as if he had come back to life, Mihawk clenched the sword tightly, refusing to let go even in the face of defeat. It was a testament to his unyielding spirit and unwavering resolve. The aftermath of our clash left the grove in shambles, with trees uprooted and the ground torn asunder. But amidst the destruction, there was a sense of clarity and peace. We had both pushed ourselves to the limit, and in that moment, we had truly understood the depths of our own strength and the power of our convictions. As the dust began to settle, Mihawk still stood tall, albeit unconscious, his hand tightly gripping Yoru as if it were his lifeline. Despite his defeat, there was a sense of respect and admiration in the air for the formidable swordsman who had faced his opponent head-on until the very end. I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction mixed with exhaustion as I surveyed the aftermath of our battle. The gash in my gut served as a reminder of the intensity of our final clash, a testament to the strength and determination of my opponent. I couldn't help but smile. Mihawk was a worthy foe. Even at the last moment, he chose to tear a piece out of me. If I hadn't reinforced myself with Haki, Yoru might have ripped through my gut. Shaki had swiftly arrived at Mihawk's side, her expression filled with concern as she carefully tended to his wounds. I watched as she attempted to pry Yoru from his unconscious grasp, but I knew better than to interfere. The sword was more than just a weapon to Mihawk, it was a symbol of his strength and resolve, a part of his very being. To forcibly remove it would be akin to severing the bond that tied him to this world. Leave it, I instructed, sheathing Sandai Katetsu and turning to Shaki. It's the chain that's keeping him tethered to this world. Removing the sword now would only hasten his demise. Shaki nodded in understanding, her hands now focused on providing much-needed medical attention to Mihawk's wounds. Despite his injuries, I had no doubt that he would recover. The man was a survivor, a true testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As I took in the scene around me, it was evident that Grove 20 would never be the same. The once serene grove now bears the scars of our battle, with trees uprooted and the landscape forever altered. Even the infamous trees that had stood tall and proud were now nothing more than splintered remnants of their former selves. But amidst the destruction, there was a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect. Mihawk and I had pushed each other to our limits, and in doing so, we had forged a bond that transcended mere rivalry. Our battle had left an indelible mark on Grove 20, a testament to the power of determination and the unyielding spirit of those who dare to chase their dreams. It was already late at night when Mihawk woke up again. Haki had already treated him, and all his wounds were now neatly dressed. I had left a message for Mihawk. Now that I had defeated him, I was confident that I could recruit him into the Donquxote family in the future. He owed me his life now, and with his pride intact, there was no fear of him defaulting. Mihawk was a maverick, so it was better for him to grow while challenging the world. I planned to have him eventually join the family after he became more accustomed to me. Our friendship was only set to grow after this life and death bout. Chapter 45. The next morning, I waited alongside Corazon at the port, anticipating Sengoku's ship, which was supposed to escort the world nobles to superiority. After about an hour of waiting, I finally laid eyes on a massive government ship, flanked by 3 marine warships, making its way towards the island. As the world noble's ship made its way into the port, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. The imposing vessel glided smoothly through the waters, its white sails billowing in the gentle breeze. Flanking the ship were 3 sleek marine warships, their cannons gleaming in the sunlight, a clear display of the world government's authority and power. On board the ship, the world nobles, adorned in their extravagant attire, stood on the deck, surrounded by their entourage of guards and attendants. The nobles' outfits were opulent, befitting their status as the highest echelon of society. They wore lavish robes adorned with intricate embroidery and jewels, their faces obscured by ornate masks, adding an air of mystery and superiority to their presence. As the ship docked at the port, the welcoming committee sprung into action. Marines lined the pier, standing at attention, their uniforms crisp and impeccable. Sengoku, the future fleet admiral, stood at the forefront of the greeting party, his stern expression softened by a sense of duty and respect. The moment the gangplank descended, a flurry of activity ensued. Marines and government officials rushed forward to assist the world nobles and their entourage, ensuring their smooth transition from ship to shore. Despite their disdainful demeanor, the nobles were treated with the utmost deference, a stark reminder of their privileged position in society. As the world nobles disembarked, their presence seemed to cast a shadow over the bustling port. Their guards, mostly composed of stoic world government agents, maintained a vigilant watch, their eyes darting warily to and fro, ever vigilant for any potential threats to their charge's safety. Hee, Corazon-san, don't you think the Marines currently look like the embodiment of justice? I mocked Corazon, who stood by my side as I watched the slaves carrying the world nobles descend. There were a total of 6 world nobles, each with a minimum of 5 slaves serving their every whim. Isn't slavery supposed to be banned by the world government and Marines, Corazon-san? Aren't you a defender of justice? I asked Corazon, who already had an ugly expression on his face from witnessing how the world nobles were treating their slaves. It was Corazon's first time coming into contact with world nobles. Ross, shut up. I don't want to hear your yapping for the next 3 days. I am already at my limit. And why aren't you wearing your officer's uniform? Corazon questioned. Oh, I am off duty today. I am simply here to spectate and give you moral support, I teased again. I had convinced Garp to let me off the hook after the clash with Mihawk yesterday, and Garp must have thought I would cause some sort of issue, so he immediately agreed to my request. The world nobles moved with an air of entitlement, their noses held high as if the very ground they walked upon was unworthy of their touch. Their disdain for those around them was palpable, and the fear they instilled in the locals was evident in the way people averted their gaze and hurriedly went about their business, hoping to avoid attracting their attention. Look at them, I muttered to Corazon, my voice barely above a whisper. Acting as if they own the world. My hatred for them was etched into my soul, especially after what they put me through at Mary Geo's. Corazon nodded grimly, his eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before us. It's sickening, he replied, his voice heavy with disgust. To think that such arrogance and cruelty are tolerated. As the world nobles made their way through the port, their slaves followed closely behind, their heads bowed and their bodies trembling with fear. The nobles paid them no mind, treating them as nothing more than disposable possessions to be used at their whim. I harbored a burning desire to create some trouble for the world nobles, perhaps even discreetly eliminate one of the celestial dragons. However, with figures like Sengoku and a few high-end CP agents surrounding the world nobles, I wasn't sure if I could take them out discreetly. The world nobles disdained walking on the same ground as others walked on, so they were being carried on the backs of their slaves, who acted as their mounts. Corazon and I stood at a distance, overlooking a part of the security detail. The first casualty of the day occurred just a few minutes after the world nobles disembarked. It happened when a child, likely separated by the commotion of the approaching world nobles, failed to kneel because the child was not aware of such customs. Before anyone could intervene, one of the world nobles simply pulled out his pistol and shot the child in cold blood. The child's lifeless body fell to the ground, unnoticed by the kneeling civilians who remained silent. Two soldiers callously carried the child's body and dumped it in an alleyway. As I watched this horrific scene unfold, I couldn't help but feel a chill in the air. It took me a moment to realize that the temperature had dropped significantly. Corazon's unconscious use of his ice fruit powers was affecting his surroundings. "Corazon-san, calm down," I said, trying to soothe him. "You haven't seen anything yet. This is just the beginning. The worst is yet to come, and this is who you Marines truly serve." I continued to follow the world nobles' security detail, dragging Corazon along with me. As we followed the world nobles and their entourage through the bustling streets of Sabaody, it became increasingly clear just how cruel and disdainful they were towards others. At one point, a world noble's mount stumbled, causing the noble to almost fall to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, the noble lashed out at the slave who had been carrying them, striking them across the face with a vicious backhand. "You worthless scum," the noble spat, their voice dripping with contempt. The celestial dragon, after punishing the slave, scanned the surroundings with a cruel glint in his eyes. His mount needed replacing, and he spotted a young mother with an infant child kneeling nearby. With a cold and indifferent tone, he declared, "You peasant, you will serve me from today." The crowd around the trembling mother retreated, realizing her fate was sealed. As the celestial dragon directed his mount towards the woman, Admiral Sengoku attempted to intervene, suggesting they move to the entertainment district for safety. However, his plan was shattered by an authoritative voice. "Oh, the government's dog wants to dictate what we can do," remarked an old man dressed in extravagant clothes similar to the other nobles. Sengoku's expression soured at being called a dog, but he couldn't retaliate. This old man held a high position within Mary Geo's, backed not just by status but also strength. Although he was not a powerhouse, he could hold his ground in a fight. It was clear why Sengoku had been personally mobilized as an escort. A significant celestial dragon was among them. Observing from a distance, I raised my brows in surprise. It was unusual for a world noble to openly insult an admiral, especially considering their role as a deterrent for the protection of celestial dragons in the outside world. Even Corazon beside me seemed shocked by the disrespect shown towards the admiral. It was evident that this wasn't just any ordinary gathering of nobles, there were powerful figures among them who wielded significant influence. The old celestial dragon approached the kneeling woman, disregarding Sengoku's presence. The CP agent stepped up to flank the world nobles, but the old man simply stopped his slave mount in front of the trembling woman. "Sir, please spare us. I have an infant to take care of," the young woman pleaded, tears and snot running down her face as she remained kneeling on the ground. Bang! A gunshot rang out through the street before anyone could react. Even Sengoku was too late to intervene. Blood splattered as the cry of the little infant ceased, its life snuffed out in an instant, leaving the mother in shock. "Ah!" The shock set in as the mother realized what had happened, her cry echoing through the street, but the celestial dragon showed no emotion other than disdain on his face. "Now that you don't have an infant to take care of, you can serve my nephew," he chuckled, placing his gun back into his holster. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the woman did not stay down. With bloodshot eyes, she jumped up, grabbed a spear from a nearby soldier, and plunged it in the direction of the world noble, aiming to skewer him through the throat. The world noble was caught off guard, but managed to dodge the attack just in time. The celestial dragon, who originally desired the woman, flew into a rage. "How dare you defy us, you lowly peasant?" His voice boomed with fury, echoing through the street. I knew the woman's fate was sealed the moment she attempted to attack the celestial dragon. "Don't!" Sengoku attempted to intervene, but before he could act, multiple gunshots rang out, piercing the young woman's body. She was littered with bullets, yet her intense hatred and will to retaliate were palpable. Sensing her determination, I subtly directed my Haushiku discreetly towards the two CP agents who were about to cut her down. They faltered for a moment, providing the opening she needed. With her last breath, she swung the spear one final time, her target being the other noble who had instigated the tragedy. Despite her lack of experience with the weapon, the spear moved with blinding speed, carrying all the will and hate of a dying mother. It pierced through the air, plunging into the celestial dragon's eyes and then through his skull. I knew I had to act swiftly. I couldn't let those two CP agents survive. Rushing forward amidst the chaos that engulfed Sabaody, I moved to eliminate the threats before my foul play was revealed. I readied my blade, ready to strike with lethal precision. With one smooth motion, I drew Sandai Katetsu and sliced through the two CP agents who had yet to fully recover. Even Sengoku seemed perplexed by my sudden attack on the agents. "Pathetic," I sneered, masking my true intentions. "You couldn't save your masters despite being so close to the killer. Such incompetent bastards." My words were meant to divert attention away from my true motive. Meanwhile, the other CP agents quickly regrouped and formed defensive formations around the world nobles, who stood shell-shocked as the reality of the situation settled in. "You bastard! How dare you attack the CP agents?" One of the officers bellowed, ready to rush forward and restrain me. But I simply pointed my blood-stained blade at him, gesturing towards the fallen celestial dragon. "Are you saying that their lives are worth more than the esteemed Tenryubito's life?" I questioned, my disgust evident. "You're all pathetic. Your only duty was to serve and protect the celestial dragons, so what use are you alive if you cannot fulfill your sole purpose?" Sengoku sensed that something was amiss, but the chaos of the situation made it difficult to discern the truth. The deaths of two CP agents, while concerning, paled in comparison to the death of a celestial dragon right under his nose. This incident was bound to have severe repercussions for the entire Marine organization. Amidst the chaos and confusion that ensued after the death of the celestial dragon, the severity of the situation quickly became apparent. The news of the incident was swiftly relayed back to Marineford, where it sent shockwaves through the highest echelons of the Marine hierarchy. The death of a celestial dragon was not just a mere tragedy, it was an affront to the very foundation of the world government's authority. Chapter 46. As the gravity of the situation sank in, the narrative surrounding the events began to shift. My actions in dispatching the two CP agents who had failed to protect the celestial dragon were quickly overshadowed by the enormity of the celestial dragon's death. In the new narrative, I was portrayed as a Marine driven by righteous anger at the challenge to the celestial dragon's authority. My supposed retribution against the incompetent agents became twisted into a tale of Marine loyalty and devotion to the Tenryubito. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of the celestial dragon's demise, the elders of the world government were left with no choice but to respond decisively. They understood the importance of maintaining the perceived inviolability of the celestial dragon's authority. Thus, they issued a directive for a sweeping cleansing of the entire Sabaody archipelago. Every pirate, criminal, and dissident who dared to challenge the supremacy of the world government became the target of this ruthless purge. In the midst of this turmoil, conversations buzzed among the Marines and government officials, debating the appropriate course of action in the wake of such a brazen act of defiance. The need to uphold the sanctity of the celestial dragon status was paramount, and drastic measures were deemed necessary to quell any further dissent. The celestial dragons are the pillars upon which the world government stands, one elder declared, his voice echoing with authority. Their authority must be upheld at all costs. We cannot allow anyone to believe that they can challenge their supremacy without facing dire consequences. Others nodded in agreement, recognizing the delicate balance of power that rested upon the shoulders of the celestial dragons. The incident had shaken the very core of their dominance, and decisive action was needed to restore order and assert their dominance once more. As the sun set over Marineford, the plans for the cleansing of Sabaody were set into motion, casting a dark shadow over the future of the archipelago and all who dwelled within it. In Grove 66, the Marine base pulsed with frenetic energy as Sengoku himself took charge of the impending purge. His presence alone commanded respect and instilled fear in both allies and enemies alike. Yet, amidst the bustling activity, there was one notable absence. Garp, the legendary Marine hero, had flatly refused to participate in the bloodshed. Khan's orders fell on deaf ears as Garp stood firm in his decision, his principles unwavering despite the gravity of the situation. He wanted no part in the wanton slaughter that was about to unfold on Sabaody, a sentiment that resonated with many but went unheeded by those in command. As the night descended, the streets of Sabaody ran crimson with blood as the combined forces of the Marines and the world government unleashed their fury upon the island. The purge knew no bounds, sparing neither the lawless nor the innocent, as chaos reigned supreme. Civilians cowered in their homes, praying for salvation as the violence raged outside their doors. It was not just the lawless areas that were targeted, the entire island felt the wrath of the purge, leaving no corner untouched by its indiscriminate fury. However, amidst the chaos and carnage, a glimmer of hope remained. The purge had been initiated without proper preparation, and the sheer scale of the operation meant that the Marines and world government forces were unable to completely encircle the island. As a result, many pirates and criminals with sufficient strength managed to slip through the cracks, fleeing towards Fishman Island in a desperate bid for survival. The streets of Sabaody bore witness to scenes of unimaginable horror and despair, as the once vibrant island was plunged into darkness by the very forces sworn to protect it. Yes, it does. So tell me, why did you do it? Sengoku believes your interference led to the death of the celestial dragon, and although he may not have evidence, I trust his judgment, Garp declared, his tone serious and unwavering. His words carried the weight of authority, indicating his trust in those present. So, Sengoku-san is more concerned about concocting a theory for the celestial dragon's death rather than the loss of an innocent mother? I retorted, still gazing out the window at the chaos below. Garp's frustration was palpable. Both Bogart and Corazon looked on in disbelief at my words. Let's suppose for a moment that I am somehow responsible. Wasn't my action a manifestation of true justice from the perspective of that mother? She avenged your child's death at the hands of evil. While your so-called justice stood idly by, I took action, I continued, a hint of scorn in my voice. Garp's temples pulsed with anger as he struggled to maintain his composure, refraining from lashing out physically. Ross, don't you understand what your actions have caused? The entire Sabaody is suffering because of your actions. Do you even know how many innocents will suffer because you couldn't control your impulse? Garp stood up, his anger flaring. If not for his moral dilemma, I'm sure he would have punched me by now. Heh, innocents? It was those same innocents who stood by and watched, Garp-san. And don't forget, since day one, I've told you this, I am no Marine. I simply follow what my heart says. I may not be a good person in the eyes of the majority, but my conscience is clean. Unlike you, who has the strength but still parades himself as the hero of the Marines when in reality, the Marines are all but the world government's lapdogs, I retorted, my anger matching Garp's. I knew deep down that I may not be a good man, nor would I ever be seen as one in the eyes of the majority. But I had my principles, a bottom line I would never cross. That's why I put so much effort into changing Doffy when I was young, even going so far as to stake my own life to achieve that. Was my brother, Doffy, evil? In the eyes of the majority, yes. But he cared for his family, and with my influence in this life, he had a bottom line. The same principles applied to the Donquxote family. Suddenly, as I spat out my outburst, my observation Haki detected an incoming strike, but I did not dodge it. Smack! A crisp slap resounded through the room. It was Bogard who moved to slap me right across the face. You never speak to him like that ever again, is that understood? Bogard bellowed as I held my stinging cheek. Bogard didn't hold back, he had infused armament Haki in that slap. But I didn't get angry at the man, instead, I held my gaze at Garp defiantly. Seeing no response from me, Bogard bellowed again, am I understood, Marine? He unleashed his dominance, something that Bogard never tolerated, disrespecting Garp. My last words had crossed that bottom line. With a sigh, I decided to back down and give the man a nod. With that, the room descended into silence again, and the matter of Kazan's anger was now completely forgotten as Garp sank back into his chair. Bogard, make preparations, we are leaving for the New World, Garp declared to catch his right-hand man's attention. Garp-san, Fleet Admiral Kong has already relayed his orders. He wants everyone to return to Marineford after the issue with Superiority is settled, there are no exceptions. It's wise to first get back to HQ. It seems like there has been some major movement from the Golden Lion Pirates Armada, Bogard explained, quickly returning to his usual expression. Ross, are you all right? Kuzan stood next to me and whispered, trying to provide some comfort. Remember, Kuzan-san, in the future, you might come to a crossroads before you have to make a choice. I hope you choose the thing that you truly believe in your heart, I commented while rubbing my stinging cheek and turning back to admire the moon once again. 2 days after the cleansing of Superiority, the Marines returned to HQ. There was a heavy backlash from the elders regarding the failure of the Marines to carry out their prime directive, the safety of the Celestial Dragons. Kong had to bear all the heat regarding the matter, the elders came down hard on him and pressured him immensely regarding the vacant admiral position. After the recent fiasco of losing a world noble, the World Economy newspaper attempted to publish this matter to the world. However, the world government firmly put their foot down, going so far as to threaten Morgans with erasing the entire newspaper from existence. While Morgans sometimes challenged authority and published news that the world government snubbed, this was not a matter they were willing to compromise on. According to the elders, the idea of even challenging the world nobles was taboo, and anyone who even remotely entertained such a thought needed to be put down immediately. I found myself at the Elite Marine Academy's training ground, engaged in a sparring session with Virgo while under the watchful eyes of Zephyr. Zephyr, as promised earlier, had begun teaching me about resistance training. He mentioned that it wouldn't be effective for me since I had yet to consume a devil fruit. However, it was a different story for Virgo. He appeared pale and drained, all due to the sea stone cuffs he wore around his arms and legs. Sea stone, believed to embody the essence of the sea, could easily restrain devil fruit users with just a touch. In the canon, many formidable combatants fell victim to these restraints due to their lack of resistance to sea stone. According to Zephyr, mastering this resistance training could allow a devil fruit user to exert close to 80% of their peak combat power. There was even a belief that surpassing this limit could grant the ability to swim freely in the sea without being hindered. However, this remained a myth, as no one in recorded history had achieved such a feat. Gone, I exclaimed, unleashing a barrage of thrust attacks aimed directly at Virgo's chest. With Virgo still hampered by the restraining effects of the sea stone, I opted to gradually increase the intensity of our spar, starting with the techniques of the Marine 6 styles. The plan was to escalate to full-blown Haki-infused attacks later on. Tekai, Virgo responded swiftly, attempting to bolster his defenses with the Tekai technique. Despite his efforts, I could sense that his observation Haki was not as finely honed as mine, rendering his attempts to anticipate my movements futile. Instead, he focused on bolstering his physical defenses. As my thrust attacks landed, Virgo grimaced in pain, the impact of each strike making him feel as though he was being skewered by a spear. The strain of the sea stone only heightened his discomfort, amplifying the sensation of each blow. Despite the pain, Virgo remained resolute, determined to weather the storm and continue the fight. With each strike, he gritted his teeth, his determination shining through despite the odds stacked against him. The training ground crackled with energy as Virgo and I faced off, the tension palpable in the air. I could see the determination in Virgo's eyes, despite the fatigue evident on his face due to the sea stone cuffs restraining his devil fruit abilities. Zephyr stood nearby, observing with a keen eye. As the spar continued, I wasted no time, launching into a flurry of strikes with the Marine's 6 styles. Virgo, though weakened, defended himself with skill, his movements fluid yet strained under the weight of the sea stone. Blow after blow rained down on him, and with each impact, I could feel his resistance growing weaker. "Is that all you've got, Virgo?" I taunted between strikes, my voice laced with amusement. Virgo gritted his teeth, his determination unwavering. "Just wait, young Master Ross. Someday, when you've consumed a devil fruit, I'll make you regret this," he thought to himself through clenched teeth, his thoughts strained but defiant. Virgo's eyes burned with a fierce determination as he endured the onslaught, his resolve unbroken despite the overwhelming odds. With each strike, his will to fight back only seemed to grow stronger, a testament to his unwavering loyalty to his beliefs. Chapter 47. I chuckled in response, dodging a counterattack from Virgo. "I'll hold you to that, but for now, let's focus on the task at hand," I retorted, launching another series of attacks. "Saru," I whispered, flickering past Virgo in a blur of motion. Before he could react, I materialized right behind him. Instinctively, Virgo spun around, crossing his arms in front of him and summoning every ounce of armament Haki he could muster to defend against my blow. "Rokugan!" I bellowed, unleashing a devastating shockwave attack aimed directly at his ribs. Despite his best efforts, Virgo was unable to withstand the force of my assault. The impact sent him hurtling through the air, launching him nearly 20 meters away. Despite the ferocity of the blow, Virgo managed to pick himself up, his mythical Zoan powers aiding his recovery despite the sea stone's constraints. Spitting defiantly, Virgo shot me a smirk, as if to taunt me for the effort. I couldn't help but return his smile with an evil grin, knowing that our spar was far from over. For the next 30 minutes, I unleashed a relentless onslaught, overwhelming Virgo with a barrage of attacks until he lay sprawled on the ground, nearly half dead from exhaustion. "You've got potential, Virgo, but you still have a long way to go," Zephyr remarked, extending a hand to help Virgo up from the ground. "And with my guidance, I know you can reach your full potential." Accepting Zephyr's assistance, Virgo's expression wavered between exhaustion and determination. "Thanks, Ross. I'll keep pushing myself, no matter what it takes," he replied, his gaze meeting mine as he reaffirmed his resolve despite his defeat. A Marine officer hastily approached Admiral Zephyr with urgent news. "Admiral Zephyr, the fleet admiral has called for an emergency meeting." Zephyr, without a second thought, turned towards the headquarters. I wasted no time and fell into step behind Zephyr as he briskly made his way towards Kong's office. Meanwhile, Virgo was instructed to continue his training. As we strode through the corridors of the Marine base, tension hung thick in the air. Zephyr's brow furrowed with concern, his mind undoubtedly racing with the possibilities of what could warrant such an urgent summons. I kept pace beside him, ready to assist in any way necessary, or rather, wanting to eavesdrop on what exactly was happening. "What's the matter?" Zephyr inquired sharply as we moved with purpose through the bustling corridors. The officer replied breathlessly, "We've received intelligence about the Roger pirates clashing with the entire armada of the Golden Lion's fleet." Zephyr's expression darkened at the news, his jaw tightening with determination. "Roger pirates. Golden Lion's fleet. This is serious," he muttered, his voice laced with urgency. "Let's not keep the fleet admiral waiting." "Yes, Admiral. He's awaiting your arrival in his office," the subordinate confirmed. Upon reaching Kong's office, Zephyr wasted no time in entering, his demeanor composed yet brimming with concern. Inside, Kong sat at his desk, his expression grave as he reviewed the latest intelligence reports. "Zephyr, thank you for coming," Kong greeted, his voice carrying the weight of the situation. "We've received troubling news regarding the clash between the Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion's fleet. It appears that their confrontation has escalated rapidly, and we need to assess the potential ramifications. I fear this may lead to a full-blown war." Vice Admiral Tsuru couldn't help but comment. I stood stationed just outside Kong's office, aware that my rank wasn't yet sufficient to warrant inclusion in such high-profile meetings. Nonetheless, my proximity allowed me to catch even the faintest of whispers that emanated from within the room. Inside, a formidable gathering of marine brass had convened. Fleet Admiral Kong presided over the meeting, flanked by 2 admirals, Sengoku and Zephyr. More than a dozen vice admirals were also present, among them the venerable Vice Admiral Tsuru. Notably absent was Vice Admiral Garp, though I suspected he would soon join once word of the matter involving the Roger Pirates reached his ears. For now, I bided my time, knowing that my role lay in waiting until called upon or until Garp's inevitable arrival signaled a critical juncture in the proceedings. "Where is Garp?" Kong's gaze swept across the room, frustration etched on the fleet admiral's face at the absence of his most formidable asset. With a resigned sigh, Kong continued, "Forget him for now. I'll address him separately later. Do any of you have suggestions on how to tackle this matter?" The urgency in his voice was palpable as he sought input from his subordinates. As Vice Admiral Tsuru has mentioned, this could escalate into a full-blown war between 2 overlords of the New World, and there's a high likelihood that Whitebeard may become involved. We cannot afford to let the entirety of the New World descend into chaos. A Vice Admiral spoke up, proposing a mobilization of marine forces to stabilize the situation within the New World. "We could dispatch both admirals to quell the conflict," they suggested. "Even if Whitebeard intervenes, with Garp's presence, we can repel any threats." However, it was Tsuru who offered a counterargument. "I don't think such a mobilization is feasible anymore," she stated. "After the recent attack on the world nobles, the Marines have been ordered to retain at least 1 admiral stationed near Mary Geos to safeguard the world nobles in case of emergency." Kong's expression darkened at the reminder of this recent headache. The pressure from the elders to fill the vacant position that he held for Garp only added to his concerns. Without a 3rd admiral, the options for mobilizing forces became significantly constrained, complicating their response to the escalating conflict in the New World. As the room fell silent, contemplating the constraints of their current situation, Vice Admiral Tsuru cleared her throat, garnering the attention of the gathered officers. "Perhaps," she began, her voice measured, "we can turn this potential crisis to our advantage. If we allow the Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion's fleet to clash and weaken each other, the Marines can step in to pick up the pieces." A murmur of agreement rippled through the room, with many nodding in acknowledgement of the strategic advantage in allowing the 2 pirate forces to exhaust themselves. Sengoku, the wise and seasoned admiral, raised a hand to interject. "Indeed," he remarked thoughtfully. "Letting these 2 titans clash could serve our interests. It's a calculated risk, but one that could pay off. We may not have to sacrifice marine lives directly, and curbing the power of one or both factions could significantly benefit our cause." Tsuru nodded in agreement, adding, "Reducing the strength of these pirate factions would undoubtedly tilt the balance of power in our favor. However, we must also consider leveraging this upcoming chaos to further weaken the pirate forces." Curiosity flickered in Kong's eyes as he leaned forward, intrigued by Tsuru's proposal. "How do you suggest we accomplish that, Vice Admiral?" he inquired, his tone measured yet receptive to new ideas. Tsuru's gaze held steady as she outlined her strategy. "We can use this opportunity to drive the pirates to target each other," she explained. "One way to achieve this is by increasing their bounties. After the recent incident involving the death of a celestial dragon, the elders have granted you, Fleet Admiral Kong, permission to reassess the threat levels of all pirates and establish new bounties accordingly." Kong's brow furrowed in contemplation, recognizing the potential of Tsuru's suggestion. Indeed, adjusting the bounty could incentivize rivalries among pirate factions, he acknowledged. It's a strategy worth considering. Tsuru nodded, reaching into a stack of documents beside her. I've already drafted a proposal for the reassessment of pirate bounties, she revealed, sliding the document across the table for the others to review. I believe it's crucial for us to discuss and finalize these adjustments in light of the current situation. As Kong flipped through the folder, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Some of the names listed caught his attention, while others left him puzzled, especially considering the hefty bounty attached to them. I have taken into consideration not just one's strength, but their activities, the amount of threat they pose, and especially their future potential in causing chaos, Tsuru explained, noticing Kong's reaction. The participants in the room continued to peruse their folders, absorbing the information within. The first entry, of course, was for the infamous Roger pirates. GOLD, Roger, dead or alive, 3,765,900,000 belly. Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, dead or alive, 2,959,000,000 belly. Scopper Gubbon, dead or alive, 1,927,500,000 belly. Each member of the Roger Pirates was listed individually, reflecting their formidable strength despite their reduced numbers. The next prominent entry was for the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, dead or alive, 3,696,800,000 belly. Kazuki Odin, dead or alive, 2,230,600,000 belly. The bounties reflected the legendary status of Whitebeard and his right-hand man, Odin. Surprisingly, the next entry listed the third overlord of the New World. The Golden Lion Shiki, dead or alive, 3,702,500,000 belly. Shiki's bounty was close to Roger's and higher than Whitebeard's due to his destructive nature, which posed a significant threat to marine forces. The subsequent entry caught many by surprise. Despite not being as noticeable as the other overlords listed currently, this particular individual had been rated alongside another pirate who had been quietly increasing their influence at an alarming rate, granting them bounties close to 2 billion bellies each. Their only notable achievements to date, it seemed, stemmed from their history as remnants of the infamous Rocks pirates. However, that didn't mean they were nobodies. Given a few more years they would reach the standards of the true overlords of the New World. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, dead or alive, 1,987,900,000 belly. 100 Beasts Kaido, dead or alive, 1,892,000,000 belly. Their connection to the Rocks pirates seemed to justify their substantial bounties, despite their current level of activity. Red Count Patrick Redfield, dead or alive, 2,706,500,000 belly. As the officers absorbed the information before them, a sense of gravity settled over the room. Tsuru's meticulous assessment of the pirate threat had revealed unexpected insights, prompting a reassessment of the challenges facing the Marines in the tumultuous waters of the New World. As Kong neared the end of the folder, his gaze fell upon a particular bounty that caught his attention. Donquxote Doflamingo, dead or alive, 216,500,000 belly. Kong was surprised to see such a high bounty attached to Doflamingo, considering him to be of lesser concern compared to the other notorious pirates listed. He suspected that Tsuru had taken it upon herself to target the Donquxote family, which confused him because with Tsuru's standard the Donquxote brat was beneath her standard. Perhaps she was being influenced by personal motives or past encounters. Kong hesitated, contemplating the implications of declaring such a high bounty on a former world noble. The decision to label Doflamingo's bounty as dead or alive without explicit approval from the world government could potentially draw scrutiny from the elders, especially given their interest in individuals with ties to the world nobles. However, for the time being, Kong chose not to question Tsuru's judgment. Perhaps Tsuru's instinct was correct, he reasoned. Despite Doflamingo's current status as a young teen, there was always the possibility that he could grow into a formidable threat in the future. Kong understood the importance of being proactive in addressing potential dangers, even if they seemed insignificant at the moment. With a thoughtful nod, Kong made a mental note to monitor Doflamingo's activities closely. The world of piracy was unpredictable, and it was better to err on the side of caution when dealing with potential threats, no matter how small they may appear. Within a span of 10 minutes or so, the entire office had meticulously reviewed their respective folders, absorbing the details of the proposed new bounties. Tsuru, this is well done, and the new bounties fall within the limits allowed by the world government. I foresee no trouble in obtaining approval for this, Kong commended, acknowledging the Vice Admiral's thorough work. Let's return to the matter at hand between Roger and Shiki. Chapter 48. After a flurry of suggestions and discussions, a decision was reached swiftly due to the urgency of the situation. Zephyr, you will remain stationed in G1. In case of emergency, proximity to the red line should ensure a swift response, Kong instructed, turning to the other admiral with a decisive tone. Sengoku, I want you to lead a mission towards the Ed Sea. See if you can catch either of the two parties off guard. Tsuru will provide you with support, Kong declared, assigning roles with precision. With a brisk nod, the office emptied, leaving only Tsuru and a couple more vice admirals behind to finalize the finer details of the mission and the new bounties. Tsuru would depart once Sengoku had mustered the forces for the mission, ready to lend her expertise in support of their strategic objectives. As I waited outside Kong's office, I sensed hurried footsteps approaching. With a quick scan using my observation Haki, I recognized Garp rushing towards me. His raised brow conveyed his eagerness to learn the situation, skipping formalities in his urgency. Roger and Shiki have made contact in the Ed Sea area of the New World. It seems it's going to be a full-blown war. I relayed the core of the matter to Garp as he whisked past me, his mind already processing the gravity of the situation. Moments later, a loud commotion erupted from within the Fleet Admiral's office. Vice Admiral Tsuru and the other Vice Admirals emerged, leaving only Kong and Garp inside. Tsuru's gaze fell upon me, her expression complex. Despite her discomfort in my presence, I responded with a wide grin before diverting my attention to the surroundings, utilizing my observation Haki to eavesdrop on the unfolding events within the office. The sounds of cups shattering and tables being smashed echoed through the walls. It was as if two bears were locked in a fierce brawl within the confines of the office, their heated exchange reverberating through the corridors of the Marine base. Garp, you bastard. I've given you too much leeway, Kong barked, frustration evident as saliva sprayed from his mouth. Do you know how long I've been holding this admiral position for you? 8 years. 8 damn years. It's been vacant because you're too stubborn to take on the mantle of admiral. Garp, seemingly unfazed, casually dug his ears as if the matter held no relevance to him. I've told you multiple times, Kong-san, I don't want to become an admiral and be a lackey to those bastards, he countered with nonchalance. There are plenty of capable people. Why don't you pick someone? You don't have to keep the position vacant for my sake. Kong's frustration boiled over. Do you even hear what you're saying? He seethed. Is the admiral position something you can simply decline? You bastard, listen here. I'm going to confine you here in HQ until you agree to the promotion. Garp diverted the conversation, knowing where it would lead. Ah, Kong-san, you can't do that. I heard Shiki and Roger are facing off. I need to get there. Maybe this time around, I might be able to catch Roger, he deflected, avoiding addressing Kong's ultimatum. We haven't finished discussing this, Kong retorted, throwing a file at Garp, who was now nonchalantly digging his nose and flicking away boogers. Garp continued unfazed. We can talk about it when I get back, Kong-san. I'm sure Sengoku is ready to depart, and I better not miss the ride now that my ships are confined to HQ, he commented, turning to leave. Garp, did you hear a thing I said? Kong leaped up, attempting to grab Garp by the collar, but Garp effortlessly dodged the attempt. Yeah, I heard what you said, he replied casually as he made his exit. Wait, Garp! We're not done talking. Kong's voice reverberated down the corridor as Garp walked away. I couldn't help but smile at the Marine hero's nonchalant attitude, knowing that beneath his carefree demeanor lay a fierce determination and a sense of duty unmatched by many. You might not be done, but I am, Garp stated firmly as he shut the door behind him, blocking out Kong's frustrated screams from within the office. I quickly followed Garp as he walked forward, and we were soon joined by Bogart and Kazan. "Garp-san, did you turn down your promotion again?" Kazan couldn't help but ask with a sheepish smile on his face, already knowing the answer from the foolish grin Garp wore. "That's so cool of you," Kazan commented, admiring Garp's defiance towards the fleet admiral. "I can already do as I like, so I don't need a higher rank," Garp replied casually as we made our way towards the bay where Sengoku was preparing for his departure. Garp's nonchalant attitude garnered a mixture of admiration and amusement from his fellow Marines, who respected his independence and determination to stay true to himself, regardless of rank or title. Just as Garp was contemplating how to sneak onto Sengoku's ship, he spotted Vice Admiral Tsuru leading Sol onto her own vessel. Without hesitation, Garp dashed forward to meet his friend, hoping to secure permission to hitchhike on her ship, knowing it would be much easier than gaining access to Sengoku's. "Tsuru-chan, let me come along if you're sailing out there," Garp shamelessly requested, eager to include himself in the mission, unfazed by the potential disapproval of others. "Did anyone invite you to join?" Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head in frustration at Garp's antics, but a memory flashed through her mind of previous occasions when she had reluctantly allowed Garp aboard her ship. She sighed, resigned to his persistence. "You'll just break my ship as soon as you board, so I don't want you with me. Why don't you go ahead and bother Sengoku about boarding his ship?" Tsuru sighed, realizing that Garp was sticking to her like a tick despite her attempts to dissuade him. "Oh, don't say that, Tsuru-chan. You should know by now that I should be the one taking down that damn Roger," Garp insisted earnestly, disregarding any semblance of maintaining face in front of his friends. "Kong-san is too angry to let me deal with this matter, so I'll be a mere spectator, I promise. I won't cause you any trouble." Tsuru, resigned to Garp's determination, simply shook her head and continued boarding her ship. She couldn't help but feel that she had bad luck today, having to deal with Garp just as she was about to embark on a mission. As they made their way towards the dock, the warship stood ready and set to depart. I couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the Admiral. Despite being assigned the mission just half an hour prior, he had already made complete preparations to set off. It was no wonder he was known as the resourceful general. Glancing around, I observed a half-dozen giant battleships preparing to depart for the New World. However, I knew that by the time we reached our destination, the situation would likely have resolved itself. As I was about to board Tsuru's ship, I caught her gazing at me with disappointment in her eyes. I still had yet to understand why the Marine Chief of Staff Tsuru held so much hatred towards my brother. All my tries to probe for information has been unsuccessful, but I knew something significant must have happened for Tsuru to target my brother despite her being in such an exalted position. For the time being, I put the matter into the back of my mind and followed Garp. Despite the perplexed gazes of the Marine officers around him, Garp confidently boarded Tsuru's battleship as if he were the commanding officer. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who was making final preparations on his own ship, caught sight of his friend, or perhaps nemesis, Garp, nonchalantly roaming on Tsuru's vessel. "Garp, you bastard. I was entrusted with this mission. What the hell are you doing here?" Sengoku's voice boomed from atop his ship, drawing the attention of all the Marine soldiers and, most notably, Garp. "Oh, Sengoku, I didn't see you there. Don't mind me, I'm simply sightseeing." Garp waved vigorously from the top of the warship, his casual demeanor further infuriating Sengoku, who now seemed as if he wanted to jump over and strangle his friend. "Garp, you better stay out of this. This is my mission. Shiki and Roger are mine," Sengoku voiced out his frustration, fully aware of Garp's stubborn nature and the potential for trouble. "Ha ha ha, Sengoku, you don't have to worry. Even if I catch both those bastards, I'll let you take all the credit," Garp said casually while picking his ears, then waving dismissively. Veins bulged around Sengoku's temple, a clear sign of his rising anger. If there was one man who could successfully rile the Admiral, it was Monkey D. Garp. He had a knack for getting on everyone's nerves. "You bastard. You very well know that's not what I meant. I'm sure you'll end up sabotaging my mission. Even the last time against Whitebeard, if you had followed my instructions to the letter, we could have cornered Whitebeard. But what did you do? You threw all the plans that I had painstakingly come up with and jumped onto the enemy ship, clashing with him head-on. Sengoku fumed, his frustration boiling over. Ha ha ha, isn't that how it should be, Sengoku? If even those damn pirates don't fear for their lives, why should we fear for ours? Garp retorted loudly, laughing as if he had shared some profound truth. Sengoku's frustration with Garp was palpable, leading him to vent his anger by barking orders at his subordinates. Wow, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp are both going, one of the rear admirals on a nearby ship exclaimed in delight, realizing that the marine hero would be accompanying them on the mission. Well, the mission involves Roger and Shiki after all. Two of the overlords of the New World. Of course, this much firepower would be needed in case of a head-on confrontation, Vice Admiral Momonda commented from the same ship as the rear admiral. And also, Garp-san has made it his life's ambition to capture Roger, so how could he let go of such an opportunity? Momonda added, understanding Garp's determination. Momonda-san, look, is that the kid? The one following Garp-san? The rear admiral questioned, gesturing toward me as I strolled behind Garp seemingly aimlessly. The mention of my name caught my attention, and I narrowed my gaze, trying to pinpoint who was discussing me. I spotted Vice Admiral Momonda and a rear admiral under his command and waved enthusiastically in their direction. Such sharp senses. How did he detect us? We're 2 warships away from him. How did he know we were talking about him? The rear admiral was flustered by my seemingly keen awareness. Yes, that's him. The infamous sword demon of the Marines. Garp-san sure knows how to pick apprentices. First, a youth with the potential of an admiral, and right after that, an unprecedented monster who has been thriving in the seas of the New World, fighting against the likes of Roger's crew. The kid sure is a monster among monsters. If he continues to grow at such a rate, I'm afraid no one in the future can stand up against him. Can you believe that kid is only 12 years old this year and he already can kill pirates who have bounties worth hundreds of millions? Momonda remarked, his gaze fixed on me. My name was akin to a legend within Marineford, and the moniker I earned was written in the blood of countless pirates over the past 3 years. I don't understand what's so special about that kid, Momonda-san. He just looks like any regular lad. I don't know why there's all that fuss. The pirates in the New World even went as far as to name a 12-year-old child the Sword Demon, the rear admiral questioned in confusion, not privy to the exact details of the event where I was bestowed my title by the pirates of the New World. The kid is like a sheathed blade right now, however, beneath that sheath is a cunning, bloodthirsty monster ready to be unleashed at any time. Even I am not confident that I can best that little monster. Have you heard about the Pinetown massacre in the New World? Momonda questioned his subordinate, whose face paled at the mention of the incident. Chapter 49, Momonda-san, you don't mean. The rear admiral couldn't help but look at me with horror etched in his eyes. Yes, it was the kid's handiwork. A skull pyramid that he built after massacring close to 1,000 pirates, despite explicit orders from his direct superior. Now, even the island has been renamed Frozen Skull Island. And do you know what reason the kid gave when asked why he went to such extremes? Momonda paused briefly as the rear admiral gulped nervously. He said he was bored and needed to take a nap, and he couldn't keep an eye on all those pirate prisoners, Momonda shared, conveying the weight of the title that I was granted by the pirates of the New World. The rear admiral, still shaken by the revelation of my actions, couldn't help but voice his disbelief. But why wasn't the monster punished for such atrocities? He asked, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and outrage. Momonda sighed heavily, his expression grave. No one exactly knows the reason, except perhaps Garp-san, he replied, casting a glance in my direction. As for his punishment, Vice Admiral Garp strung him upside down from the mast for a week and also had him keelhauled for a week, reminiscent of the punishments inflicted by pirates of old. The rear admiral's eyes widened in horror at the severity of the punishment. And, what happened, he ventured to ask, unable to comprehend how someone could emerge unscathed from such torment. Momonda's gaze grew distant as he recalled the events. The kid just walked out of all this practically unscathed, he admitted with a sense of disbelief. It's as if punishment has no effect on him. He's a force of nature, unpredictable, and dangerous. The Rear Admiral shuddered at the thought of facing such a formidable adversary. Then, what hope do we have against him? He whispered, a sense of dread creeping into his voice. Mamanda's expression darkened, his voice low and ominous. None, unless we find a way to tame the beast within him. But that's easier said than done, he replied, his words hanging heavy in the air as the reality of the predicament sank in. As I observed Vice Admiral Mamanda and his subordinate, Garp stood next to me, questioning my apparent daydreaming. With a tap on my shoulder, he asked, "What are you daydreaming about, kid?" "Keelhauling," I replied with a single word, invoking memories of the past punishment. Garp's expression darkened, his face contorting with a mixture of sadness and anger as he recalled the events of the past. "You're not going to forget that incident, are you?" he questioned me with a gloomy tone. Hee, Garp-san, I was merely following justice, and I got punished for it. You can't really blame me for that incident. If they hadn't done what they did on the island, I wouldn't have had to personally go through the trouble of beheading every single one of them. As for the pyramid, it was more of a joke, honestly. But it sure was a beautiful piece of art once it was completed. A true symbol of justice, don't you think, Garp-san? I questioned my mentor with a mischievous glint in my eyes. Garp smacked me hard on the back of my head. "Tisk, forget that incident ever happened. Marine justice is not always corrupted like that. There are a few bad eggs even within the Marines," he admonished, knowing that the incident was not my fault. I was simply maintaining my bottom line as a human by eliminating all those pirates back in Pinetown. The real truth behind the matter would remain buried forever, known only to a select few. As the last of the supplies were loaded onto the ships and the sails billowed in the wind, signaling the imminent departure, Garp turned to me with a reassuring smile. "Stay sharp, kid," he said, his voice carrying a hint of pride. "This might be a bumpy ride, but I have faith in you." In the midst of the chaos aboard the Oro Jackson, little Buggy was in a state of panic, his screams echoing across the deck as the Roger pirates prepared for the impending clash with the Golden Lion fleet. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded with his crewmates against the fight, his cowardice getting the better of him. "Your life comes first, right?" Buggy wailed, his voice trembling with fear, beside their Captain Roger, who remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on the enemy's main battleship, where the Golden Lion stood defiantly. "Just this once, we should listen to what the Golden Lion says. We're completely surrounded, we have no way out," Buggy continued to plead desperately. "In that case, you shouldn't have slept off in the crow's nest during your watch. We wouldn't have been surrounded if you had alerted us of Shiki's fleet," Shanks remarked, unable to resist a teasing jab at Buggy's expense. "You bastard, Shanks! You were sleeping right next to me. We were both on duty. Why are you only blaming me?" Buggy retorted, his panic escalating as reality sank in. "Hee, why are you worried? Your body won't let you die, no matter how many times they cut you. So why do you care?" Shanks taunted, provoking Buggy even further. In a fit of rage and desperation, Buggy lunged at Shanks, attempting to strangle him while lamenting his own vulnerability. However, Buggy jumped up, attempting to strangle Shanks while yelling, "I still have a weakness, you dumbass. All it would take is a single sea stone bullet or a well-placed hit with Haki, and then I would be buried beneath the waves forever. No, I don't want to die so young." Buggy continued, snot and tears rolling down his face. "I have so much more to accomplish in this world." Just then, Crocus, the ship's doctor, stepped out of the cabin carrying a number of harpoons over his shoulders. Seeing him as a lifeline, Buggy rushed towards the man, pleading desperately for assistance. "Oh, Crocus-san, how is the captain's condition?" Buggy blurted out, attempting to divert attention to Roger's health. Within the Roger pirates, the knowledge of Roger's terminal illness was common, and it only fueled their determination to realize his dream. "He'd be better off not fighting, right?" "Right?" Buggy tried to signal Crocus discreetly, hoping the doctor would agree to relieve Roger from combat duty. However, Crocus paid him no mind and considered the question seriously. "Please, medically relieve him, Crocus-san," Buggy pleaded, hopeful for a sympathetic response. But Crocus shattered his hopes with his next words. "Unfortunately for you, he is in perfect shape. He is in his peak state right now. He can even fight for 10 days straight if he has to," Crocus remarked with a hint of delight, leaving Buggy flustered and disheartened. With Crocus unwilling to intervene, Buggy turned to his last hope, the one whose words carried as much weight as Captain Rogers, Rayleigh-san, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. But before he could approach Rayleigh, Scopper caught him by the scruff of his neck, his laughter ringing out as Buggy struggled in vain. "Just give up, will you, Pipsqueak?" Scopper chuckled, understanding the underlying reasons for Buggy's reluctance. Despite his cowardice, Buggy's concern stemmed from his deep love and respect for Roger. With the threat posed by the Golden Lion pirates, fighting under Roger's current conditions seemed reckless. However, Roger remained resolute in facing Shiki head-on. "Give up, Buggy. We've never been able to stop Roger once his mind is set," Scopper reasoned, casting a glance at Roger's determined stance. "No way! Aren't you guys worried that this battle will harm the captain?" Buggy cried out, tears streaming down his face. "Believe in the crew, Buggy. Believe in Tom's ship, the Oro Jackson. We'll make it out of this, just like every other time. We've faced much worse odds and come out alive," Rayleigh comforted Buggy, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "As his crew, we must stand by his side until the end," Rayleigh affirmed, stepping up to stand beside Roger, with the rest of the crew following suit, forming a silent yet steadfast support behind their captain. Just then, a loud yet majestic voice bellowed from the opposite side. Standing on the main ship, a figure emerged, exuding an aura of dominance and power. It was Shiki, the Golden Lion, his imposing frame casting a shadow over the waters. "Ahoy, Roger! It seems fate has brought us together once more." Shiki's voice boomed across the sea, carrying a tone of challenge and confidence. Roger, unperturbed by Shiki's grandiose proclamation, stood tall on the deck of the Oro Jackson, his gaze unwavering as he met Shiki's eyes. "Fate indeed, Shiki. But this time, it will be our wills that determine the outcome," Roger responded calmly, his voice carrying the weight of determination and resolve. "How many times have we had this discussion, Roger?" Shiki's laughter echoed like that of a madman, his voice eclipsing even the roar of the seas. "A lot of things have happened between us, but let's put the past behind us." Shiki continued, a mix of gratitude and resentment evident in his tone. He was grateful to Roger for taking down Rox D. Zebek, a formidable obstacle in his path to becoming an overlord. Yet, there lingered resentment, as Shiki desired to personally end Rox's life to prove his worth. However, Roger had denied him that chance. Shiki jumped onto the figurehead of his main ship and stretched his arms wide open, as if offering Roger asylum. "Join me, Roger. We will use that ancient weapon you have found alongside my military might. Together, we will be invincible. We can have the entire world kneel before us," Shiki proclaimed his grand dream as if he were already living it. Roger gave no reply but simply chuckled, amused by Shiki's audacity. "Join me, Roger. We can conquer the entire world at once." Shiki bellowed, his Conqueror's Haki oozing out, trying to pressure the entire Oro Jackson into submission. "Become my right-hand man, Roger. You will have everything you have ever dreamed of, even the Pirate King." Shiki clenched his fist while chuckling, releasing his Conqueror's Haki to its full extent. Even the sea waves were pushed back due to the sheer pressure. Just then, a more majestic Conqueror's Haki surged out of the Oro Jackson, engulfing almost the entire Golden Lion fleet. Even Shiki had to step back to steady himself and clash with Roger's Conqueror's outburst. Many within Shiki's fleet couldn't handle the pressure from the two supreme Haoshiku. Red and yellow lightning danced around each other as they clashed for supremacy. However, Roger held a clear advantage from the start of the clash. It was like two apex predators vying for dominance. "I don't want to conquer anything, Shiki. I believe the one with the most freedom on the whole ocean is the Pirate King. Roger roared, drawing his cutlass and pointing it at Shiki, who looked at Roger with bloodshot eyes. He felt insulted because he had never given any other man such equal status in life. Shiki was even willing to split the throne with him if Roger agreed. If you can't do as you please, there's no point in being a pirate, let alone a pirate king. I have the will to climb the mantle on my own, Shiki. I do not have to depend on anyone to know my true worth. Roger's words ignited the spark of conflict, leaving no room for negotiation. The entire fleet of the Golden Lion readied itself for the epic clash with the Roger pirates. No matter how you try to pressure me, Golden Lion Shiki, I refuse your offer. Roger stood tall, refusing to join hands with the Golden Lion. The entire sea, feeling the mood, swayed dangerously, sending massive waves around. The burst of Conqueror's Haki intensified as the two parties prepared for the showdown. Rayleigh pulled out his blade, and even his own Conqueror's Haki burst out with ferocity, trying to trim the numbers of the Golden Lion fleet as much as possible. Chapter 50. In other words, your answer is, please kill me right here and now, isn't it, Roger? Shiki roared with anger, seeping out of his every being. However, Roger was not to be outmatched. He bellowed with even more intensity while pushing down Shiki even more with his Haoshiku. No, I'm going to crush every last one of you here today. With that, the conflict exploded, and with a loud cannon sound, the Oro Jackson fired the first shot, which directly tore through the mast of one of Shiki's ships. Boom! 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 More than a dozen cannons sang ferociously as every one of Shiki's fleet fired their cannons at the Oro Jackson. Rayleigh was already at the forefront, leading the Roger pirates to defend while simultaneously attacking their enemies. However, Roger and Shiki went for a much more primal clash. Roger had already jumped ahead to clash with the Golden Lion head-on, while Shiki dropped down, drawing his twin blades, and Roger swung his cutlass to meet the attack head-on. Both fighters were at the apex of the current world, and their mastery of Haki was similarly phenomenal. Roger! Shiki yelled, his voice filled with determination. I will make sure to bury you beneath the waves today. Pushed back due to the initial clash, Shiki flew up into the air using his float fruit powers and then lashed out with his double swords, sending a cross slash imbued with Haki. However, Roger, ready to intercept, lifted his cutlass and sent his own slash flying through the air. Both attacks collided midway. Although Shiki had the advantage of higher ground, he couldn't shake Roger even a bit. Inwardly, Shiki laughed like a madman, thinking, yes, only a man like Roger is worthy to be considered my equal. Shiki had already awakened his devil fruit, and his mastery of devil fruit could be considered top tier even when compared against all the devil fruit users in the world. The entire warship that Roger stood on showed signs of rising above the sea into the sky, but Roger wasn't going to let that happen. He sent out a burst of Conqueror's Haki imbued with his own armament, neutralizing the entire devil fruit power as the ship settled back into the waters. Roger jumped up and swung his cutlass again to keep Shiki occupied so the man wouldn't redirect his devil fruit powers onto Oro Jackson. Although Roger knew that Rayleigh was able to neutralize Shiki's devil fruit power, Rayleigh was already facing overwhelming odds, dealing with close to 36 great battleships from Shiki's grand fleet. Although the quality of Roger's pirates spoke volumes, the numbers of the Golden Pirates were simply monstrous. Rayleigh felt like for every enemy he cut down, 2 more popped out in their place. Although the Roger pirates were holding on, he didn't know how long this stalemate could continue. To make matters worse, the battle was taking place right on the harsh seas. The sea beside them was picking up each second, as if responding to the clash between Roger and Shiki. Thunder clouds had already filled the sky, and heavy rain started pouring down. As the clash between Roger and Shiki reached an inhuman level, the very elements seemed to respond to their battle. Thunder crackled in the sky above, illuminating the dark clouds with flashes of light, while waves surged and crashed against the ships, as if echoing the intensity of the conflict below. Roger and Shiki continued their fierce exchange of blows, each strike resonating with the power of their wills and the mastery of their combat skills. Their swords clashed with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying in all directions, while their conqueror's Haki radiated outwards, affecting everyone on the battlefield. On the Oro Jackson, Rayleigh fought valiantly against the onslaught of Shiki's fleet, his own conqueror's Haki surging forth to bolster the resolve of his crewmates. Despite facing overwhelming odds, the Roger pirates refused to back down, their loyalty to their captain unwavering as they stood their ground against the Golden Lion pirates. Meanwhile, the crew members of both fleets battled ferociously, their shouts and clashes of steel adding to the cacophony of war. Each side fought with all their strength, driven by their own convictions and desires for victory. As the rain poured down relentlessly, turning the deck of every ship into a slippery battlefield, Roger and Shiki's duel intensified. Their movements became more fluid and precise, as if they were locked in a dance of death upon the tumultuous seas. With every clash of their blades, the very air seemed to tremble, as if unable to contain the sheer force of their clash. It was a battle of titans, a clash of legends that would be remembered for generations to come. Just as the cadre from Shiki's fleet aimed to strike down Buggy, who was utilizing his devil fruit powers to fend off the attackers, a harpoon suddenly pierced through the assailant's neck, ending his life instantly. The swift action came from Crocus, who wasted no time in dispatching the enemy pirates who dared to board the Oro Jackson. Raleigh, witnessing the scene, was filled with fury. His eyes locked onto one of the enemy ships that had crashed into the Oro Jackson. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his signature technique, Dark Descent. In one fluid motion, Raleigh swung his sword, a lethal arc of power cutting through the air. A cadre from the Golden Lion pirates attempted to intercept the attack, his Haki-clad defenses raised. However, the sheer force and intensity of Raleigh's anger-fueled strike proved overwhelming. Despite the cadre's formidable strength and his bounty of over 500 million, he was cleaved neatly in half, his Haki shattered like glass. The slash didn't stop there. Raleigh's blade continued its merciless path, slicing through the massive warship as if it were made of paper, cleaving it into two halves with ease. The force of the blow was so immense that it carried on, cutting through a second ship in its wake. The second ship began to sink before its crew even realized what had happened. The display of Raleigh's power sent shockwaves through the battlefield, instilling fear in the hearts of the enemy pirates. The Roger pirates rallied behind their vice-captain, emboldened by his ferocity and unwavering resolve. It was a testament to the strength and unity of their crew, a force to be reckoned with even amidst the chaos of battle. The clash between Shiki and Roger was beyond the intervention of ordinary individuals. As Rayleigh sank two of Shiki's warships, a tempest of anger, greed, and envy swirled within Shiki's heart. "Why, Roger? Why do you possess everything that should have been mine? You lack ambition, yet you dare to challenge me?" Shiki's roar resonated with thunder as lightning struck where their blades crossed. With a surge of his devil fruit powers, a massive shadow engulfed the battlefield. "Ha ha ha, did you think I would confront you, my greatest rival, without prior preparation?" Shiki's maniacal laughter echoed as he ascended into the air, mocking Roger from above. With a mocking gesture, he signaled the descent of a colossal island. The sight sent shockwaves through the Golden Lion pirates, their panic palpable as they faced the impending catastrophe brought forth by their captain's recklessness. Yet Roger remained resolute, his grip firm on Ace as he prepared to counter Shiki's devastating attack. With a primal roar, he unleashed his own technique, a torrent of slashes cutting through the air with lethal precision. He infused his Haki to its peak and unleashed a massive cross-slash to intercept the plummeting landmass. Divine Departure. Roger's voice thundered as he continued to unleash a barrage of attacks, each strike aimed at the falling island. Boom! The impact of Roger's onslaught obliterated the island, reducing it to mere debris. The sheer magnitude of the explosion defied belief, leading onlookers to question if such a feat could be accomplished by a mere mortal. Amidst the chaos, Roger stood tall amidst the falling chunks of earth, his gaze locked fiercely on Shiki. In that moment, his determination burned brighter than ever, a beacon of defiance against the chaos of the New World. "Shiki, if this is all you have to offer, then I suggest you give up on your grand dream of becoming the king." Despite facing overwhelming odds, Roger couldn't help but mock his rival as he prepared himself for the next attack. Flushed with embarrassment at Roger's taunt, Shiki spat out the cigar in his mouth and yelled, "You bastard, let me show you why the whole world fears the name of Golden Lion Shiki." Like a meteor, Shiki plummeted from the sky, his entire silhouette igniting from the friction of his high-speed descent. As he descended, the air around him crackled with an ominous energy, and the very fabric of reality seemed to warp under his weight. "Lion's Majesty," he roared, the force of his voice echoing across the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the air. With a deafening roar, he crashed down onto Roger while swinging his dual blades, each strike carrying the weight of his ambition and fury. Meanwhile, the sea water around them surged, taking the form of a massive lion, its jaws poised to engulf the entire warship. It was a two-pronged assault, a convergence of nature's wrath and Shiki's unyielding will. Roger's laughter echoed in defiance as he primed himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. With a flourish, he met Shiki's attack head-on, his cutlass flashing like lightning in the storm. The clash of their blades sent shockwaves rippling through the air, cracking the very foundation of the sea beneath them. The intensity of their collision was such that it seemed to warp space itself, distorting the fabric of reality with its sheer force. As the dust settled and the echoes of their clash faded, the once mighty warship Roger stood upon lay in ruins, shattered by the titanic forces at play. Even nearby ships, caught in the wake of their battle, bore the scars of their conflict, their hulls cracked and splintered by the sheer force of their collision. And yet, amidst the chaos and destruction, the intensity of the clash between the two titans didn't waver. Roger was using the broken debris as his foothold, but Shiki didn't have that issue as he could use his devil fruit powers to float. He just had to be careful not to plunge into the sea, which would put him at a disadvantage. As they fought, the very fabric of reality seemed to bend and warp around them, unable to contain the sheer magnitude of their power. Lightning danced across the sky, thunder echoing their struggle as if nature itself bore witness to their epic duel. The sea raged and roared, its waves rising and falling with the ebb and flow of their battle, as if responding to the intensity of their clash. As the clash between Shiki and Roger entered its 6th hour, the battlefield had become a symphony of chaos and destruction. Shiki's grand fleet, once formidable in its numbers, now lay scattered and diminished, reduced to a mere fraction of its former strength. Yet, despite their losses, the Golden Lion pirates continued to press their assault with unwavering ferocity. The Oro Jackson, though battered and bruised, remained a bastion of defiance amidst the chaos. Its once proud hull now bore the scars of countless attacks, each gash and dent a testament to the fierce determination of its crew. Rayleigh, his brow furrowed with concentration, fought tirelessly to repel the relentless onslaught of enemy forces. His skill and experience were the only things standing between the Roger pirates and annihilation. Meanwhile, Roger and Shiki clashed with a fury that shook the very foundations of the sea. Each blow exchanged between the two titans sent shockwaves rippling across the water. The sheer force of their clash was enough to part the waves themselves. Though Roger seemed to possess the greater strength, his focus remained solely on his opponent, leading his crewmates to fend for themselves against the relentless onslaught of enemy forces. Chapter 51, Arg. The cry of pain echoed across the deck as bullet fell beneath the blade of an enemy assailant, his blood staining the wooden planks beneath him. Gabon was quick enough to drag the fallen form of Bullet back to safety. Despite their valiant efforts, the Roger pirates found themselves steadily pushed back, their ranks thinning with each passing moment. Buggy and Shanks, their bodies exhausted and their spirits waning, had already been forced out of commission, leaving their comrades to carry on the fight with sheer willpower alone. Yet, amidst the chaos and despair, a glimmer of hope remained. Rayleigh and Skopper Gabon and a few others, their strength tested to its limits, continued to stand firm against the tide of enemies that threatened to engulf them. With each swing of their blades and each burst of Conqueror's Haki, they inspired their comrades to fight on, their unwavering resolve serving as a beacon of hope amidst the darkness of battle. And yet, despite the odds stacked against them, the Roger pirates refused to yield. With each blow they struck and each enemy they felled, they reaffirmed their commitment to their captain and their cause. For them, there was no retreat, no surrender, only the relentless pursuit of victory, no matter the cost. "Ha ha ha, Roger, you bastard. How long do you think your puny crew can handle my armada?" Shiki's laughter echoed across the tumultuous battlefield, a mix of madness and triumph dancing in his eyes. Despite the relentless assault of the Roger pirates, Shiki remained resolute in his belief that victory was within his grasp. "The resilience of your crew is commendable, I'll give you that," Shiki continued, his voice dripping with disdain. "But soon, you will have no crew left to call your own. Then, and only then, will you realize the futility of your resistance." The clash with Roger had brought Shiki face to face with his own limitations. Though he prided himself on his strength and cunning, it was clear that Roger was the superior fighter. Yet, as a fellow pirate who aspired for the throne, Shiki's will remained unyielding. He couldn't afford to let doubt creep into his mind, not when victory was so tantalizingly close. With a defiant roar, Shiki vowed to end the Roger pirates once and for all. His armada stood ready to crush their adversaries, and within a few short hours, he would achieve his long-awaited triumph. But little did Shiki know that the Roger pirates were far from finished, their determination burning brighter than ever as they faced their greatest challenge yet. Roger, understanding the urgent situation of his crew, burst out with a strength that surpassed his normal limits. His Conqueror's Haki, for the first time, merged with the voice of all things, causing the entire world to bend to his will. Deep within the sea, massive sea kings were also affected by the sudden change in the world's flow. As if responding to Roger's fury, the world's weather shifted, the entire sea responded to Roger's wrath. The sea's climate shifted dramatically as a massive storm was born due to Roger's will and his connection to the world. The waves rose higher, crashing against each other with immense force, and lightning streaked across the darkened sky, illuminating the chaos below. It was a display of power that sent shivers down the spines of even the most hardened pirates. The storm moved as if it had a life of its own, responding to Roger's command. Even Shiki froze in shock, having never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Roger, without the aid of any devil fruit, was recreating a scene reminiscent of the legendary Whitebeard. His influence on the surroundings mirrored Whitebeard's tremor power, yet the raw power contained within Roger's will-infused storm surpassed even that of Whitebeard. Within moments, the massive storm began to wreak havoc, tearing through ship after ship of the Golden Lion Armada, dragging them down into the depths of the ocean. Shiki realized the gravity of the situation and retreated back to his flagship to stabilize his forces. If he didn't act swiftly, there was a very real possibility that he would lose his entire armada on this fateful day. A day later, a massive marine fleet arrived in the Ed Sea area, where the two titans of the New World were suspected to have clashed. However, what the Marines encountered was an empty sea littered with the broken debris of once grand fleets. Typically, battles between sea emperors would rage for days on end, which was precisely why the Marines planned to intervene on the second day, catching both pirate crews off guard. But what they found was utter devastation, the aftermath of a supposed epic clash. What happened here? Sengoku roared, his meticulously laid-out plan now in shambles. He never anticipated that the battle between Shiki and Roger would conclude so swiftly. Beside him, Garp crushed the railing of Sengoku's ship, his fighting intent soaring after witnessing the aftermath of the battle. "Sengoku, I told you something like this would happen. But no, you had to stick to your plans." Garp sighed, understanding how his friend sometimes forgot the true unpredictability of the sea. Trying to confine everything to a set plan was futile when faced with the vast unknowns of the ocean. My reaction, however, was entirely different. As someone attuned to the voice of all things, I could feel the lingering remnants of a will in the area. It was as if a human's will had transcended and taken on the form of nature itself. I couldn't help but sweat under the sheer pressure emanating from this residual will. I immediately realized there was only one man capable of such a feat, Gold, Roger. No wonder the annals of history and the canon mentioned an unpredictable storm decimating Shiki's armada. The truth was far from what I initially believed. It wasn't nature's wrath that brought down Shiki's fleet, it was the indomitable will of Roger, a force that transcended human understanding. Knowing that one day I could achieve something similar filled me with an exhilarating rush. As the Marines surveyed the chaotic aftermath of the clash, Sengoku's stern demeanor softened slightly, replaced by a furrowed brow of contemplation. "This is unprecedented," he muttered, more to himself than to his companions. Even for the likes of Roger and Shiki, such destruction, it's beyond anything I imagined. Garp, still brimming with the energy of battle, grunted in agreement. Aye, this is the new world for you. There is no place for the faint-hearted or the overly prepared. But what I fear is that the aftermath of such a devastating battle would have affected the nearby islands. He cast a sideways glance at Sengoku, his eyes gleaming with a mix of admiration and playful mockery. Isn't that right, Sengoku? Sengoku shot Garp a sharp look, a rare hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Yes, Garp, your impulsive nature certainly has its merits, he conceded, though his tone remained measured. But even you must admit, this level of devastation is something entirely different. Tsuru, the voice of reason among them, stepped forward, her expression grave yet composed. Regardless of how it happened, we must deal with the aftermath. The destruction surely must have affected the islands in the Ed Sea area. We have had reports of massive storms and tsunamis, she interjected, her voice carrying the weight of authority. We need to assess the situation, gather any survivors, and ensure that no further harm comes to innocent lives. Sengoku nodded in agreement, a sense of duty overshadowing his earlier bewilderment. You're right, Tsuru. We have a responsibility to maintain order and protect the citizens of the world, even in the face of such chaos. Garp grunted his approval, his earlier levity giving way to a more serious demeanor. Aye, let's get to work then. We've got a lot to do. With that, the trio set about their task, their resolve unyielding even in the wake of unprecedented destruction. As the Marine fleet dispersed to address the aftermath of the battle, news of the epic clash spread like wildfire across the globe. The World Economic News wasted no time immortalizing the event, christening it the Battle of Edd War. Speculation ran rampant, with no one able to ascertain the exact outcome of the confrontation. However, rough estimates suggested that the Golden Lion Armada had suffered a devastating blow, losing close to 3/4 of its formidable fleet. Whispers circulated that even Shiki himself had been gravely wounded in his clash with Roger, adding an air of mystery to the already legendary encounter. Once again, the name Gold, Roger, or rather Gold Roger, as advertised, echoed throughout the world, stirring both awe and trepidation among those who heard it. The world government, sensing the unrest that threatened to unravel the delicate balance of power, swiftly responded to the situation. The massive tsunami unleashed by the unpredictable storm wreaked havoc, swallowing 3 nearby islands in the vicinity of the Ed Sea. In light of these events, Roger's notoriety soared to unprecedented heights, prompting the world government to revise his bounty without hesitation. With a new bounty of 4,258,600,000 belly, Roger ascended to a league of his own, becoming the first pirate in nearly a decade to carry such a staggering price on his head. The magnitude of his bounty spoke volumes, solidifying his status as the most wanted man in the world and sending shockwaves through the ranks of both pirates and Marines alike. The Marines deployed their forces with unwavering determination, sweeping through Paradise and the 4 seas to quell any signs of unrest that threatened to escalate further. Their efforts were a testament to their resolve to maintain order and stability in the face of chaos. However, for me, life soon returned to its usual rhythm of hunting pirates in the treacherous waters of the New World and honing my skills through rigorous training. Over the course of the next 2 months, the Marines successfully reasserted their dominance across the world, restoring a sense of security to the seas. This was a crucial step, especially with the imminent arrival of the big event on the horizon. The world government couldn't afford to have the seas plunged into turmoil, not when the leaders of affiliated nations were set to convene. During those 2 months, amidst the tumultuous events, a significant encounter unfolded. It was a chance meeting with none other than Mihawk, the enigmatic swordsman, who had fully recovered from our previous clash. As I sat in a quaint restaurant, savoring a momentary respite from the rigors of duty, I sensed Mihawk's presence. It was as if fate had orchestrated our encounter, bringing us together on a remote island where Garp's ship was docked for resupply. I continued with my meal, unfazed by Mihawk's silent presence as he seated himself across from me. Yoru, his legendary blade, remained sheathed on his back, waiting to be unleashed at a moment's notice. The scar I had left on him during our last encounter was still visible, a reminder of our shared history. As we continued to dine in silence, I couldn't help but notice the subtle change in Mihawk's demeanor as he accepted the meal I had ordered for him. His stoic expression softened ever so slightly, a silent acknowledgement of my gesture. With a nod of thanks, Mihawk began to partake in the food before him, his movements deliberate and controlled. It was evident that he was a man of refined tastes, yet he seemed to appreciate the simplicity of the meal I had provided. Minutes passed in comfortable silence, broken only by the clink of utensils against plates and the occasional murmur of conversation from nearby patrons. The aroma of freshly cooked food filled the air, mingling with the salt-tinged breeze that wafted through the open windows of the restaurant. Finally, as I finished the last morsel of my meal, a contented burp escaped my lips, drawing a faint smirk from Mihawk. It was a rare moment of levity between us, a small but significant gesture that spoke volumes without the need for words. Chapter 52. Finally, it was Mihawk who broke the silence. "Thank you for sparing my life. As the victor of our swordsmanship battle, you had every right to claim it," he commented, his tone respectful yet tinged with acknowledgement of our unspoken duel. I simply smiled, understanding the whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. "Mihawk, you should try controlling your emotions better." "I can read you like an open book," I teased gently. Mihawk's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly composed himself, returning to his trademark calm demeanor. "I owe you my life, and I will not deny that," he admitted. "But as a swordsman who aspires to reach the pinnacle and beyond, I hope you can accept my challenge in the future when I grow stronger." His words held a quiet determination, a testament to his unyielding spirit. I nodded in acknowledgement, respecting his resolve. "Mihawk, I commend your ambition. A true swordsman is always striving for greater heights. But tell me, why should I accept your request? And do you know why I spared your life?" I replied, emphasizing the mutual respect that underpinned our rivalry. From the moment he had entered the restaurant, Mihawk had been assessing me, sizing up the gap between us. Even without drawing his blade, he recognized that he was not yet a match for my current strength. And so he extended a challenge for the future, a testament to his unwavering determination. "Well, I did hear from Haki, so I can guess your intention. If I am not wrong, you would like to extend the same invitation to join the Donquxote family that you extended to Haki, isn't that right?" Mihawk couldn't help but inquire, his sharp gaze fixed on me. It seemed he had already spoken to Haki regarding the offer I had made to her. "Ha ha ha, you are mistaken, my friend," I chuckled, though my tone held a hint of seriousness. "You must have misunderstood the offer I made to Haki-san. While it was indeed an invitation to join the Donquxote family, it's more than that. I seek your undying loyalty to myself. I aim to form a group of companions whom I can trust with my life in the future." I shared my true intentions openly, revealing my desire to bring about a group of people who I can rely on and trust within the Donquxote family. While I trusted the current Donquxote family members to a certain extent, my experiences had taught me the importance of having a dedicated group of allies I could rely on unconditionally. The betrayal I had witnessed in my past life had left a deep scar, making me hesitant to place my trust in anyone other than myself and Doffy. Even now, as I sought to protect Doflamingo, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease regarding the loyalty of his cadres. Virgo was the only member of the cadre whom I truly trusted completely, but unfortunately, he wasn't by Doflamingo's side. As for the others, including Diamante and the rest, I harbored a healthy dose of suspicion. The force I sought to nurture within the Donquxote family was my insurance, a trump card to safeguard Doflamingo's ascent to the throne, no matter the circumstances. As I explained my rationale to Mihawk, I couldn't help but feel a sense of determination wash over me. In this unpredictable world, I would do whatever it took to ensure Doflamingo's safety and the success of our shared ambitions. Mihawk carefully contemplated my words, his gaze piercing as he weighed the implications of my offer. After a few moments of tense silence, he finally spoke, his voice steady but filled with determination. "Ross, I understand that you have great ambitions, perhaps even greater than mine," Mihawk began, his tone measured. "But I do not think I can stay tethered down. I relish the thrill of the challenge, swinging my blade makes me feel alive, and I wish to live freely out in this open sea. His words resonated with me, and a smile tugged at the corners of my lips. Ha ha ha, I wasn't wrong about you, I replied, admiration coloring my voice. You are everything that I had hoped for. As someone with ambition, I can understand your resolve. So how about this? You can roam the seas to your heart's content. I will not restrict you. All I ask is that we become blood brothers, helping each other in times of need. And if it ever comes to a day when you need a place to settle down, you can come back and join my family. Mihawk thought for a moment, his expression unreadable, before a light smile bloomed on his stern face. It was a rare sight, but one that filled me with satisfaction. Never would he have believed that there would come a day when he would take a blood oath after being betrayed, especially with a Marine. Yet here we were, forging a bond that transcended our pasts. Understanding the weight of his decision, Mihawk pulled out a small blade from his crucifix without hesitation. With a swift motion, he slid his palm and extended it toward me, blood dripping from his hand. My heart swelled with pride and delight as I stood up, accepting the crucifix that Mihawk offered. Without a moment's hesitation, I mirrored his actions, slicing my own palm and clasping his hand in a firm grip. As our blood mingled, sealing our pact, I felt a surge of camaraderie and determination wash over me. In that moment, amidst the chaos of the New World, Mihawk and I became more than allies, we became blood brothers, bound by our shared ambitions and unwavering loyalty to each other. As I returned to the present, I found myself standing on the deck of Garp's ship, my hand instinctively grappling with my own crucifix chain. The memory of my blood brotherhood with Mihawk lingered in my mind, a reminder of the bond we had forged amidst the tumultuous seas. Currently, our marine ship is making its way towards a government-affiliated country in the New World. The nation had plunged into rebellion, and chaos reigned throughout. Somehow, Kong had managed to persuade Garp to intervene and subdue the uprising. Normally, Garp would not involve himself in such matters, but pirates were entangled in this affair. Due to the citizens' rebellion, the kingdom's army had split, forcing the king to seek assistance from pirates to quell the unrest. With the reverie fast approaching, the world government couldn't allow such instability to continue. They dispatched CP agents, and Kong ordered a marine force to suppress the rebellion. However, the rebels proved formidable, determined to end the tyranny of the king. They even turned against the marines sent to assist the monarchy. Now, Garp was tasked with putting an end to the conflict once and for all. As we approached the kingdom, I noticed 3 more marine warships anchored near the now destroyed port. I immediately recognized them as ships from the base where Vice Admiral Dragon was assigned. The flagship of the G5 base lay anchored, indicating that this particular sea area might be under the jurisdiction of the G5 Marine base. It seems like Dragon-san is here as well. It seems like the issue is worse than we expected, Corazon commented, standing by my side. He had been reassigned under Garp once more due to Garp's request, as he had completed the elite training camp and was simply loitering in HQ. Garp thought it was better to have Corazon learn from him for some time. Corazon-san, Ambrosia Kingdom, is one of the oldest kingdoms out there. It's said that the kingdom has close to 1 million-strong army. Maybe only Arabasta in Paradise might have a larger standing army. And now, with the entire country plunged into rebellion, do you know how many people would be involved? The entire port had been burned to cinders, and there wasn't even any visible movement amongst the rubble. However, I detected a few hidden presences using my observation Haki. It seemed like the ruined port was also under watch. Just as our ship made it near the other marine ships, I could detect a commotion on the main ship of G9. Dragon was having a heated conversation with what appeared to be agents from CP0. After a moment of back and forth, Dragon stepped up and grabbed the collar of the CP agent, lifting him up. "Do you guys know what you are doing?" Dragon's voice boomed through the air, reaching our ship. Garp stepped out, his expression unreadable, though I could see a hint of pride and frustration in his demeanor. I understood that with CP0 directly involved, the situation in Ambrosia Kingdom might be worse than what was shared by Kong. Without hesitation, Garp quickly retrieved a transponder snail and contacted the fleet admiral, who had sent him here based on false intelligence. The entire ship could hear the marine hero yelling at Fleet Admiral Kong before he abruptly disconnected the call. With Moonwalk, he stepped onto the air and jumped onto Dragon's ship. The CP-0 agent, who was about to clash with Dragon, ceased as he felt the presence of Garp looming over him. Though the CP-0 agent wasn't afraid of Garp, he wasn't stupid enough to challenge the marine hero head-on. "You have your orders, Vice Admiral Dragon. Whether you choose to follow them or not is up to you. However, you should remember the consequences of defying the world government's orders," the lead agent stated firmly. With that, the three CP-0 agents left the ship and headed towards the interior of the country. As the CP agents departed, Garp turned to Dragon, his gaze fixed on the turmoil unfolding within Ambrosia Kingdom's borders, where the distant echoes of cannon fire resounded. "What's the situation?" Garp's voice was firm, cutting through the tension like a blade. Dragon's expression darkened as he relayed the grim reality. "They're planning a complete purge of the rebels. We're tasked with apprehending their leader, a formidable Logia user who once commanded the kingdom's forces." Garp's brows furrowed in concern. "Shouldn't it be our duty to address the rebellion?" Corazon, standing beside Garp on Dragon's ship, voiced his inquiry. "The rebels they're referring to are the common folk," Dragon clarified, his tone heavy with solemnity. "The majority of the civilian population is oppressed and subjected to unspeakable atrocities. They've risen up after half of the army sided with them against the tyranny. Now, they want us to hunt down these oppressed people, alongside the pirates." The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Garp's shoulders as he contemplated the moral dilemma posed by the world government's orders. It was clear that their duty as Marines clashed with their obligation to uphold justice and protect the innocent. "What have you decided, now that you're a Vice Admiral and this area falls under G5 jurisdiction?" Garp's voice held a solemn tone as he handed the weighty decision over to his son. Dragon's gaze hardened as he absorbed his father's words. The responsibility of command weighed heavily on his shoulders, especially in a situation as morally complex as this. He knew that whatever choice he made would have far-reaching consequences, both for the Marines and the people of Ambrosia Kingdom. "I won't follow those orders blindly," Dragon declared, his voice resolute. "We're here to uphold justice and protect innocent lives. If that means standing against the world government's tyranny, then so be it." Garp nodded in approval, a sense of pride swelling within him at his son's unwavering resolve. "Then let's do what's right," he affirmed, his eyes reflecting the unwavering conviction of a marine hero. As they were engrossed in their serious discussion, my laughter suddenly echoed through the air, catching the attention of Garp, Dragon, and Corazon. They turned to me with stern looks, clearly unimpressed by my interruption. "It's funny, Garp-san," I said between chuckles, trying to stifle my amusement. "Tell me honestly, what are you proposing here?" Garp's expression soured slightly, his gaze reflecting a mix of curiosity and frustration at my interruption. "We're discussing a serious matter, Ross. This isn't the time for jokes." I waved off his concern, still grinning. I know. But isn't it ironic? Here we are, Marines sworn to uphold justice, yet we're debating whether to follow orders that go against everything we stand for." Chapter 53. Dragon's brow furrowed as he mulled over my words, realizing the truth behind them. "He's got a point, Dad," he admitted, turning to Garp. "What are we going to do about this situation?" Corazon nodded in agreement, his expression thoughtful. "It's a delicate situation, but we have to do what's right, even if it means going against orders." "So enlighten me, Corazon-san," I began, addressing the group with a sardonic smile. "What do you think is the right thing to do in such a situation? Are we going to follow orders and hunt down civilians alongside the pirates, all to aid the monarchy? Or are we going to fight alongside the rebels and help them overthrow the tyrant king? Oh, wait, I know. We're just going to stand by and watch, neither here nor there. That's the kind of justice we're following, right, Garp-san?" My words hung in the air, laced with sarcasm and biting truth. I teased the three for their naive ideals, knowing full well the constraints of their allegiance to the world government. In a situation like this, they were bound to stand by and watch, unable to intervene in the truest sense of justice. So what are you proposing we do, kid? Garp's frustration was evident in his tone as he questioned me. If my words didn't hold any truth, he would have already kicked me into the sea. If you ask me, follow your heart. Kill all the pirates and eliminate everyone who is truly wrong, and we all know who that would be, I commented, my words carrying a weight of conviction. I wanted to ignite the spark of revolution in Dragon's heart. He needed to become a revolutionary in the future, possessing a stronger resolve than what he had in the canon timeline. If I wanted to challenge an empire that had ruled over the world for centuries, I needed to sow chaos in the future, and Dragon was the linchpin. He had to yearn for the freedom of the masses and fight for the oppressed, and I intended to take full advantage of it. So what about the world government? They still have agents in the country. They'll know the moment we step in to help the rebels. Dragon's eyes glinted with determination as his mind raced with strategies to aid the oppressed. I say we kill them all. There are no saints amongst the cipher pole, and sacrificing a few of them to secure the future of these people is a noble deed, I remarked casually, fully aware of the brewing rage within Garp. He despised my radical ideas, but deep down, they resonated with his true beliefs. Enough, Ross. Shut up. We will be doing no such thing. We are Marines, and we serve to maintain order. How can you suggest such ideals in front of me? Garp's words were laced with frustration, his inner conflict evident. He couldn't allow himself or his son to be swayed by such extreme notions. So, watching from the sidelines, I mused, resigned to the fact that we would once again witness a bloodbath where the innocent would be slaughtered. It wasn't my first time in such a situation, nor would it be my last. With Sandai Kitetsu in hand, I leaped onto the shore, knowing Garp's decision meant I was free to explore this war-torn country at my leisure. Dad, Ross is right. We can't stand idly by while these people suffer under tyranny. Maybe we should. Dragon began, his voice filled with uncertainty and empathy. But Garp's abrupt, rage-filled shout cut him off mid-sentence. Shut up. Just don't. Don't act like that naive brat. Let's say we go with your grand plan of freeing the oppressed. Then what? You kill the monarch and free them. Have you thought about what you'll do next? Have you considered the consequences when the world government gets wind of this matter? They would bury this entire country. Would you be able to stop them? Garp's frustration, long held back, erupted in a torrent of words. Have you thought about what would happen to these innocents once you've freed them? Every last one of them would be slaughtered. What would be better for them, to be alive and living, or dead? Garp's words were harsh, but they carried a weight of bitter truth. As Dragon's words echoed in the tense atmosphere, a silence fell over the group. Garp's expression softened, and his features contorted with a mix of frustration and concern. He knew Dragon's words held a truth that he couldn't easily dismiss. Despite his loyalty to the Marines, Garp couldn't ignore the suffering of the innocent people caught in the crossfire of rebellion and tyranny. Dragon. Garp's voice was quieter now, his tone tinged with a hint of remorse. I understand your frustration and your desire to protect the innocent. But we must consider the consequences of our actions. We can't simply intervene without a plan, without understanding the full scope of the situation. Dragon's eyes flashed with determination, refusing to back down. But what about justice, Dad? What about standing up for what's right? Isn't that what you taught me all my life? Even if it means defying authority? Isn't that what being a Marine is all about? Garp sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair in frustration. He knew Dragon was right, but the weight of responsibility as a Marine weighed heavily on his shoulders. It's not that simple, son. Sometimes we must make difficult choices, even if they go against our ideals. We must consider the greater good, even if it means sacrificing our own beliefs. Kuzan watched the exchange silently, his expression unreadable. He understood both sides of the argument, torn between his desire for justice and the reality of the situation. But deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that sometimes the right choice wasn't always the easiest one. I cautiously navigated the debris-laden streets of Ambrosia Kingdom, my senses assaulted by the sights and sounds of war. The once bustling city now lay in ruins, its buildings reduced to rubble, and its streets stained with the blood of the innocent. As I moved deeper into the heart of the conflict, a feeling of dread settled over me like a suffocating shroud. Amidst the chaos, a horrifying scene unfolded before me. A group of pirates mercilessly ravaged a defenseless woman. Her piercing screams cut through the air, pleading for mercy in the face of unspeakable violence. As I stood frozen in shock, the woman's eyes found mine, a desperate plea for salvation evident in her gaze. With trembling hands, she reached out to me, her last glimmer of hope fading fast. "Please, kill me." Her voice was hoarse with despair, and her spirit was broken by the brutality of war. The pirates, engrossed in their depraved acts, finally noticed my presence, their attention diverted from their victim to the unexpected intruder in a marine uniform. "Damn it, it's the Marines," one of the pirates exclaimed, rising to confront me. Another pirate scoffed dismissively, "Forget him, we're on the same side as the Marines in this war. Let's enjoy ourselves while we can. Who knows when we'll get another chance like this." Disgusted by their callousness, I drew Sandai Katetsu, the blade gleaming ominously in the dim light of the ruined street. Before the pirates could comprehend my intentions, blood sprayed through the air as heads rolled and bodies fell. In the aftermath of the carnage, silence descended upon the street, broken only by the anguished cries of the woman, who now knelt amidst the blood-soaked ground, her spirit shattered. With a flick of my blade, I sheathed Sandai Katetsu and approached the trembling woman, her hands clutching a fallen pirate's blade, poised to end her own suffering. "Stop," I spoke gently, reaching out to her with a reassuring hand. "You're safe now. The nightmare is over. However, you have two choices before you. Either you can end your suffering with this blade here and now, or use this same blade to take out as many of these vermin before you die so that another woman may not suffer the same fate as you." I released the woman's wrist, allowing her a moment to contemplate her choice. With trembling hands, she dropped the blade to her side, her resolve wavering in the face of overwhelming despair. But I don't have the strength to confront them," she sobbed, her voice choked with anguish. "Even with a sword, I'll still be powerless. What if I gave you the strength you need?" I interjected, my gaze unwavering as I locked eyes with the woman. She sat before me, naked and ravaged, her body stained with blood, yet within her, I sensed a newfound determination, a spark of defiance amidst the darkness. As she looked up at me with tear-stained eyes, a glimmer of hope flickered in her gaze, a beacon of light amidst the darkness of war. "I will fight," she declared, her voice tinged with righteous fury. "I will fight until my last breath, and I will bring down every last one of those dogs." With a sense of purpose burning in her eyes, she accepted the challenge, her aura pulsating with newfound resolve. "Then take this," I said, placing a crimson-colored fruit before her. "It will give you the strength to begin your journey. How far you go from here is up to you. Perhaps our paths will cross again in the future." Leading her to her fate, I turned away without looking back, venturing further into the war-torn country. The woman's fate now rested in her own hands, her destiny shaped by the choices she would make in the battles to come. As the tear trickled down my cheek, its wet trail a stark reminder of the emotional turmoil within me, I couldn't help but raise my hand to touch the evidence of my vulnerability. The tear glistened on my fingertip, a tangible manifestation of the turmoil that churned deep within my soul. In that moment, a flood of conflicting emotions swept over me. The merging of Rosinante's essence with my own had blurred the lines between who I once was and who I had become. No longer was I simply Ross, the hardened warrior forged in the crucible of bloodshed. Now, I was also Rosinante, the compassionate soul who had dedicated his life to protecting the innocent. The realization hit me like a thunderbolt, leaving me reeling in its wake. I had spent so long suppressing my emotions, burying them beneath layers of steel and resolve. But now, faced with the plight of these innocent children, those walls have crumbled, leaving me exposed and vulnerable. As I stood there, a flood of memories washed over me, each one a testament to the journey I had undertaken since arriving in this world. From saving homing, to tempering my villainous nature, to following Doflamingo's whims to visit Mary Geo's despite the risk, joining the Marines, every decision I had made flashed before my eyes in vivid detail. In that moment, I realized the profound impact of a second persona that had subtly influenced me, which led me to make these choices. I had fundamentally changed, evolving into a blend of two extreme personalities, one shrouded in darkness and the other bathed in light. While my dark side remained dominant, the influence of my light side had subtly guided many of my decisions. It was a revelation that struck me to my core. For years, I had been oblivious to the gradual transformation occurring within me. But now, as tears welled in my eyes, I was forced to confront the truth. I was not the old Ross I had believed myself to be. I was something more, a complex amalgamation of conflicting traits, struggling to find balance in a world torn apart by chaos and conflict. With this newfound understanding, I felt a sense of clarity wash over me, and I finally realized whom to blame for all this mess. "Damn you, Rosinante," I muttered under my breath, my voice thick with emotion. "What have you done to me?" Chapter 54. The merging of our souls had unlocked a side of me that I had long thought was buried alongside the old Rosinante, a side that yearned for justice and compassion in a world consumed by chaos. It was a revelation that left me feeling both liberated and utterly lost. After composing myself, I made a decision. Even though I was Ross, an occasional act of kindness might be able to keep Rosinante's feelings in check and prevent me from succumbing to these newfound emotions. So, I led the kids back to the Marine ship, Garp looking utterly dumbfounded by my actions. "What are you looking at, Garp-san? Haven't you seen war orphans before?" I asked him, a touch of sarcasm lacing my words as I helped the children board the warship. I knew that with the children on Garp's ship, they would find safety and perhaps even a new life. It was a small gesture, but it was the least I could do in a world torn apart by conflict and cruelty. And for now, it was enough. After settling the kids, I returned to my excursion. I was confident in my strength, and even when I was targeted by pirates or rebels, I cut them without mercy. As I ventured deeper into the heart of the city, my senses were assailed by the stench of death and the sounds of chaos. In the town square, a brutal spectacle unfolded before my eyes. A group of more than hundreds of rebels, their hands bound and faces etched with a mix of emotions, were lined up against a weathered wall, the harsh sunlight casting long shadows across the cobblestones. However, what caught my attention was not the ongoing execution but a man who was hidden beneath a dark cloak, watching the ongoing execution with rage and confusion. It was none other than Dragon, who had disguised himself to witness the true horror of this so-called rebellion. Dragon watched in horror as the tyrant soldiers, their faces obscured by helmets and their weapons gleaming in the sunlight, aimed their rifles at the rebels. The tension in the air was palpable, a silent prelude to the impending violence. "Please, have mercy!" one of the rebels cried out, his voice filled with desperation as he pleaded for his life. Bang! 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 But his words fell on deaf ears as the soldiers opened fire without hesitation, the crack of gunfire echoing through the square. The rebels, caught off guard and defenseless, were cut down in a hail of bullets, their bodies slumping to the ground in a grotesque display of carnage. The crowd, comprised of terrified civilians and impassive onlookers, watched in stunned silence as the massacre unfolded before them. Some turned away in horror, unable to bear witness to the senseless bloodshed, while others stood frozen in shock, their faces drained of color. Amidst the chaos, Dragon felt a surge of rage and helplessness wash over him. These were innocent people, their only crime being the desire for freedom from oppression. Yet, they were being slaughtered like animals by those who wielded power without mercy or remorse. As the gunfire subsided and the square fell silent once more, Dragon knew that he couldn't stand idly by and watch as more innocent lives were lost to the tyranny of the oppressors. With grim determination, he prepared to take action, knowing that the fight for justice would be a long and arduous one. But it was a fight worth undertaking, for the sake of those who had been silenced by the brutality of war. Just as Dragon was about to take action, I placed my palm on his shoulder, gripping it tightly to prevent him from acting impulsively. Dragon was so lost in rage that he had even let his guard down, allowing me to approach him without being detected. "Not yet, Dragon-san, not yet," I whispered urgently, exerting all my strength to restrain him. "You are not yet strong enough to challenge the structure of this world. Ideals are well and good, but you will need absolute power to challenge the true evil of this world. Don't lose your composure in a moment of impulse. There are Marine soldiers around, and they will surely recognize you if you do something rash." As I spoke, I could sense a faint flicker of Haki budding within Dragon, a testament to the immense strength and potential he possessed. It was clear that the world government feared those from the D clan for a reason, and Dragon was no exception. "Ross, let me go. I need to do something about this." Dragon gritted his teeth, his voice tinged with urgency as he struggled against my firm grip. Only the chaos within him helped me restrain him, otherwise, he would have easily broken free. "You would only doom yourself and these people, Dragon-san. Have you forgotten what I have told you before? The decision you make in anger will only ruin your goal," I whispered urgently, my words a desperate plea to prevent him from making a reckless move. I wanted him to become a revolutionary, not a prisoner locked away and impelled down because he couldn't control his impulses. Luckily for me, my words seemed to have struck a chord within him. He slightly calmed down and gazed at the ongoing execution in the square without making any sudden movements. Though his eyes burned with righteous fury, he seemed to understand the wisdom in my words, if only for the moment. In a secluded port town in the North Blue, the docks bustled with activity as various ships docked, most of them belonging to the mafia families of the West Blue region's 5 powerful families. The entire island was firmly under the control of the Western Mafia, but Doflamingo had plans to disrupt the status quo. With his rapid expansion efforts aiming to extend his influence over the entire North Blue and beyond, tensions were high among the underground factions. Recent developments, particularly the booming weapons trade in the first half of the Grand Line, had rattled the other criminal organizations. Feeling threatened by Doflamingo's growing power, the 5 families of the West had arranged a meeting, but it was a trap intended to eliminate Doflamingo and his family once and for all. The release of young Doflamingo's latest bounty, exceeding 200 million belly, only added fuel to their determination to eliminate the young upstart before he became unstoppable. Investing heavily in their plan, they stocked up on seastone bullets and assembled all their devil fruit users, ready to strike and end the Doflamingo threat once and for all. Amidst the flurry of activity at the port, Doflamingo, accompanied by his loyal subordinate Senor, observed the numerous ships docked along the harbor. Each vessel represented a faction eager to see his downfall, their intentions clear as day. He, it seems we've gathered quite the welcoming committee, haven't we?" Doflamingo remarked with a smirk, his eyes scanning the docks with a sense of amusement tinged with danger. "I wonder how many of these fools will leave this place breathing after today." Senor, standing by his master's side in his pristine white suit, nodded in agreement. "None, Master Doflamingo. We shall ensure that every last one of them meets their end here today," he vowed, his voice carrying a hint of disdain for their cowardly tactics. Despite his own criminal background, Senor held himself to a code of conduct, one that respected honor and proper standards of behavior. And while he might have found himself on the wrong side of the law, he couldn't help but admire the Donquxote family's adherence to their own principles. Deep down, Senor was eager to meet the one who had aided Doflamingo in achieving their current status, their young master, Ross. He had heard whispers of Ross's exploits and his influence within the family, and Senor couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation at the prospect of meeting the enigmatic figure who held such sway over their fortunes. As their imposing galleon approached the dock, it dwarfed the surrounding vessels, a testament to the Donquxote family's wealth and power. Wolf, the mastermind behind its modifications, had spared no expense in ensuring its superiority. With its enhanced speed and formidable defenses, it was a force to be reckoned with, capable of outmaneuvering even the most advanced marine warships. For the meeting ahead, Doflamingo had chosen Diamante and Senor as his companions, adhering to the strict 2-aid limit imposed by the gathering's organizers. With over 100 influential figures from various criminal organizations in attendance, including assassin guilds and underworld syndicates, security was a paramount concern. There was even speculation of government agents lurking among the attendees, adding an extra layer of tension to the proceedings. The seemingly ordinary town, upon closer inspection, teemed with illicit activities, with even its civilian population entangled in the web of darkness. Doffy, all preparations have been made, including the jamming snails you requested, Diamante reported, seeking clarity on their approach to handling the civilian populace. Shall we spare them this time? Doflamingo pondered for a moment before delivering his decree with unwavering resolve. If we are to send a message to the world, we must show no mercy. They provoked us first, and we've already suffered losses. Those who perish will not have died in vain. Let these souls join them in the afterlife, wherever it may lead. His words carried the weight of authority, a stark reminder of the consequences of challenging the Donquxote family's supremacy. Today's events would serve as a grim warning to anyone who dared to cross them in the future, ensuring that their power remained unchallenged. As the ship glided smoothly into the port, they were greeted by representatives of the 5 families of the West, a clear indication of the significance of the upcoming meeting. Typically, such high-profile gatherings took place in neutral territories, but Doflamingo understood that the 5 families must have pulled strings to host it on an island under their complete control. It was a cunning move on their part, aiming to catch their rivals off guard within their own territory. However, any organization worth its salt wouldn't be foolish enough to fall for such an obvious ploy. The target of the meeting was clear: the Donquxote family. With tensions running high and the stakes even higher, Doflamingo knew they were walking into a trap, one that they were more than prepared to face head-on. As the representatives of the 5 families of the West approached, their demeanor was outwardly polite, yet beneath the veneer of civility lurked an undercurrent of tension. Doflamingo, with his trademark grin, greeted them with an air of nonchalance, though his eyes betrayed a hint of amusement at their thinly veiled threats. "Greetings, Donquxote Doflamingo," one of the representatives began, his voice smooth but laced with an unmistakable edge. "We are honored by your presence at this gathering." Doflamingo returned the greeting with a mock bow. "Ah, the honor is all mine, I assure you. It's not every day I have the pleasure of meeting with the esteemed 5 families of the West." The exchange was cordial, yet each word carried a subtle warning, a reminder of the power dynamics at play. The representatives made it clear that only 2 individuals from each attending faction would be permitted entry to the venue, while the rest would have to remain either in the town or on their own ships. "And what, pray tell, is the reason for such strict restrictions?" Doflamingo inquired, his tone light but with a hint of mischief. "Planning to off me under the guise of a meeting, are we?" The representative faltered for a moment, his composure slipping, but he quickly regained his footing. "Rest assured, Donquxote-sama, the 5 families have their honor," he replied stiffly, though the unease in his voice was palpable. The venue itself was an imposing Gothic-style building, its towering spires reaching towards the heavens like silent sentinels guarding over the proceedings within. Inside, the interior was adorned with ornate carvings and intricate tapestries, a testament to its rich heritage and storied past. Chapter 55. At the heart of the building lay a vast hall, whose dimensions were so vast that it could comfortably accommodate close to 1,000 people. Dominating the center of the hall was a sprawling table made of atom wood, its polished surface gleaming in the dim light of the room. It was here, amidst the grandeur and opulence, that the fate of tonight's meeting would be decided. As Doffy took his seat at the far end of the imposing table, his keen observation Haki was on high alert, scrutinizing every detail of the room. He noted the subtle movements of the maids and butlers guiding the leaders to their seats, their every gesture was a potential threat in his eyes. His gaze lingered on the large velvet curtain behind him, sensing the hidden danger lurking just beyond. Seated between Diamante and Senor, Doffy felt a sense of unease settle over him as he observed the goons stationed behind the curtain, their presence a stark reminder of the volatile nature of the gathering. Despite his discomfort, he maintained a facade of calm, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table as he tried to distract himself from the tension in the air. Minutes stretched into eternity as the room filled with the leaders of the underworld, each one eyeing the others with a mixture of suspicion and disdain. Doffy's patience wore thin with each passing moment, his veins pulsing with suppressed anger at the delay. But he knew better than to let his emotions get the better of him, at least for the time being. Tap tap tap. His fingers continued their steady rhythm, a silent testament to his mounting impatience. But beneath the surface, a storm was brewing, and Doffy could only wait for the inevitable clash that lay ahead. As the large door leading towards the exit closed with a resounding thud, signaling the start of the meeting, a hushed silence descended upon the room. All eyes turned towards the head of the table, where the representatives of the 5 families of the West Blue sat in solemn anticipation. One of the representatives, a stout man with a graying beard, rose to his feet, his voice carrying across the room with authority. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed leaders of the underworld," he began, his words measured and deliberate. He decided not to bullsh *T around and directly dove into the heart of the matter. "We have gathered here today to address a matter of utmost importance, the growing influence of the Donquxote family and its impact on our operations." His gaze swept across the room, pausing briefly on Doffy before continuing. "It has come to our attention that the Donquxote family has been expanding its reach into territories that rightfully belong to us. This cannot be allowed to continue unchecked." Doffy leaned back in his chair, his expression one of mild amusement as he listened to the veiled threats disguised as diplomatic discourse. He exchanged a knowing glance with Senor and Diamante, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The representative continued, his tone growing more assertive with each passing moment. "Therefore, it is imperative that we take decisive action to ensure that our interests are protected. To this end, we propose a mutually beneficial arrangement, one that will restore balance to the underworld and preserve the integrity of our operations." Doffy chuckled softly under his breath, the irony of the situation not lost on him. "And what, pray tell, does this arrangement entail?" he interjected, his voice laced with sarcasm. The representative faltered momentarily, caught off guard by Doffy's interruption, but quickly regained his composure. "Simply put, we expect the Donquxote family to withdraw from territories currently under our control, cease all expansion efforts immediately, and unconditionally surrender all your weapon manufacturing core details," he declared, his tone firm and unwavering. Doffy raised an eyebrow, his amusement evident as he leaned forward, resting his chin on his folded hands. "Ah, I see. And if we refuse?" he inquired, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. The representative's expression darkened, his facade of civility slipping for a moment before he regained his composure. "Then we will have no choice but to take more drastic measures," he replied cryptically, his words laden with thinly veiled threats. Doffy's smirk widened into a sly grin as he leaned back in his chair, unfazed by the veiled threats. "My dear friend, you underestimate the lengths to which I am willing to go to protect what is mine," he countered, his tone dripping with confidence. With that, the stage was set for a high-stakes showdown between the Donquxote family and the 5 families of the West Blue, each side poised to defend their interests at any cost. And as the meeting wore on, tensions continued to escalate, with the outcome hanging in the balance. "Ha ha ha, you little bastard, do you still think you have a choice here?" The man from the 5 families laughed out loud, his voice dripping with malice. "Do you really think it was only our authority that you truly challenged? No, brat, more than half of these people sitting here want your head on a platter," he declared, his words laced with thinly veiled threats as the eyes of many in the room focused on Doffy with cruel smirks. Doffy's smirk remained firmly in place, his demeanor calm and collected despite the mounting tension in the air. "Ah, but you see, my dear friend, I've always been one to defy expectations," he replied smoothly, his tone betraying none of the unease he felt beneath the surface. As whispers began to circulate among the attendees, another voice rose above the murmurs. It was a leader from one of the smaller gangs, his voice filled with righteous indignation as he stood up to address the assembly. "Are you guys trying to go against the code established by the underworld?" he demanded, his gaze sweeping across the room as he questioned the motives behind the 5 families' actions. "Have the 5 families thought about the consequences of violating the code?" The room fell into a tense silence as the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on everyone present. The code of the underworld was sacrosanct, a set of unspoken rules that governed the behavior of all those involved in the shadowy world of organized crime. To break these rules was to invite chaos and discord, threatening the fragile balance that held the underworld together. Whispers grew louder as more voices joined in, expressing doubts and concerns about the five families' reckless disregard for the code. It was clear that the decision to lay a trap using the name of the underground had struck a nerve, casting doubt on the integrity of the five families and sowing seeds of dissent among their ranks. Bang! The deafening sound of gunfire echoed through the hall, cutting through the growing commotion like a knife through butter. Shock rippled through the assembled crowd as they realized what had just transpired. All eyes turned to the representative who had spoken for the five families, their expressions a mix of horror and disbelief. Moments earlier, they had been engaged in heated debate, questioning the motives and actions of the five families. Now, with a single gunshot, the illusion of civility shattered, replaced by a stark reality of violence and betrayal. The leader of the small gang lay slumped in his chair, a pool of blood spreading beneath him as his lifeless eyes stared blankly ahead. The room fell into a stunned silence as the gravity of the situation sank in. The representative, his voice dripping with sarcasm, broke the silence with a chilling question. Anyone else that would like to challenge the decision of the five families? He sneered, his words a thinly veiled threat. If yes, then you can follow in his footsteps. Within moments, the entire hall was surrounded by goons carrying weapons. Fear and uncertainty hung heavy in the air as the attendees grappled with the harsh reality of their situation. They had come here seeking resolution, only to find themselves ensnared in a deadly trap orchestrated by those they had trusted. Now, for those who have yet to align with us, the man declared, his voice carrying a tone of authority, I offer you a last chance at redemption. Join us, and together we shall rule the entire underworld as its undisputed overlords. Doffy observed the room, noting that the majority, more than 60%, had already pledged their allegiance to the five families. The remaining attendees seemed to waver, their expressions torn between fear and uncertainty. As the man's proposal hung in the air, a smattering of applause broke out. Doffy, already on his feet with an amused smile playing across his lips, joined in the applause. Bravo! That was quite the performance, Doffy remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Truly remarkable. I must say, I'm impressed. The man's facade of confidence faltered for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. But he quickly regained his composure, his gaze narrowing on Doffy with a mixture of disdain and determination. Do you have a death wish, brat? He sneered. Or do you believe that simply because you have a powerful devil fruit user by your side, you are invincible? Look around you. Every gun in this room is loaded with seastone bullets, ready to restrain him. You have no way out. Today, the name of the Donquxote pirates will be erased from history. Doffy sneered at the man, his confidence unwavering. He knew the man's claims about the abundance of seastone bullets were likely exaggerated. Seastone was a rare and precious resource, not something that could be easily mass-produced. Even the world government would struggle to equip an entire army with such ammunition. Doffy estimated that only a handful of the gunmen in the room might possess seastone bullets, and he was prepared to deal with them. Hee, now that you've made your offer, it's only fair that I make mine, Doffy retorted, his laughter echoing through the hall like the cackle of a madman. Serve me, and in return, I will grant you dominion over this world. The faces of the remaining attendees darkened at Doffy's proposition. While the five families had offered cooperation, Doffy's demand for servitude was met with resentment and suspicion. The tension in the room grew palpable as silence fell over the hall. After what felt like an eternity, only 3 individuals stepped forward to stand behind Doffy. He regarded them with a smirk, intrigued by their boldness. You've made a wise choice. What's your name? Doffy inquired, addressing the young man who stood at the forefront. Marcus, Master Doflamingo. I am ready to serve you, the young man replied, bowing respectfully, followed by his 2 aides. Before any further words could be exchanged, a gunshot rang out, aimed at Doffy's head. With lightning-fast reflexes honed by his observation Haki, Doffy tilted his head, narrowly dodging the bullet. Kill them, the man from the 5 families barked, his command echoing through the room. In an instant, Senior sprang into action, unleashing his devastating birdcage technique. Strings of razor-sharp wire shot out from his fingertips, encircling the entire island in a lethal cage, trapping everyone within its confines. Meanwhile, Diamante drew his blade, which was disguised as his belt, ready to engage anyone who dared to oppose them. As Senor's birdcage enveloped the island, trapping all within its deadly embrace, chaos erupted in the meeting hall. Doffy's smirk widened into a twisted grin as he reveled in the pandemonium. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned forth the fiery power of his flame fruit, engulfing the room in a blaze of searing heat. "Feel the flames of hell, you pathetic worms." Doffy's voice echoed with maniacal glee as flames danced from his fingertips, licking hungrily at the terrified attendees. The sea stone bullets now seemed like mere trifles as Doffy's devil fruit abilities granted him dominion over the very essence of fire itself. Chapter 56. In the midst of the inferno, Diamante danced among the flames, his body morphing and shifting as he tapped into the power of his soot fruit. Trails of swirling soot encased his form, rendering him impervious to the heat and granting him the ability to manipulate the very fabric of reality itself. Together, Doffy and Diamante became a deadly duo, their powers intertwining in a deadly ballet of destruction. Flames roared and soot billowed as they cut through their enemies with ruthless efficiency. The air was thick with the stench of burning flesh and the agonized screams of the dying. "Show no mercy. Let their blood paint the walls of this accursed hall." Doffy's laughter rang out above the din of battle as he unleashed torrents of fire upon his foes. His eyes gleamed with mad delight as he reveled in the slaughter, each death fueling his insatiable thirst for power. Meanwhile, Senor's control over the goons grew ever more absolute as he manipulated their minds, turning them against each other in a frenzy of bloodlust. Brother turned against brother, friend against friend, as Senor's strings of manipulation danced like marionettes in his hands. Amidst the carnage, Marcus and his companions stood frozen in horror, their faces pale with shock and disbelief. They had thought to align themselves with Doffy in hopes of gaining power and prestige, but now they found themselves caught in the crossfire of a battle they could never hope to win. "Master Doflamingo, what have we done?" Marcus whispered, his voice barely audible above the roar of flames and the screams of the dying. Doffy turned to regard Marcus with a twisted smile, his eyes gleaming with madness. "You've made your choice, Marcus. Now live with the consequences." With that chilling proclamation, Doffy unleashed another wave of fire, consuming everything in its path. The once grand meeting hall now lay in ruins, a testament to the brutality and ruthlessness of the Donquxote pirates. As the flames began to die down and the screams faded into silence, Doffy stood amidst the smoldering wreckage, his laughter echoing through the hall like the toll of a death knell. For in that moment, he knew that he had cemented his place as a tyrant without equal in his quest for ultimate power. The next morning, as I lounged on Garp's ship, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered by the chaotic explosions from within the Ambrosia Kingdom. Despite the ongoing war, I had completed my journey through the ravaged country and returned to the safety of the marine vessel. Bogard brought a newspaper aboard, and as he flipped through its pages, a bounty poster tumbled out and landed near me. It was my brother's new bounty poster, and the staggering amount printed on it, 249,600,000 belly, immediately grabbed my attention. Confusion clouded my thoughts as I turned to Bogard, who was engrossed in the contents of the newspaper. He noticed my gaze and tossed the paper over to me. As I scanned through it, the reason for my brother's sudden increase in bounty became painfully clear. He had single-handedly decimated an entire island in the North Blue, a territory under the control of the Western Mafia. Unlike the last time, he did not even spare the women and children this time around. The newspaper featured a grim photograph of the island engulfed in flames, and speculation ran rampant that my brother had consumed a powerful devil fruit related to fire. Despite my brother's recklessness, I knew he had disregarded my warnings and consumed the flame fruit. With a sigh, I tossed the newspaper back to Bogart and pocketed the bounty poster. With heavy steps, I made my way towards my cabin, the weight of my brother's actions weighing heavily on my mind. As I entered the solitude of my quarters, I unfolded the bounty poster and studied the image of my brother's face. Mixed emotions swirled within me, anger, frustration, and a lingering sense of responsibility. I had always tried to guide my brother on a cautious path, but it seemed that he was determined to chart his own course, consequences be damned. I picked up the transponder snail and activated it, the snail flickering to life as the connection was established. After a few moments, my brother's expression appeared on the transponder, his expression unreadable. "Ross," he greeted, his voice tinged with surprise. "What brings you to call me?" I composed myself for a moment, the weight of our recent conversation weighing heavily on my mind. "I saw your new bounty poster," I began, trying to keep my tone neutral. "What happened, Doffy?" A flicker of annoyance crossed my brother's features before he masked it with a practiced smile. "Ah, that. Just a little misunderstanding, Ross," he replied nonchalantly, as if the destruction of an entire island was a trivial matter. "Just a misunderstanding?" I echoed, incredulous. "Doffy, you annihilated an entire island, including women and children, and tell me, why did you rush to consume the flame fruit?" Doffy's smile faltered for a fraction of a second before he regained his composure. "Ross, you know how it is. Sometimes sacrifices have to be made for the greater good, and the rumble fruit seems too elusive," he said dismissively, as if his words could justify the senseless loss of life. I shook my head in disbelief, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. "There's nothing good about what you did, Doffy. You've crossed a line, and now that you have attracted too much attention to yourself, do you understand the consequences of your recent actions?" Doffy's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with a hint of defiance. "Consequences? Ross, you know me better than anyone. I don't answer to anyone's rules but my own." His words struck a nerve, a reminder of the stubbornness that had always defined my brother. "You can't keep doing this, Doffy. Sooner or later, they'll catch up to us, especially those bastards from Mary Geo's who are looking for a chance to eliminate us. Do you even understand why I am pushing myself to death every day to grow stronger?" I warned, my voice tinged with frustration and concern. For a moment, there was silence between us, the weight of our conversation hanging heavy in the air. Then, with a resigned sigh, Doffy's expression softened ever so slightly. "I appreciate your concern, little brother. But you know me, I've always been a survivor," he said, his tone tinged with a hint of sadness. I wanted to argue, to make him see reason because he was attracting too much heat to himself. I already knew that Tsuru had set her sights on Doffy and the elders might try to take us out any time just so that we know secrets, but I knew it would be futile to try to make Doffy hear the reason. My brother was set in his ways, and nothing I said would change that. With a heavy heart, I ended the call, the image of my brother's face lingering in my mind long after the call went dark. Year, 1498. For the next 3 months, we were stationed in the Ambrosia Kingdom, and true to my initial belief, Garp remained relatively passive, acting more as a bystander than an active participant in the conflict. Despite Dragon's hopes for him to take a more decisive role, he seemed content with observing from the sidelines, offering guidance when needed, but refraining from direct intervention. During this time, I dedicated myself to training, pushing myself to new limits, and striving to become stronger with each passing day. Garp's decision to stay passive didn't deter me, instead, it fueled my determination to make a difference on my own terms. Meanwhile, the dynamics of the conflict in the Ambrosia Kingdom began to shift. With the presence of the Marines alongside certain pirate factions, the forces loyal to the king gained momentum, gradually gaining the upper hand over the rebel forces. Despite Garp's passive stance, his mere presence amongst the Marines lent considerable support to the king's forces, bolstering their morale and resolve. However, amidst the backdrop of war, a few prominent figures emerged on the rebel side, including the leader of the resistance, a Logia fruit user whose formidable abilities posed a significant challenge to our efforts for peace and stability. As the conflict continued to unfold, it became increasingly clear that our journey in the Ambrosia Kingdom was far from over. Finally, after a back-and-forth stalemate, Kong's pressure compelled Garp to intervene personally, primarily due to the escalating loss of innocent lives. After 3 months of relative inactivity, Garp's direct involvement marked a significant shift in the dynamics of the conflict. I couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't taken action sooner, potentially sparing thousands of lives from unnecessary suffering. With Garp's intervention, the rebel commander was subdued, dealing a critical blow to the rebel forces. As their leader fell, the rebels' morale plummeted, and chaos engulfed the Ambrosia Kingdom. The king's forces, emboldened by the defeat of their adversaries, launched a ruthless campaign against the remaining rebel factions. The once tumultuous streets of Ambrosia Kingdom descended into further chaos as the king's loyalists hunted down any remnants of resistance. Amidst the turmoil, innocent civilians found themselves caught in the crossfire, their lives hanging in the balance as the conflict intensified. Despite Garp's belated intervention, the aftermath of his actions only served to deepen the devastation in the Ambrosia Kingdom. At the end of the war, Garp and Dragon parted ways on sour terms, their opinions diverging sharply regarding the conflict in the Ambrosia Kingdom. Dragon harbored deep resentment towards Garp for his intervention, believing it to be unnecessary and ultimately detrimental. He argued that the rebel leader, a formidable force in the New World, would have likely sustained the rebellion's strength had Garp refrained from interfering. Moreover, Garp's insistence on taking the rebel leader to Impel Down was met with resistance, resulting in the monarch of Ambrosia Kingdom personally executing the rebel leader. Following the monarch's return to power, his reign was marked by increased aggression towards the remaining citizens, exacerbating Dragon's frustrations with the world government's complicity in such atrocities. The monarch's ruthless actions only served to fuel Dragon's growing disdain for the existing power structures and their exploitation of innocent lives for political gain. Out in the vast expanse of the New World, where the ocean's depths hid mysteries and dangers alike, the Oro Jackson sailed with purpose. After their last clash with the formidable Shiki, the Roger pirates were fully immersed in the pursuit of their ultimate goal, reaching the final unknown island. Despite their legendary exploits and the discovery of several poneglyphs, the key to unlocking the complete secrets of the ancient text remained elusive, as Roger's voice of all things only helped him understand the essence of these poneglyphs. As the ship cut through the turbulent waves like a knife, Captain Roger and his trusted companion, Rayleigh, stood at the helm, their thoughts consumed by the pressing dilemma before them. "Rayleigh, we might need to find a way to acquire more knowledge about these poneglyphs," Roger remarked, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. "Time is running out for me, my friend. I don't know if I'll have enough time left to fulfill my dream." Rayleigh's response was swift and emphatic, a mixture of disbelief and determination. "You bastard, what are you talking about? You'll live healthily until you have great-grandchildren. Don't speak nonsense." Roger chuckled at Rayleigh's protest, his laughter carrying a hint of wistfulness. "Ha ha ha, that's a beautiful dream, Rayleigh. But we both know that I don't have long. And honestly, I'm not afraid of death. I'm just worried if we'll be able to reach the last island in time." Rayleigh's grief turned to anger, his grip tightening on the ship's railing with such force that even the prized Atom would groan under his touch. But before he could unleash further fury, Roger intervened, his voice calm yet firm. "Rayleigh, don't go destroying our ship," Roger chided gently, his tone tinged with amusement. "Tom-san would chase us to the end of the world if we wantonly destroyed it, ha ha ha." Chapter 57. "Sigh, you never listen, do you, Roger?" Rayleigh's voice carried a hint of frustration as he tried to reason with his stubborn friend. "We can still find a way. Maybe, like Crocus said, we may be able to find the Opo no Mi or the Chiyu no Mi and help you recover. There's still a chance. It's not too late to look for the final island after we help you completely recover." Rayleigh knew that healing Roger was no simple task. Even Crocus had admitted his limitations in saving his friend. Yet, he held on to hope, clinging to any possibility that could extend Roger's time. "Rayleigh, I cannot give up on my dream. If I do, I'm afraid the dream would give up on me," Roger replied, his tone resolute. "My gut instinct tells me that we can achieve it. But if we go after finding a cure for myself, we may never achieve our dream in this lifetime." A heavy silence settled between the two friends, neither willing to yield. Rayleigh understood Roger's determination, but he couldn't shake the worry gnawing at him. With a resigned sigh, Rayleigh relented. "Fine, you win. But promise me not to recklessly involve yourself in unnecessary clashes, especially with that madman Garp. You both have dung for brains. The more you fight, the faster your life drains. So, avoid fights unless absolutely necessary, alright? Roger's sheepish grin only exacerbated Rayleigh's headache. What am I going to do with you? He muttered, shaking his head in exasperation. But Rayleigh wasn't finished yet. He had an idea, a spark of inspiration that could potentially solve their dilemma. Why don't we find someone who might already know about these poneglyphs? Rayleigh suggested, his eyes alight with newfound hope. Roger's interest was piqued, and he urged Rayleigh to continue. Remember, Whitebeard's crew has Oden Kazuki, Rayleigh continued. Maybe if we can convince him to help us, then maybe we wouldn't have to roam around the seas blindly to find those red poneglyphs. Roger's eyes widened in surprise at the brilliance of Rayleigh's suggestion. Why hadn't he thought of this before? His friend truly was a genius. With a newfound sense of purpose, Roger felt the thrill of adventure coursing through his veins once more. It was time to find Whitebeard, and perhaps, finally uncover the secrets hidden within the ancient poneglyphs. After the mess in Ambrosia Kingdom, Garp refused to go back to Marineford because he was mad at Kong for tricking him. So, we stayed in the New World, chasing pirates whenever we felt like it. Garp was quiet and kind of sad after his fight with Dragon. He used to be loud and cheerful, but now he just seemed lost in his thoughts, making everyone on the ship feel uneasy. But I kept up with my usual routine. I was lifting this really heavy weight, adding more and more plates to it. I didn't even know how much it weighed anymore, I just wanted to push myself harder. 17123, 17,124. 17125, I counted each time I swung the weight. It was tough, with my muscles burning with every swing, but I knew it was making me stronger. I focused on the exercise, shutting out everything else. Garp's silence hung over the ship like a dark cloud. He seemed weighed down by what happened with Dragon, lost in his thoughts. It was like he wasn't himself anymore, just a shell of the person he used to be. As I finished my routine for the day, wiping the sweat from my brow, I noticed Kazan sitting on the railing in my usual spot. He looked lost in his own thoughts, his gaze fixed on the horizon as if searching for something in the vast expanse of the sea. Approaching him cautiously, I could sense the weight of his contemplation, mirroring the heaviness that seemed to hang over the entire ship since our encounter with Dragon. "Hey, Kuzan-san," I greeted him softly, not wanting to startle him from his reverie. He turned his head slightly, acknowledging my presence with a nod but saying nothing. His expression was inscrutable, a mixture of melancholy and determination. I sat down beside him, leaving a respectful distance, not wanting to intrude but also feeling compelled to offer some semblance of companionship in our shared solitude. "Everything all right?" I asked, my voice low, as if afraid to disrupt the fragile peace of his thoughts. Kuzan sighed, a heavy sound that seemed to carry the weight of the world. "Just thinking," he replied, his voice tinged with resignation. "About everything that's happened, about where we're headed next." I nodded, understanding the weight of his words. We were all grappling with the aftermath of recent events, each of us searching for our own path forward in the midst of uncertainty. "It's a lot to take in," I offered sympathetically, unsure of what else to say. Kuzan chuckled softly, the sound tinged with bitterness. "That's one way to put it," he remarked, his gaze returning to the endless expanse of the sea. For a while, we sat in silence, the only sound being the gentle lapping of waves against the hull of the ship. Despite the heaviness of the moment, there was a strange sense of peace in our shared solitude. "I now understand some things you've told me before, Ross," Kuzan began, his voice thoughtful. "I used to believe in finding true justice by staying true to my beliefs, and standing strong. But recent events have shown me otherwise. I think the concept of justice changes its shape depending on where one stands." His words hung heavy in the air, echoing the sentiments of many who had grappled with the complexities of morality and righteousness in a world rife with uncertainty. "Ha ha ha, is that what you've come to after all this, Kuzan-san?" I chuckled, my tone laced with a hint of amusement. "It seems like a convenient excuse, doesn't it? You still fail to understand how corrupt this world is, Kuzan-san. Sometimes, it's simple if you're willing to face the consequences that follow. Remember this, Kuzan-san, justice cannot be for one side alone, it must be for both. And until you realize that, you'll never be able to break out of that shell. As I spoke, I was aware that I was pushing Kazan towards a different path than his canon counterpart. I needed him to remain within the Marines if I were to execute my plan to take over the organization in the future. Having the Marines under our control would be a crucial turning point against the world government. While it might lead to the splitting of the Marines, as long as I could garner the support of the majority of the Marine powerhouses, fighting the world nobles would be more manageable. I wasn't naive enough to believe that the power that had ruled for close to 8 centuries could be toppled with mere one-on-one brawls. It would require an all-out war, and the entire world would burn in the aftermath. Moreover, we would need the Marines to deal with the aftermath. It was a long-term project, but it was necessary if we were to ascend to the throne. Say, Ross, in that case, what do you think Garp-san should have done? Kuzan questioned, delving deeper into the discussion. Honestly, Kuzan-san, I cannot speak for others. No two humans are the same. But for me, once I have the strength, I will follow what my heart truly wants, damn the consequences. If I have to burn the whole world to achieve peace, then so be it, ha ha, I replied, unable to contain the flow of my ambition. Even Kazan seemed uneasy about me and my words. So, you truly want to quit, don't you? Do you know how Garp-san might feel about this? He truly thinks of passing on his mantle to you. He prides in you even more than his own son, you know, Kuzan commented, acknowledging the unique bond between Garp and me. He understood that, out of the two of us, I had the talent to surpass Garp in the future. Honestly, Kuzan-san, Garp-san is the one who understands best that I will eventually quit. Maybe what he truly wishes is for me to inherit his true ideals, and change the world for the better. Who knows? Maybe in the future, it might be the Marine hero who sows the seeds of change in this world. A monkey might truly help change this world, I said, knowing that eventually, things would change. But I was not going to rely on the protagonist of this world. I, myself, would become one and change this world, ruling it alongside my brother. Time flew by. In the vast expanse of the tumultuous seas, the year 1498 unfolded with a tapestry of events that would shape the destinies of many individuals and nations. As I, a mere observer with access to information from various sources within the Marines, Cypherpole, and even my own brother, reflected upon the pivotal moments of this year, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Among the myriad events that transpired during this year, one of the most significant occurrences was the ascension of Neptune to the throne of the Ryuga kingdom. Following the demise of the previous monarch, Neptune assumed the mantle of kingship, ushering in a new era for his underwater domain. Meanwhile, on distant shores, the exploits of legendary figures reverberated across the seas. Kairos, a formidable warrior, achieved a remarkable feat by notching a record 1,000 victories in the Corrida Coliseum, cementing his reputation as a force to be reckoned with. However, amidst these triumphs, darker forces lurked in the shadows. In the distant land of Wano, the tyrannical Orochi solidified his grip on power, forging an unholy alliance with the fearsome Kaido to establish weapon factories that churned out instruments of destruction. Their nefarious dealings spread ripples of chaos and suffering throughout the world, as their insatiable greed knew no bounds. As the Donquxote family tightened its grip on the North Blue, my brother's sights were set on the elusive realm of the New World. Despite my reluctance to embroil ourselves in the treacherous affairs of that fabled sea, Doffy remained steadfast in his determination to explore its depths. What started as a mere inclination soon solidified into a fervent desire, fueled by ambition and a thirst for power. The turning point came with an unexpected invitation from the Beast Pirates, a notorious crew led by the indomitable Kaido. Their offer of collaboration in the production of weapons piqued Doffy's interest, presenting an opportunity too tantalizing to resist. As the preeminent weapon makers in the world, the Donquxote family held sway over markets far and wide, and Kaido's proposal promised to expand their influence even further. Despite my misgivings and warnings about the dangers lurking in the New World, Doffy was undeterred. His eyes gleamed with the promise of adventure and conquest, his ambition driving him ever forward. Perhaps it was the allure of power or the thrill of the unknown that spurred him on, but whatever the reason, he set sail with his Donquxote pirates in tow, ready to carve out a new empire amidst the chaos of the New World. As they ventured into uncharted waters, I couldn't shake the feeling of foreboding that gripped my heart. The New World was a realm of untold dangers and untamed seas, where even the strongest of men could meet their end. Yet, despite my reservations, I could not dissuade Doffy from his chosen path. Perhaps he was being manipulated by unseen forces, or perhaps it was simply his insatiable thirst for power driving him forward. Whatever the case, I knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with peril and uncertainty. But as the Donquxote family set sail for the New World, I could only hope that they would emerge victorious, their ambition undimmed by the trials that lay ahead. Chapter 58. However, unknown even to me, amidst the vast expanse of the Grand Line, where the currents of destiny intertwined with the tides of time, the legendary Roger pirates sailed in secrecy, their exploits hidden from the prying eyes of the world. Led by the enigmatic Gold Roger, they embarked on a clandestine quest, shrouded in mystery and veiled in legend. Their journey was fraught with peril, as they clashed with the mighty Whitebeard pirates for 3 days on a remote island, the echoes of their battle lost amidst the tumultuous waves. On the 4th day, a fateful encounter unfolded, as Roger, with his charismatic charm, persuaded the formidable samurai, Odin, to join him in deciphering the enigmatic poneglyphs that held the key to unlocking the secrets of the world. Their odyssey led them to the ethereal realm of Skypiea, where they unearthed the long-lost poneglyph of Shandora, its ancient inscriptions revealing the location of the mythical weapon, Poseidon. With Odin's skillful hands carving an inscription to mark their passage, they forged an alliance with the enigmatic god Gonfall, who guided them on their descent from the celestial island. Meanwhile, far from the gaze of the world, in the bustling port town of Water 7, a young boy named Cutty Flam found himself cast adrift by the cruel whims of fate. Abandoned by his pirate parents, he sought refuge in the benevolence of the shipwright Tom, whose kindness offered him a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos of the world. As the Roger pirates traversed the seas, their journey took them to the Sabaody archipelago once more, where they overheard the ominous whispers of the Sea Kings, foretelling the convergence of 3 kings in the near future, a portent of events yet to come. Meanwhile, in the distant land of Wano, a tragedy unfolded in the shadows, as a man and his family met their untimely demise for daring to defy the tyrannical rule of Orochi and Kaido. Odin's valiant retainers attempted to confront the oppressors, only to face a ruthless assault that scarred Toki, the noble wife of Odin, leaving a mark on her soul that would never fade. Amidst the chaos and upheaval, the Roger pirates reached the ancient land of Zou, their final destination on their quest for knowledge and power. As they uncovered the last road poneglyph, a young Pedro sought to join their ranks, but Roger, with a solemn wisdom, bade him to wait for his time to come, knowing that destiny had yet to reveal its full hand. In the shadows of history, these events unfolded unbeknownst to the world, their significance hidden from all but a select few who dared to venture into the unknown depths of the Grand Line. And as the currents of fate continued to flow, the stage was set for a convergence of destinies that would shape the course of history for generations to come. Year 1499. In the heart of the Grand Line, where the winds whispered secrets and the waves sang ancient melodies, the Roger pirates sailed upon the waters, their sails billowing in the salty breeze. As they ventured deeper into the uncharted territories, a sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air, for they were on the precipice of uncovering the greatest mystery of all, the fabled final island, said to hold the ultimate treasure. Gold Roger, the enigmatic captain of the crew, stood at the helm of the ship, his eyes alight with a gleam of excitement. Beside him, his loyal crewmates watched in awe and anticipation, their hearts pounding with the thrill of the unknown. "We're getting closer," Roger murmured, his voice barely audible over the roar of the waves. "I can feel it in my bones." The crew exchanged knowing glances, their expressions a mixture of excitement and trepidation. For years, they had braved the dangers of the Grand Line, seeking clues and unraveling mysteries in pursuit of the elusive treasure. And now, their journey was nearing its climax. As they sailed further into uncharted waters, the atmosphere grew tense, the air thick with anticipation. Suddenly, amidst the swirling mist, a faint glimmer caught Roger's eye, a shimmering beacon of light, guiding them towards their destiny. "Land ahoy!" The cry pierced the air, ringing out with a triumphant fervor that stirred the very souls of the Roger pirates. With hearts pounding in anticipation, the crew sprang into action, their eyes ablaze with excitement as they rushed to the deck, drawn like moths to a flame towards the distant silhouette of land. "We're here," Roger declared, his voice tinged with a hint of awe. "This is it, the final island." The crew erupted into cheers and applause, their faces alight with excitement. For in that moment, they knew that they stood on the threshold of greatness, on the verge of uncovering the greatest treasure in the world. But as they drew closer to the mysterious island, a sense of reverence fell over the crew, for they knew that they were about to bear witness to something truly extraordinary. And as Roger stepped onto the shores of the final island, a knowing smile played on his lips. "This is it," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "The culmination of a lifetime's worth of dreams and ambitions. The ultimate treasure, the truth of the world." After meticulously exploring every nook and cranny of the island, Roger finally grasped the truth, a revelation that sent shivers down his spine. It wasn't just about what lay before his eyes, it was the realization of something far more profound, the truth of this world. As he stood amidst the ancient ruins, the whispers of the past swirling around him like ghosts, Roger felt a surge of enlightenment wash over him. Each crumbling stone, each faded inscription, seemed to speak to him, revealing fragments of a forgotten history that had long been concealed from the world. With each discovery, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, painting a picture of a world far more complex and enigmatic than he had ever imagined. It was a truth that transcended mere knowledge, a truth that resonated deep within his soul, stirring him to the very core. And as Roger gazed out across the vast expanse of the island, his heart was filled with a sense of awe and wonder. For in that moment, he realized that he was standing on the threshold of something greater than himself, something that would alter the course of history and shape the destiny of generations to come. And then, as if touched by a divine revelation, Roger's laughter erupted, a resounding symphony of triumph and revelation that reverberated across the island, echoing through the ages. In that euphoric moment, amidst the whispers of the wind and the rustle of palm leaves, Roger beheld the enigma that lay before him, a revelation so profound that it brought tears to his eyes and a smile to his lips. For in that fleeting instant, as he gazed upon the mysteries of the final island, Roger understood. He understood the magnitude of what lay hidden within its depths, the significance of the journey he had embarked upon, and the legacy he would leave behind. And as his laughter echoed into the vast expanse of the unknown, carrying with it the weight of centuries of history and the promise of a new era, Roger knew that his quest was far from over. Though he had reached the culmination of his lifelong dream, he also realized that he was merely a harbinger of the greatest adventure the world had ever known. With a sense of awe and reverence, Roger turned his gaze towards the horizon, his heart swelling with anticipation for the future that lay ahead. For in that moment, as the Roger pirates stood on the shores of destiny, they knew that they had witnessed something extraordinary, a glimpse of the boundless possibilities that awaited this world, and the dawn of a new age in the annals of history. As the moon bathed the island in its soft glow, the Donquxote family stood at a crossroads, their future hanging in the balance. Diamante's concern echoed through the night air, his voice a somber melody in the midst of uncertainty. "Doffy, should we consider returning to North Blue?" he questioned, his words heavy with doubt. Marcus, ever the steadfast ally, stepped forward with unwavering resolve. "No," he declared firmly, his eyes alight with determination. "We cannot let fear rule our hearts. The new world may be perilous, but it is also ripe with opportunity. We must face our challenges head-on and emerge victorious." Doffy, the young master of the family, wrestled with conflicting emotions, his mind a tempest of uncertainty. But what if Ross was right, he pondered aloud, his voice tinged with doubt. What if we're not ready for this? What if we're walking into a trap? Marcus placed a reassuring hand on Doffy's shoulder, his gaze unwavering. "Doffy, you were born to lead," he asserted, his voice unwavering. "With our family by your side, there's nothing we can't overcome." We'll carve our own path through the chaos of the New World and emerge triumphant. Diamante nodded in agreement, his expression grave. We've faced adversity before, and we've always emerged stronger, he added, his voice a steady anchor in the storm of uncertainty. As long as we stand together, we can weather any storm. Senor, ever the voice of reason, observed the exchange with a hint of concern in his eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were rushing headlong into danger, but he held his tongue, trusting in his master's judgment. As the discussion continued, Doffy's thoughts drifted to his absent brother, Ross, the enigmatic figure whose wisdom had guided them through countless trials. "Has Ross reached out to us, Senor?" he inquired, his voice tinged with longing. Senor shook his head solemnly. "Not yet, young master," he replied, his tone tinged with worry. "But I have faith that he will return when the time is right." Doffy nodded, a steely resolve settling over him. "Then we'll press on without him for now," he declared, his voice echoing with determination. "We'll face whatever challenges come our way and emerge stronger than ever before." But as Marcus addressed the issue of the dwindling sea stone reserves, a shadow of concern fell over the group. Doffy's frustration boiled to the surface, his patience wearing thin. "What does that bastard Kaido want now?" he muttered, his voice laced with venom. Marcus's grim expression spoke volumes as he relayed Kaido's demands. His words were a stark reminder of the precarious position they found themselves in. With their sea stone reserves dwindling, their options were rapidly diminishing, and the future seemed more uncertain than ever before. "Fine, let me meet that bastard personally," Doffy declared, his tone dripping with defiance. "Marcus, arrange for a meeting in a neutral place. We can't let Kaido hold us by the neck and dictate our fate. And Senor, just in case, make preparations to evacuate the New World. If we have to retreat for now, then so be it." Despite the reckless nature of his decision, Doffy's ego refused to back down. Born to rule, he couldn't tolerate such insults without taking action. He was prepared to exit the New World if push came to shove, only to return stronger and more formidable. "Young master, you can't." Senor interjected, his voice laced with concern. "We might as well leave the New World now. Confronting the beast pirates head-on is too risky. What if Kaido himself decides to attend the meeting?" But Marcus, ever the strategist, chimed in with his support. "Doffy's right," he affirmed, his eyes blazing with determination. "If we retreat without a fight, we'll be labeled as cowards. Let's challenge the beast pirates and buy ourselves time to grow stronger. We'll retreat when the time is right." Doffy nodded, his resolve solidifying with each passing moment. "Don't worry, Senor," he assured, his voice firm. "We'll retreat immediately if they try anything suspicious. Marcus, ensure we have an escape plan, even if Kaido himself shows up." Chapter 59. With that, Doffy rose from his seat with renewed vigor and strode purposefully into his training room, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. After the meeting concluded, Senor and Marcus parted ways to attend to their respective tasks. As Marcus found a secluded spot away from prying eyes, his demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. His once expressive eyes turned cold and emotionless as he carefully selected a tiny black transponder snail and initiated contact. As the call connected, Marcus spoke with reverence etched in his tone. "Elder Sama, this is Brutus, reporting in." The voice from the other end echoed with authority. "Ah, it's you. I thought you had forgotten your mission and become completely immersed in the Donquxote family. So, tell me, have you completed the mission?" The voice belonged to Elder Nustero, one of the Elder Planets, seeking an update on the mission status. Marcus, a skilled CP0 agent tasked with infiltrating the Donquxote family, understood the gravity of his mission. Since the day the two brothers had threatened the Elders with their secrets, the CP0 has been tracking them relentlessly under the Elders' directives. Keeping the younger brother under control was relatively simple, given his affiliation with the Marines. However, dealing with Doflamingo required a more specialized approach, to integrate into the family and unearth their secrets while ensuring the two brothers' secrets remained buried forever. "Yes, Elder Sama, I have gathered all the necessary information about their connections," Marcus replied, his voice steady. Eliminating them simultaneously is feasible, but the only obstacle is the kid within the Marines. He's under Garp's protection, making targeting him simultaneously. Marcus trailed off, knowing the challenges that lay ahead. As a seasoned CP0 agent, Marcus understood the risks involved, but his loyalty to the Elders' commands drove him to fulfill his duty, even if it meant going undercover to protect their secrets. Forget about the kid in the Marines, he'll be dealt with at the same time as the older Donquxote kid. Just take care of things on your side, Elder Nusturo's voice commanded, dismissing any concern over the younger brother's protection. Did they really think they could survive in this world after challenging us so blatantly? Just make sure you take down every last one of the Donquxote family, no exceptions. Coordinate with the other agents and finish the mission. Get back to Mary Geos, we can't afford to have one of our finest agents wasting time on children. With that, the call ended, leaving Marcus with a clear directive. The fate of the Donquxote family had been sealed, and as a loyal member of the world government, he was determined to see the mission through to its end. With steely resolve, Marcus set out to coordinate with his fellow agents, knowing that the eradication of the Donquxote family was imminent. As I lounged on the deck, relishing a moment of respite after the rigors of my daily routine, the booming voice of Vice Admiral Garp seized my attention. With curiosity piqued, I moved closer, observing the gravity etched across Garp's visage as he engaged in conversation via the transponder snail. The news he received seemed to carry weighty implications, casting a shadow over the serene atmosphere of the ship. "Kong-san, this is indeed a momentous occasion," Garp acknowledged, his jubilant voice resonating across the deck. "I understand the significance of my presence at Marineford for the announcement of the new admirals. I will make haste to return." Fleet Admiral Kong's response was composed, yet beneath the veneer of calmness, an undercurrent of urgency lingered. "Your presence is crucial, Garp. With the recent developments in the New World, we cannot afford any delays in filling the vacant admiral positions. And let me ask you one last time, are you sure you do not want to reconsider taking the promotion?" Garp's resolve remained steadfast, driven by his unwavering sense of duty. "No, Kong-san, I am happy being where I am right now, and my son is going to be an admiral soon. I will depart immediately. But may I inquire about the identity of the second individual?" Fleet Admiral Kong's hesitation was palpable, hinting at the complexities underlying the decision. Garp's suspicion grew as he pressed for answers, probing into the origins of the second candidate. "Is the second one from the world government, recommended by the Elders?" Garp's expression darkened with each passing moment, sensing a veiled truth lurking beneath the surface. Kong's response carried a tinge of resignation, acknowledging the constraints imposed by circumstance. "Garp, listen. We are left with no other choice at this juncture. You have declined the promotion repeatedly, and we have yet to identify suitable successors for the past decade. The world government has intervened to resolve the matter. We should be happy that they accepted my proposal to promote Dragon." Garp's dissent was evident, his frustration simmering just beneath the surface. "But Kong-san, Zephyr has been grooming potential candidates. Why not consider them?" Kong's sigh echoed through the transponder snail, a testament to the weight of responsibility he bore. "We both know, Garp, they are not ready. Give them time to mature. As for now, Monkey D. Dragon's promotion is imminent, as he is dealing with a rebellion. And as for the other, it will be someone appointed directly by the world government. There will be 2 admiral promotions, one in a week and the other in a month. The orders have already been passed down." With a heavy heart, Garp acquiesced, resigned to the course of action dictated by higher authority. "I understand, Kong-san. I will make my way to Marineford within the week." And with those words, the call concluded, leaving a lingering sense of apprehension in its wake, but there was also delight for his son's upcoming promotion. "Oh, Garp-san, so finally, are they going to appoint a new admiral?" Kuzan's inquiry interrupted my reverie, but my mind raced with thoughts. I knew that many things would change. My mere presence was an anomaly. Even in the canon, during the current timeline, the admiral positions were unclear, except during the time of the Ed War, where Sengoku was an admiral and Borsellino was still a vice admiral during the ambush of Fisher Tiger. But now, I just overheard that there were going to be 2 admiral promotions. One was for Monkey D. Dragon, and the second is still not disclosed, but by Garp's words, he or she must be a world government agent. I had an inkling that Dragon might have quit the Marines after he became an admiral, but it was never confirmed in canon. Perhaps the elders were planning to keep Dragon in check due to his recent actions, which I am sure would not have escaped their attention. Yet, an instinctual unease gnawed at me, as if my entire life stood at a crossroads. Even the voice of the world seemed chaotic, though I attributed it to the impending storm of news about the Grand Line being conquered. Still, something nagged at me from within. I wanted to caution Doffy and the family to be careful, and avoid aggressive actions during this time. Perhaps it was best for them to return to North Blue temporarily, for soon enough, the entire world would descend into chaos. Amidst the solemn halls of Marineford, within the esteemed confines of Fleet Admiral Kong's office, a figure of striking elegance and lethal grace reclined in her seat. Her presence commanded attention, a woman who seemed in her late 20s, possessed of snow-white skin that contrasted sharply with her blood-red lips, eyes, and hair. She had a luscious and tall stature, standing almost at 3 meters in height. Clad in a crimson suit that seemed to exude power and pride, she emanated an aura of undeniable authority. By her side rested a blood-red katana, its blade sheathed, yet its potential for devastation palpable. She was Admiral Aganya, bestowed with the codename Akahibi, which translated to the Crimson Serpent. As Fleet Admiral Kong meticulously perused her dossier, he couldn't help but marvel at the depth of the world government's reach. Aganya was no ordinary admiral, she was a blood logia fruit user, a master-class swordswoman, and her prowess had garnered high praise from the elders themselves. Little did Kong know, however, that Aganya harbored secrets far beyond what her profile revealed. She was a member of the fabled God's Knights, an elite cadre of warriors revered for their unparalleled strength and unwavering loyalty. Despite being relegated to the role of a reserve due to the Order's full roster, her abilities rivaled those of an admiral, if not surpassed them. Though she now found herself in the presence of the Fleet Admiral, she bore no deference. Her impatience was evident, her fingers tapping incessantly against the table, a silent testament to her disdain for those she deemed beneath her. For Aganya, this meeting was a mere formality, a directive from the elders that she had no choice but to obey. In her eyes, Kong was inconsequential, she would not have deigned to grace Marineford with her presence were it not for the orders she had received. No matter how many times you review it, the orders will remain unchanged. Admiral Aganya's tapping echoed in sync with Kong's heartbeat, sending a chill down his spine. Kong grappled with the weight of the directive before him, knowing full well the implications it carried. The elders had dispatched Aganya, a formidable figure, to enforce their will, a task she seemed all too eager to fulfill. The orders, explicit in their clarity, commanded the capture of Donquxote Rosinante, infamous for his monstrous talent and brazen defiance of the Marines' rules, just like his mentor Garp. Kong's mind raced as he recalled the details of the Frozen Skull massacre, the bloodshed, the chaos, and the lives lost, including those of more than a dozen Cypher Pol agents. The evidence against Garp's prodigy was damning, leaving no room for doubt. Turning to Tensei, head of the investigative team, Kong sought confirmation, hoping against hope for an alternative. Tensei, is there any doubt regarding the authenticity of these reports? Tensei's response was solemn, his expression grave as he confirmed Kong's fears. I'm afraid not, Kong-san. The evidence we've gathered corroborates the world government's findings. The massacre not only targeted pirates but also claimed the lives of numerous Cypher Pol agents and a ruling monarch, whose disappearance remains unresolved to this day. Kong's brow furrowed with concern as he contemplated the ramifications of his next actions. Surely, there must be a way to handle this matter with diplomacy. The kid may have had his reasons. Before Kong could finish, Aganya's tapping abruptly ceased, replaced by a menacing glare. Her voice, dripping with authority, brooked no dissent. Fleet Admiral Kong, are you suggesting defiance of the world government's direct orders? Young Rosinante is a criminal, plain and simple. We have our orders, and we will execute them. I will personally apprehend him upon his return, as mandated by the elders. He will face trial in Marigios, as is his rightful fate." Aganya's unwavering loyalty to the elders was palpable, and her resolve was unshakable. Kong realized that challenging her would be futile. His duty as a Marine demanded adherence to orders, no matter the personal cost. Yet, as the weight of his decision settled upon him, he couldn't shake the feeling that the path ahead would be fraught with peril and regret. "What are you proposing we do about Garp? He's not going to sit idly by while you try to apprehend his protégé." Kong's brow furrowed deeper, a headache looming on the horizon at the thought of Garp's inevitable involvement. Garp's return to Marineford was not solely for the purpose of his son's promotion, it was also a strategic move to keep him away from the chaos of the sea, where his protection of Rosinante was absolute. However, within Marineford's confines, Garp could be restrained, especially if he had received direct orders. Kong had already made arrangements to ensure Garp's subordinates wouldn't intervene in the kid's capture, but Garp himself was an unpredictable variable. Chapter 60. That is your issue, Fleet Admiral. He is a Marine, and like any Marine, he should follow orders. If he can't do that, perhaps it would be best to relieve him of his duties rather than let him tarnish the government's name. Understand this, the Marines serve a purpose, and there's no place for rebels among our ranks. I don't know how you've been running things here, but changes are necessary. If you won't make them, then I will have to take matters into my own hands, Aganya declared, rising from her seat with lethal grace. With a fluid motion, she retrieved her katana, her every step echoing with a sense of impending danger. It was as if a bloodthirsty beast awaited its chance to be unleashed upon the world. It had been almost a week since Garp's ship set sail towards Marineford, where the promotion of Dragon to Admiral and the impending promotion of the second Admiral recommended by the world government were set to take place. Despite the anticipation surrounding these events, an unease had settled within me. Initially, I attributed it to the impending chaos likely to be caused by Roger's actions. However, after a day or two, I realized it was something entirely different. My sense of unease only intensified when I learned of Doffy's plans to personally negotiate with the Beast Pirates regarding the supply of sea stones. It seemed reckless, and despite my attempts to dissuade him, Doffy remained steadfast in his decision. He assured me that contingency plans were in place for a retreat from the New World if things went awry. Yet, everything felt orchestrated, as if there was a crucial detail I was overlooking. Try as I might, I couldn't pinpoint the exact source of my unease. As we approached the Marine headquarters, the feeling only grew stronger. "Are you all right, kid?" Garp's voice broke through my chaotic thoughts as he gently tapped me on the shoulder. "Oh, sorry, Garp-san. I was lost in thought." "Did you say something?" I replied, shaken from my reverie, realizing I hadn't heard Garp's words. "You seem lost in thought. Is something troubling you? Sometimes you think too much. You're only 14 this year, kid. You still have a long life ahead of you." Garp chuckled heartily as he tapped me again, this time with more force. "Ha ha ha, Garp-san, if I were superstitious, I would think you're jinxing me by saying that I have a long life ahead," I replied jokingly, attempting to push away the unease in my heart. "Garp-san, I wonder, aren't you worried about how Dragon-san might take to this abrupt promotion to Admiral?" I'm not sure if Kong-san took Dragon-san's mindset into consideration. He hasn't been in the best state of mind lately, and forcing him into such a position might backfire. I voiced my concern while gazing towards the horizon, where the silhouette of Marine HQ finally came into view. "And who do you think should be blamed for all that, kid? You've put almost half of those weird thoughts in his mind." "I wanted to raise him as a perfect Marine, and look what you've done," Garp retorted with mock anger. He knew well the influence I had on Dragon and how I conflicted with the ideals he had instilled in him since childhood. "Come now, Garp-san, you can't blame me. It was you who, since he was 3, has been feeding him ideals about what true Marines are. You are quite heartless, Garp-san, throwing a little child into a Sea King nest in the name of training. How cruel can you be? No wonder Dragon-san hates you, ha ha ha," I replied, recalling the stories shared by both Garp and Dragon about Dragon's tumultuous childhood. Compared to Dragon's training, Luffy's and canon seemed like a walk in the park. Ah, yes, this promotion wasn't even something I was expecting for Dragon. But Kong knows that Dragon is currently the only Marine in the younger generation strong enough to be an admiral. With the world government abruptly pushing for 2 admiral spots, I understand Kong must have wanted to keep at least one position within the Marines and push Dragon's name. It might also be those bastards' strategy to keep both myself and Dragon in check, as the admirals directly serve the world nobles, Garp explained. Though the Marine hero seemed goofy, he possessed a keen political mind. He simply didn't actively take part in the affairs of the Marines, which was the reason for his goofy nature. Something doesn't seem right, I muttered under my breath as the ship finally neared Marineford. With my observation Haki extended to its fullest, I detected a significant presence of powerhouses waiting on the dock for Garp's ship. Unlike other times when his friends eagerly welcomed him, this time the atmosphere felt completely different, and the emotions emanating from the waiting figures felt off. If these were regular Marines, I could easily read their minds, but these were the top powerhouses among the current Marines. As we approached the bay, the lineup of familiar faces became more staggering. The fleet admiral himself was present, along with the 2 admirals Sengoku and Zephyr, and the Marine Chief of Staff Tsuru. Even the rising stars of the Marines, Sakazuki and Borsalino, stood among them, alongside more than a dozen famed vice admirals. Garp-san, did we come here for an admiral ascension ceremony, or are we going to invade the New World? Kuzan's voice cut through the tension as he joined us, his expression mirroring my own concerns. Even Bogard, standing next to Garp, had already gripped his sword tightly, ready for battle. Don't do anything stupid, let's understand the situation first, Garp advised, his tone serious. Without hesitation, he propelled himself into the air using Jeppo, moving towards the waiting retinue. Bogard and Kuzan followed suit, but my instincts told me otherwise. I chose to stay on the ship, opting to understand the situation before taking any action. As I observed the bay, a few words were exchanged, and suddenly, Garp's aura surged out like a tidal wave. But before he could act, he was immediately restrained by Kong, Zephyr, and Sengoku. Even Bogard found himself surrounded by a dozen vice admirals, while Kazan faced off against Borsalino and Sakazuki. It was as if the Marines were trying to prevent them from interfering with something. As my mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening, my observation Haki picked up a massive threat from my right. Without wasting another moment, I pulled out Sandai Kitetsu. Busashoku Koka! I exclaimed, imbuing my sword with armament hardening as I swung it. Clang! The resounding clash echoed through the air as my attack connected with a massive flying slash made of blood. Yes, blood. I could never mistake the unmistakable stench of blood. On the bay, Garp found himself besieged by 3 figures of admiral level, each struggling to restrain themselves as they confronted the Marine hero. Kong-san, what is the meaning of this? I have already told you that I will personally take responsibility for Ross's actions on that island. He did what he did under my command, and I would have done the same to save the innocents, Garp roared, his voice reverberating with defiance as he tried to break free from the confinement imposed by the trio. Despite their reluctance, the other 3 admirals knew they had to follow orders from above. Garp, you kept things to yourself again. You knew the kid had killed a ruling monarch, someone who had a seat at the reverie. You should not have kept something like this hidden, Kong retorted, attempting to maintain a facade of righteousness in the face of apprehending Ross. Deep down, Kong harbored doubts about the circumstances surrounding the monarch's death, but he understood the necessity of upholding the Marine's reputation. Zephyr shared Kong's reluctance, knowing that leaving Garp unchecked could spell disaster for Marineford. Though he didn't fully believe the world government's justifications for capturing Ross, he recognized the need for intervention. Zephyr understood that the truth of what transpired on that island was known only to Ross, Garp, and Bogard, and that others had attributed it to Ross going on a rampage. Despite their internal conflicts, they knew they had to fulfill their duty, even if it meant confronting one of their own. Garp, listen to me. Let's hand over Ross first. We may still have a way to negotiate with the world government and get the kid back safely, Sengoku urged, his voice firm as he grappled with Garp's relentless onslaught. Despite Garp's ferocity, there was a restraint in his actions, a testament to his respect for his former comrades. On the sidelines, Sengoku's words were punctuated by the sound of Bogart's fierce roars as he battled against his opponents. Despite his formidable strength, the overwhelming numbers kept him in check. Kong's orders were clear: restrain Garp and his officers without causing unnecessary harm. However, if words failed to persuade, Kong had authorized the use of more forceful means. Kong understood the gravity of the situation. He knew that the world government perceived Ross as a threat, and they were moving swiftly to eliminate him before he could fully mature and pose a challenge to their authority. Despite his reservations about the orders, Kong knew that he had to act in accordance with his duties as Fleet Admiral. However, he harbored a flicker of hope that a peaceful resolution could still be achieved, albeit against the odds. On the other side, near the bay, Kuzan had already frozen a portion of the sea, using it as a foothold to combat his two opponents, Borsalino and Sakazuki. Despite being outnumbered, he held his own against the two famed Logia users, showcasing the full extent of his powers in a large-scale battle. After deflecting the flying blood slash, I finally laid my eyes on my opponent. Garp's ship had already been surrounded by more than half a dozen battleships, and standing at the helm of one was a tall woman with a red katana. Everything about her screamed red. Her eyes, hair, and attire were all crimson, like blood. "Heh, not bad, kid. You sure have quite the talent. No wonder Elder Sama asked me not to underestimate you. Even a regular vice admiral would have been cleaved in two by that last attack, but it seems like you didn't even get a scratch," Admiral Aganya commented, sheathing her blade once more. I was tempted to jump into the sea to escape, but my observation Haki picked up that the entire surrounding area had turned blood red. Even if I were to jump, I would come into contact with what I now detect as blood. She was a blood fruit user. I hadn't confirmed the exact type of fruit yet, but her next action made me realize she was a blood Logia user. She elementalized her body and quickly re-emerged on the ship where I stood. I could still follow her movements with my observation Haki, but the problem was that I wasn't strong enough to face an admiral-level fighter. From the pressure she emanated, she was beyond the average admiral level, perhaps even approaching the ranks of top powerhouses like Garp. Donquxote Rosinante, for the crime of killing a ruling monarch affiliated with the world government, you are hereby stripped of your marine rank and placed under arrest. It would be better for you to surrender peacefully, Admiral Aganya declared, advancing toward me with each step as if I posed no threat. Tui, ruling monarch, that bastard. Haha, he was just your lackey to do your dirty deeds, wasn't he? I spat in defiance. I knew I needed a miracle to escape today, but then my mind raced. If they were openly targeting me, it meant they must have taken all countermeasures to silence us from sharing their secrets. Even shouting it out now would be considered the ramblings of an idiot. But then my thoughts strayed to my brother. If I was being brazenly attacked under Garp's eyes, what about Doffy? He was in danger. I had been naive, thinking that the deterrence of the marine hero would be enough to keep them in check. But I forgot they were individuals who had played such games for centuries and had come out on top every single time. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 4. Peace.